Some stories do not need monsters or jump scares to be terrifying. They just need a setting we all recognize: a shared apartment, a hotel room, a first date, or a friendly chat online. The details are familiar, and maybe that is what makes them so disturbing. This is Daily Story, where we tell true tales that remind us how fragile normal can really be. The restaurant's double doors burst open behind me, letting out a blast of warm, spice-scented air that did nothing to thaw the ice gripping my chest. I did not look back. Could not. Melanie's words were a frantic drumbeat in my head. They will just reset you again, or worse. And then that glimpsed Julian. Just for a second, standing by the hostess stand, his profile bathed in the soft glow of the hanging lights. He was not smiling. He was not doing anything, just watching, like he expected me to run, like this was all part of the show. My legs were moving on autopilot, a desperate, clumsy sprint down the sidewalk. The city lights blurred into streaks, the sounds of traffic and distant sirens merging into a cacophony of fear. My lungs burned, air rasping in my throat, but I could not stop. Every shadow seemed to stretch, every parked car a potential hiding place for them. Who were they? Julian, David, Melanie, and how many more? I did not know where. I was going. My apartment. It felt like a trap now. A place they knew. A place they had constructed for me. The idea of walking back into that perfectly curated space, knowing it was just another cage, made my stomach churn. I just ran, turning corners blindly, weaving through late-night pedestrians who seemed oblivious to the terror chasing me. Their normal lives, their mundane worries, felt like a cruel mockery. Eventually, the adrenaline began to wane, replaced by a crushing exhaustion. My sides ached, my head throbbed, and the phantom limb pain for a life I could not remember was a dull, constant ache. I found myself on a less trafficked street, storefronts mostly dark, the only light coming from a flickering neon sign above a dusty liquor store. I leaned against a cold brick wall, gasping for breath, trying to force some order into the chaos in my mind. Melanie, the photo, my entire life, a lie. It was like a sudden, brutal awakening from a dream I did not even know I was having. All those little moments of unease, the headaches, the sense of wrongness, they were not paranoia. They were warnings. My own subconscious screaming at me. And I had ignored them. A car slowed down across the street, its headlights momentarily blinding me. My heart leaped into my throat. I pushed myself off the wall, ready to bolt again, but the car just idled for a moment before turning into an alleyway. My nerves were shot. I was seeing threats everywhere. Was this the worst Melanie warned about? Living in constant fear, never knowing who to trust, never knowing if the next friendly face was another one of Julian's puppets. I needed to disappear, to change my name, my appearance, everything. But where would I even start? I had no money, no connections outside this manufactured life. And they knew everything. Melanie said they wiped me clean, reset my life like a toy. How many times had this happened? How many lives had I lived and forgotten? The thought was a sickening abyss. I must have been standing there for a long time, lost in a spiral of terror and despair, because the next thing I knew, a voice cut through the buzzing in my ears. "Hey, you okay?" I jumped, spinning around. A man stood a few feet away, emerging from the shadows of a nearby doorway. He was tall, with a kind face framed by dark, slightly messy hair. His eyes were warm brown, and he held a paper coffee cup in one hand. He looked normal. Too normal, perhaps. My first instinct was to run, to scream, but something in his demeanor, the genuine concern etched on his face, made me hesitate. He was not menacing. He just looked worried. "You look like you've seen a ghost," he said, taking a slow step closer. "Or maybe you are just really cold. It is pretty chilly out here." I managed to shake my head, my voice a dry croak. "No, I am fine." A pathetic lie. He tilted his head slightly. "You do not look fine. You look like you are about to collapse. Are you lost? Lost? That was an understatement. I was lost in a way I could not even begin to explain. But the simple question, the simple offer of concern, was disarmingly human. After the sterile horror of the restaurant, after Melanie's revelations, it was almost a shock to hear someone speak to me without an agenda. I just needed some air. I mumbled, pulling my jacket tighter around me. It was a flimsy excuse, but it was all I had. He nodded slowly, as if considering my words. Well, you found some. Look, I am Alex. I just finished up a late shift at the bookstore down the street. He gestured vaguely behind him. I was heading home, but you just look really distressed. Is there anything I can do? Call someone for you. Call someone. Who? David. Julian. The police. They were probably all in on it. I shook my head again. No. No, thank you. Alex took another step, closing the distance between us. He did not invade my space, but he was close enough that I could see the flecks of gold in his brown eyes. Look, I get it if you do not want to talk to a stranger, but you are shivering, and you look like you are about to cry. There is a coffee shop open a few blocks from here. It is warm, and they make a decent latte. My treat, just for a few minutes, to get you out of the cold. The offer was so innocuous, so genuinely kind, that it felt like another trap. But the cold was seeping into my bones, and my mind was racing, trying to process everything. A part of me, the part that still clung to the illusion of normalcy, yearned for the simple comfort of a warm drink, a friendly face. And another part, the terrified, newly awakened part, wondered if this was the worst Melanie had spoken of. A new kind of captivity, disguised as kindness. But what choice did I have? Run blindly through the streets until they found me, or accept a cup of coffee from a man who seemed, on the surface, entirely harmless. My exhaustion won out over my paranoia, just for a few minutes. I told myself, a warm place to think. Okay, I whispered, surprised my voice even worked. Just for a little while. A genuine smile touched Alex's lips. It was a nice smile, not chilling like David's, not knowing like Julian's. Just pleasant. Great. Follow me. It is not far. The coffee shop was brightly lit, a stark contrast to the dark street we would let behind. The smell of roasted beans and sugar was comforting, almost normal. We sat at a small table by the window, the warmth of my mug seeping into my cold hands. Alex did not press me for details about why I was out on the street looking like a terrified runaway. He just talked about his job at the bookstore, about how he loved old sci-fi novels, about the bizarre requests he sometimes got from customers. He was easy to talk to, his voice calm and steady. I found myself relaxing just a fraction. He made me laugh once, a short, brittle sound. We recounted a story about a customer who insisted a paperback copy of Moby Dick was actually a lost alien text. For a few precious minutes, the terror receded, replaced by a fragile sense of connection. He did not ask my name, and I did not offer it. He seemed content to just exist in the moment, a kind stranger offering solace. When it was time to leave, I felt a pang of something akin to regret. I did not want to go back out into the night, back into the uncertainty. But I could not stay there forever. Thank you, Alex, I said genuinely, for the coffee and for not asking questions. He smiled, that same kind, reassuring smile. Anytime. Look, if you ever need a friendly face or just a place to warm up, I am usually at the bookstore until 10. Or here. He pulled out a small notepad and a pen, scribbling something down. My number, if you ever want to talk. Or just grab another coffee. He handed me the slip of paper. It felt heavy, in my hand, a strange anchor in a world that had just been ripped apart. I took it, mumbled another thank you, and then, with a hesitant nod, stepped back out into the cold, leaving Alex in the warm, comforting glow of the coffee shop behind. The next few days were a blur of paranoia and exhaustion. I did not go back to my apartment. Instead, I checked into a cheap motel on the outskirts of town, paying cash, using a fake name I pulled out of thin air. Every shadow, every sound outside my door sent a jolt of fear through me. I barely slept, haunted by Melanie's words, by Julian's silent gaze. I kept replaying the photo in my mind, the smiling me, the smiling Melanie, and the two men watching us from the background. My life was a stage, and I was the unwitting performer. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe Melanie was crazy. Maybe it was a prank. But the details she knew, the scar above my eyebrow, the aversion to bell peppers, the comic book collection hidden in my closet, no one knew those things. Not even my closest friends. And the chilling certainty in her eyes, the genuine terror in her voice when she warned me about them. No, it was not a prank. The motel room, with its faded wallpaper and stale cigarette smell, felt like a temporary bunker. I ate instant noodles and watched bad daytime TV, trying to lose myself in the blandness of it all. But the hum of unease was louder now, a constant, vibrating tremor beneath my skin. The headaches were back with a vengeance, sharp stabs behind my eyes whenever I tried to piece together the fragments of what Melanie had told me. And then there was Alex, his number still clutched in my hand. I stared at it, sometimes for hours. A part of me, the part that still wanted to believe in kindness, wanted to call him, to hear a normal voice, to feel a flicker of human connection, to pretend just for a moment that the world had not gone completely insane. But the other part, the part that was now hyper-aware of every potential trap, screamed at me to stay away. He was too perfect, too kind, too convenient. After 3 days of self-imposed isolation, the loneliness became almost as unbearable as the fear. I was running out of money, and the motel room felt less like a safe haven and more like a padded cell. I needed to think, to make a plan, but my mind was just a jumbled mess of fear and confusion. I finally decided I needed to get out, even if just for a little while. I needed fresh air, to see other people, to feel less alone. I put on a baseball cap and sunglasses, hoping to be inconspicuous, and ventured out. I walked aimlessly, avoiding my usual haunts, avoiding the restaurant. I ended up in a small, independent coffee shop, different from the one Alex had taken me to. I ordered a chai latte, found a quiet corner, and tried to blend in. As I sat there, sipping my drink, my gaze drifted to the window. Outside, the world seemed to be moving on, oblivious to my personal horror show. A couple walked by, laughing. A woman pushed a stroller. A man in a bookstore uniform was taping a new flyer to a lamppost. My blood ran, cold. It was Alex. He was not looking at me. His back was to the coffee shop, but there was no mistaking him. The dark, slightly messy hair, the way he moved. He was just a few blocks from where I was, just a few blocks from the motel. Coincidence? Or was he following me? Or had he known where I would be? Panic flared hot and sharp. I ducked lower behind my mug, my heart hammering against my ribs. Had he seen me? Was he just passing by? Or was this the trap? I watched him, frozen. He finished taping up the flyer, then glanced around, almost casually, before turning and walking away, disappearing around the corner. I waited, holding my breath, until I was sure he was gone. The incident shattered the fragile sense of calm I had managed to cultivate. The paranoia was back, stronger than ever. I could not stay in the motel. I could not stay anywhere. That evening, the slip of paper with Alex's number felt like a burning coal in my pocket. I kept telling myself not to call, that it was a bad idea, that he was probably one of them. But the loneliness, the desperate need for a friendly voice, was overwhelming. And a tiny, insidious voice in the back of my mind whispered, what if he is not? What if he really is just a kind stranger? What if he is the only one who can help you? It was a stupid, dangerous thought, but I was tired. So, so tired of being alone and terrified. My finger hovered over the call button for a long moment, my breath catching in my throat. Then, I pressed it. He answered on the second ring, his voice warm and clear. "Hello, Alex. It is, it is the girl from the street, from the coffee shop." A slight pause, then a chuckle. "Hey, I was not sure you would call. I am glad you did. Are you doing any better?" His voice was so normal, so genuinely friendly, that a wave of relief washed over me, quickly followed by a fresh surge of shame for my paranoia. Maybe I was just losing my mind. I am still a bit shaken. I admitted the lie feeling flimsy. "But thank you for checking in." We talked for a while. He did not push, did not ask probing questions. He just listened. He made me feel heard, seen, without the terrifying implications of Melanie's gaze. He talked about a new shipment of graphic novels at the bookstore, about a weird dream he would had. It was mundane, comforting. Before I knew it, an hour had passed. He invited me to dinner. "Nothing fancy," he said. "Just take out and a movie at my place. You look like you could use a night off from whatever it is you are dealing with." My heart pounded. Going to his apartment. It felt like walking into the lion's den. But the idea of another night alone in that dingy motel room, with my own thoughts for company, was equally terrifying. And a small, defiant part of me wanted to test the waters, to see if he really was just a kind stranger, to prove my paranoia wrong. "Okay," I said, the word feeling both reckless and liberating. "Okay, I would like that." He gave me his address, a few blocks from the bookstore. "Just ring the bell. I will order pizza. Whatever you like." I spent another hour trying to convince myself this was a good idea, that I was not being stupid, that I could trust him. But as I walked through the city streets toward his apartment, the hum of unease was back, a low thrumming beneath my skin. I kept my guard up, scanning every face, every shadow. His apartment building was an older brownstone with a slightly creaky security door. I buzzed, and he let me in, his smile just as warm and inviting as I remembered. "Hey," he said, opening his apartment door, which was on the second floor. "Come on in. Pizza's almost here." His apartment was cozy, lived in. Bookshelves lined one wall, overflowing with books, just as I would expect from a bookstore employee. There was a comfortable-looking couch, a worn armchair, and a small kitchen area. It felt normal. So normal it almost hurt. "Make yourself at home," he said, gesturing to the couch. "Bathroom's just down the hall, if you need it." I nodded, my eyes darting around the room, taking everything in. There were frame prints on the walls, abstract art, some black and white cityscapes. Nothing seemed out of place. No hidden cameras, no strange devices. Just a regular guy's apartment. A wave of relief washed over me, so potent it made my knees weak. I really was just paranoid. Melanie must have been confused. Or maybe I had misunderstood. "Pizza's here," Alex announced, pulling me from my thoughts. He paid the delivery guy, then brought the box and drinks over to the small coffee table in front of the couch. We settled in, talking easily, watching a terrible sci-fi movie he would picked out. It was almost like a normal date. As the movie played, I felt a familiar ache in my head. I excused myself to use the bathroom, needing a moment to collect myself. The relief was still there, but the persistent hum of unease had not completely vanished. It was like a low-frequency noise, always just at the edge of my hearing. I found the bathroom, a small, tidy space. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to clear my head. My reflection stared back at me, eyes wide and haunted. The scar above my eyebrow, a faint white line, seemed to stand out more than usual. As I reached for a towel, my gaze drifted to the wall beside the mirror. There were a few framed photos there, artfully arranged. A landscape, a picture of a dog, and then my breath hitched. The first photo was of me. It was a candid shot, taken from a distance, of me laughing with my friends at the park months ago. A memory that felt both real and utterly fabricated. My smile was wide, genuine. My eyes darted to the next frame. Another one of me. This one was from the bookstore, taken from across the aisle. I was browsing a shelf, my head tilted, a thoughtful expression on my face. The light in the photo was the exact same soft, golden glow I remembered from the bookstore where Alex worked. And then the third photo. This one was recent. It was me, sitting at the counter of that bright coffee shop, the one Alex had taken me to. I was looking out the window, my face drawn, my shoulders slumped. It was a shot taken just moments after I had left him that night, after our first meeting. My blood ran cold, colder than it had been that night on the street. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, terrified drum. It was not just paranoia. It was not a misunderstanding. He knew. He had been watching me. All along. The kind smile, the gentle demeanor, the casual conversation. It was all a performance, a carefully constructed trap. He had not just stumbled upon me that night. He had been sent. My eyes scanned the other photos on the wall, a sickening realization dawning on me. There were more, not just of me, but of other people. People I vaguely recognized from my normal life. My friends, my colleagues. They were all there, captured in candid moments, living their carefully constructed lives. This was not just Alex's apartment. It was a gallery, a trophy room. A wave of nausea washed over me. I stumbled back, my hand flying my mouth to stifle a cry. The air in the small bathroom felt thick, suffocating. My mind raced, trying to make sense of this new, terrifying reality. Alex was not just a kind stranger. He was part of them. Another one of Julian's agents, sent to reel me back in, sent to monitor me, to play the part of the charming, understanding man. I could hear the faint sound of the TV from the living room, the muffled dialogue of the awful sci-fi movie. Alex was out there, probably waiting for me, his kind smile a mask for something far more sinister. I had to get out. Now, my hands trembled as I reached for the doorknob. I had to be careful. I could not let him know I would seen them. I had to maintain the illusion, at least until I could get out of the apartment. I took a deep, shaky breath, trying to compose myself. My reflection stared back at me, a desperate stranger in a nightmare. The scar above my eyebrow seemed to pulse, a constant reminder of forgotten past, of previous resets. I opened the door, forcing a weak smile onto my face. Sorry, I just got a bit dizzy. Probably have not been eating well. Alex looked up from the couch, his warm brown eyes meeting mine. That familiar, gentle smile was still there. No worries. You looked pretty out of it the other night. You want another slice of pizza. Or maybe some water. He was so convincing. So perfectly normal. It was chilling. Water would be great. Thanks. I managed, my voice a little too high, a little too strained. I walked back to the couch, my movement stiff, trying to appear casual. Every muscle in my body screamed at me to run, to scream, to shatter the illusion. But I knew that would only make it worse. He got up, heading to the kitchen. As his back was turned, my eyes darted toward the front door. It was only a few feet away. Could I make a break for it? Just bolt. But what then? He would catch me. Or he would call someone. And then it would be the reset, or worse. Melanie's warning echoed in my ears. He came back with a glass of water, his smile unwavering. Here you go. You know, you are still looking a little pale. Maybe you should just relax here for a bit. We can put on something else. If you do not like this movie. He sat back down a little too close. The air around him suddenly felt heavy, charged with an unspoken threat. His eyes, Those warm brown eyes seemed to linger on me for a moment too long. Was there a flicker of something else in them? A knowing amusement, a predator's calm. I gripped a glass of water so tightly my knuckles turned white. My mind was racing, trying to find an escape route, a plan. But my thoughts were fractured, scattered by terror. Actually, I said, trying to keep my voice even, I think I might just head out. I am really not feeling well. Thank you for dinner, Alex, but I really need to get some rest. His smile did not falter, but something in his eyes shifted. A subtle, almost imperceptible change. The warmth seemed to cool, replaced by a glint of something harder. Oh, already, I thought we were having a nice time. We were. I lied, forcing another weak smile. But I really can't stay out any longer. I am sorry. He leaned back against the couch, his posture relaxed, but his gaze was intense, unwavering. You know, he said, his voice still calm, almost conversational. You seemed really upset the other night, like you were running from something. My blood ran cold again. He knew. He had always known. I was just having a bad night. I stammered, trying to deflect. He chuckled softly, a low, unnerving sound. A bad night. Or a bad life. You know, it is funny. You're always so interesting to watch. So resilient. Every time. Every time. The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. He was not just watching me now. He was confirming it. Confirming Melanie's story. Confirming my endless cyclical nightmare. My carefully constructed facade shattered. The terror was overwhelming. An icy wave that washed over me, stealing my breath. My eyes darted around the room, searching for an escape, for a weapon, for anything. Alex's smile widened, no longer kind, but chillingly predatory. It was David's smile, reflected in a different face. You found the photos. Did not you? In the bathroom. I should have known you would be curious. He shook his head, a feigned disappointment. Always so curious. It is a shame. Really. We had such a good thing going this time. He stood up, slowly, deliberately. He was not rushing, was not threatening me with overt violence. His movements were calm, almost fluid. That made it even worse. It was the calm of someone who knew they were in complete control. You know, Julian was particularly pleased with this iteration. He continued, his voice dropping to a low, conversational tone that was somehow more terrifying than a shout. You seemed so much more content, so much less prone to these little escapes. But then Melanie had to go and complicate things. He sighed, a theatrical gesture. She always was a loose cannon. Too much empathy for her own good. Julian will take care of her. My stomach churned. Melanie, what had they done to her? Was she still alive? Or had she been reset too? Or worse? Why? I whispered, my voice barely audible. Why are you doing this? Alex took another step towards me, his gaze never leaving my face. Why? Because it is what we do. It is what Julian does. He likes to observe, to experiment, to see how far the human spirit can be bent before it breaks. And you, my dear, are his favorite subject. He reached out, his hand moving slowly towards my face. I flinched, instinctively recoiling, but he was too fast. His fingers brushed against my cheek, tracing the line of my jaw, then moving up to the scar above my eyebrow. His touch was cold, clinical. Such an interesting little mark, he murmured, his thumb rubbing gently over the scar, a remnant of a particularly spirited attempt to escape many cycles ago. We usually manage to remove them, but some things that just stick around, do not they? The horror was complete. My entire life, every memory, every emotion, was just a fabricated experiment. I was a rat in a maze, and Julian was a scientist, endlessly resetting the game just to see what I would do. And Alex, this charming, kind man, was just another one of his enforcers, Tears streamed down my face, hot and silent. There was no escape. Not truly. Not from them. Alex's hand dropped from my face. His smile, though still present, was devoid of any warmth. His eyes were cold, distant, like looking into an empty abyss. It is a shame. Really. I was starting to enjoy this one. You were almost convincing. He paused, then tilted his head slightly, a gesture that was now utterly sinister. But do not worry. The next one will be even better. Julian has some new parameters in mind. Something more engaging for you. My vision started to blur, the room spinning around me. The hum of unease was now a deafening roar in my ears. I felt a strange detachment, a sense of fading. Was this it? Was this the reset? Alex's face, still smiling, began to waver, to stretch, to become distorted. The colors in the room bled into each other, softening, lightening. The edges of my vision began to close in, turning a blinding, sterile white. His voice, distant now, seemed to echo from far away, cutting through the encroaching whiteness. Do not worry. Your horror has just begun. Again. And then there was nothing but white. A blinding, all-consuming, sterile white. I woke up to familiar ache, not in my body, but in the marrow of my bones, a deep, resonant hum of dread that no amount of sleep could ever truly quiet. It was the same feeling that had clung to me for weeks, a persistent whisper in the back of my mind that everything was off, like a song stuck on repeat. But the song itself was just a single, unsettling note. My apartment felt both utterly mine and utterly alien. The worn armchair by the window, the faint coffee stain on the kitchen counter, the way the morning light hit the dust motes dancing in the air, all of it was familiar, yet felt like I was seeing through a pane of slightly distorted glass. I would try to shake it off, to convince myself it was just the aftermath of a particularly vivid nightmare I could not quite recall. But the terror that had woken me, a raw, throbbing agony in my soul, was not a dream. It was a memory or the ghost of one, a phantom limb of my consciousness screaming about a trap, a loop, an inescapable cycle. I tried to live my life, to push down the unsettling whisper. I went to work. I made small talk. I bought groceries. But every interaction felt a little too rehearsed, every day a little too similar. It was like living inside a meticulously crafted diorama, beautiful but utterly sterile. I yearned for something real, something that could shatter the glass, break the loop, whatever it was. That is why I found myself, one Tuesday evening, scrolling through dating apps again. Tinder. The irony was not lost on me. Last time, it led me to Mark, a name that still sent a shiver down my spine, even though I could not remember why. But the primal terror was a strong motivator. Maybe a new connection, a truly genuine one, could be the key, could be the escape. His profile picture showed a kind smile, crinkling eyes behind a pair of wire rim glasses. His name was Alex. His bio was witty, self-deprecating, and just earnest enough to be charming. He liked hiking, obscure documentaries, and claimed to make a mean lasagna. He was not perfect, not in the uncanny, almost disturbing way Mark had been. He felt approachable. Real. We matched. His first message was a clever quip about my bio, and we fell into an easy rhythm of conversation. It was effortless, the kind of banter that just flowed. He seemed genuinely interested, not just in my answers, but in the questions behind them. He asked about my favorite books, my dreams, the silly little things that made me laugh. And for the first time in weeks, the crushing weight of the loop started to lighten. The whisper quieted. Hope, a fragile, tentative thing, began to bloom. Our first date was at a cozy little cafe downtown. He was even better in person. Taller than I expected, with a genuine warmth in his eyes. We talked for hours about everything and nothing. He made me laugh until my cheeks hurt. He did not know my coffee order before I spoke, or my favorite obscure childhood films. He learned them as we talked, just like any normal person would. It was refreshing, A breath of fresh air after the oppressive perfection of whatever it was I could not remember. We went on a second date, then a third. Each one was better than the last. With Alex, I felt seen, heard, and most importantly, real. The primal terror receded, replaced by a growing warmth, a giddy anticipation for our next meeting. He was not a dazzling, vibrant splash of color like Market Ben, but a gentle, comforting warmth, like sunlight filtering through leaves. He was grounding me, slowly, steadily. I started to believe that maybe, just maybe, I was finally breaking free. This felt different. This felt right. After a particularly lovely dinner at a small Italian place, Alex walked me back to my apartment. The evening air was crisp and the city lights twinkled around us. As we reached my door, he hesitated, then asked, "Hey, would you want to come back to my place? I was thinking we could watch that old sci-fi movie you mentioned, the one with the terrible special effects. I have got a surprisingly good bottle of Cabernet, and my lasagna skills are truly legendary, if I do say so myself." He grinned, a genuine, endearing grin. My heart fluttered. This was it. The next step. The moment where things either clicked into place or gently faded. And with Alex, I really felt like they would click. The thought of breaking the monotonous cycle of truly connecting with someone was intoxicating. I smiled back. Lasagna? Huh. You are on. But the movie better be truly awful. His apartment was not far, just a few blocks away. We walked, chatting easily, the anticipation building. As he fumbled with his keys, a faint scent wafted out from behind the door, something like old books and fresh linen, mixed with a hint of something else, something vaguely metallic, like rain on concrete. It was a strange mix, but not unpleasant. He pushed the door open, a welcoming gesture. "Welcome to the humble abode," he said, stepping aside to let me in. I took a breath, stepped over the threshold, and then it hit me. Not a memory, not a specific image, but a feeling. A jolt, like static electricity, prickling my skin. My breath hitched. The living room stretched out before me. A plush, charcoal gray sofa, a mahogany coffee table cluttered with art books and a half-empty mug, a large, framed abstract painting on the wall. It was a nice apartment, tastefully decorated, but the way the light from the street lamp outside cast long shadows across a rug. The specific angle of the bookshelf, crammed with books I suddenly felt a bizarre familiarity with. The faint scent, now stronger, wrapping around me like a ghostly embrace. It was not just old books and linen anymore. It was this place. "You okay?" Alex asked, noticing my sudden stillness. He closed the door behind us. Yeah, just nice place." I mumbled, trying to sound normal. My voice felt rough, like sandpaper. The primal terror, which had been dormant for weeks, was stirring. It was not a whisper anymore. It was a low growl. I took a step further in, my eyes scanning the room. The layout felt intuitive. I knew, somehow, without being told, that the kitchen was to the left, the bathroom down a short hall to right, and the bedroom beyond that. It was a common apartment layout. I told myself, trying to rationalize the growing unease. Nothing to worry about, just deja vu. "Can I grab you a drink?" Alex asked, heading toward the kitchen. "Wine, water, soda. Water, please." I managed, my throat suddenly dry. My gaze fixed on the coffee table. There was a coaster there, a unique hand-painted ceramic one with a swirling blue and green design. I felt a strange urge to pick it up, to feel its texture, as if it held a secret. Alex disappeared into the kitchen, his voice drifting back. "So, terrible sci-fi movie first, or lasagna while we watch?" My eyes darted around the room, trying to find something, anything, to confirm or deny the unsettling familiarity. My heart hammered against my ribs. On a small side table, next to a reading lamp, sat a stack of magazines. National Geographic, a few literary journals, and then a copy of Gourmet Today. My stomach lurched. I subscribed to Gourmet Today. I always had. It was not a particularly common magazine. Not anymore. Lasagna sounds good. I called back, my voice trembling slightly. I walked over to the bookshelf, pretending to browse. My fingers brushed against the spines of books. 100 Years of Solitude. Dune. A collection of Raymond Carver short stories. All books I owned. All books I loved. This was getting beyond coincidence. Alex returned, a glass of water in his hand, a small, apologetic smile on his face. Sorry, I am a bit of a pack rat. Hope you do not mind the clutter. No, not at all, I said, forcing a smile. My hand was shaking as I took the glass. The water felt cold, but did little to quench the sudden, desperate thirst that had bloomed in my throat. You have great taste in books. Thanks, he said, seemingly oblivious to my internal turmoil. All right, kitchen's this way. Let me show you my culinary domain. He gestured toward the left. As I followed him, my gaze fell on a small, framed photo on the wall near the kitchen entrance. It was a landscape shot, a misty morning over a lake. Beautiful, serene. But as I looked at it, a sharp, cold spike of dread shot through me. I knew that lake. I had been there. I had a photo of that exact same view, taken from the exact same spot, hanging in my bedroom. I stopped dead. That photo Alex turned. Oh, yeah. I took that a few years ago. Lake Serenity. It is a gorgeous spot, is not it? My mind raced. Lake Serenity. I went there every summer as a kid. It was my favorite place. But how could I have a photo that was so uncannily similar to mine? My photo was a childhood memory, not something I had shared with anyone, especially not someone I had just met. Yeah, I whispered, the word catching in my throat. It is. We entered the kitchen. It was spacious, with granite countertops and stainless steel appliances. On the counter, next to a sleek espresso machine, was a specific brand of artisanal coffee beans. The brand I always bought. The brand I had introduced to Mark once upon a time in a memory that was still stubbornly out of reach, but felt agonizingly close. My head began to throb, a dull ache that quickly intensified. The primal terror was no longer a growl, it was a full-blown roar, echoing in the hollow chambers of my skull. All right, the lasagna is almost ready. Alex said, opening the oven. The rich, savory aroma filled the air. I just need to set the table. He opened a cupboard. My eyes widened. Inside, stacked neatly, were a set of ceramic plates. White, with a subtle blue rim. I had those plates. Or, I used to have those plates. They had been a housewarming gift from my aunt years ago. I thought I would broken them all, or given them away. But here they were. A wave of nausea washed over me. This was not deja vu. This was not coincidence. This was impossible. You okay? Alex asked again, sensing my distress. He was holding two of the plates, looking at me with concern. I did not feel so good. I stammered, clutching my stomach. My vision swam. The kitchen, the plates. Alex's worried face at all seemed to tilt and blur. Whoa! Hey, sit down, he said, putting the plates back and rushing to my side. He gently guided me to a stool by the island. You look really pale. Is it the heat? Are you feeling sick? I think so. I lied, barely able to speak. My mind was screaming. This is not real. This is not happening. But it was happening. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that it had happened before. My eyes darted to the fridge. On the door, held by a magnet shaped like a tiny, smiling avocado, was a calendar. I squinted, trying to make out the handwritten notes. Specific dates were circled in red. Dinner, movie night, Lake Serenity trip, and then a recurring entry Every few weeks reset. No, wait. Reschedule. Or research. The handwriting was a little messy, hard to read from this distance. But below the calendar, my gaze snagged on something else. Something tucked under the avocado magnet. Peeking out. A corner of white paper. A flyer. My heart stopped. It was folded, but I could make out a fragment of text. Missing person. And below it, a blurry photo. A woman with dark hair, a familiar smile, and eyes that were undeniably mine. I need to use your bathroom. I gasped, pushing myself off the stool. My legs felt like jelly, but I had to get away. Had to see that flyer, had to confirm the horror. Sure, it is just down the hall. First door on the right. Alex said, his voice laced with concern. He started to follow me, but I waved him off. No, I am fine. Just give me a minute. I choked out, practically running from the kitchen. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely open the bathroom door. I stumbled inside, flipped on the light, and my eyes immediately went to the counter. My toothbrush, a spare, but it was my brand, my color, my exact shade of lipstick, half used, sat next to a small, familiar vial of my prescription medication. And then, on the edge of the sink, a single silver hairpin. The one I always wore, the one I thought I would lost weeks ago. The white walls of the bathroom seemed to close in around me. The air grew thick, suffocating. I gripped the edge of the sink, my knuckles white. This was not just my stuff. This was my life, scattered throughout an apartment I supposedly had never been in before. I peered into the shower. My shampoo, my conditioner, the loofah I used. A choke sob escaped my lips. The primal terror was not just a feeling anymore. It was a concrete, undeniable truth. I was not just in a loop. I was trapped in this apartment, and Alex was part of it. I stumbled out of the bathroom, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs, a drumbeat of pure, unadulterated terror. My eyes were fixed on the fridge, on that flyer. I had to see it. I had to know. Alex was standing in the living room, looking at me with that same worried expression. Hey, are you sure you're okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. That flyer. I whispered, my voice barely audible. My hand was outstretched, pointing a trembling finger at the fridge. On your fridge. What is that? His eyes followed my gaze. He frowned, a crease forming between his brows. Oh, that. Just an old thing. I meant to take it down. He started to move toward the fridge, a casual, dismissive gesture. But I was faster. The primal terror, the memory of Mark, the syringe, the blinding white light all came rushing back, a torrent of horrifying images that were suddenly, terrifyingly clear. He was a handler. This was the trap. Again, I lunged the fridge, tearing the flyer from under the avocado magnet before he could reach it. My hands shook so badly I could barely unfold it. Missing person alert, the bold text screamed. Below it, a clear, unmistakable photo of me. My face, my smile, my name, Sarah Jenkins. And the date, just over a month ago. The exact time of my last reset. My blood ran cold. The flyer was identical to the one I would found on Mark's fridge. The same photo, the same information. What is this? Alex, I demanded, my voice raw, stripped bare of all pretense. What is this? Why do you have this? Why do you have my photo? His casual demeanor evaporated. His shoulders tensed. The kind smile vanished, replaced by a blank, almost pained expression. Sarah, I can explain. No. I shrieked, clutching the flyer like a lifeline or a death sentence. No, you can't. Not again. I remember. I remember Mark. I remember the syringe. I remember the loop. The words tumbled out, a frantic, desperate confession, not just to him, but to myself. The dam had broken. The memories, fragmented and agonizing, were flooding in. His eyes widened, a flicker of something unreadable passing through them. You remember. He took a step towards me, his hand reaching out. That is not supposed to happen. Stay away from me. I screamed, backing away, my eyes darting frantically for an escape. The front door. It was so close, yet felt miles away. Sarah, please, just listen, he pleaded, his voice softer, almost mournful. He was not rushing me like Mark had. He was not reaching for a syringe. He seemed genuinely distressed. You are a handler. Are not you? This is another one of your sick experiments. I felt tears streaming down my face, hot and stinging. The realization was a physical blow, knocking the wind out of me. It was not just that I was in a loop, it was that he was part of it. This kind, gentle man was just another facade. No, Sarah, I am not a handler, he said, his voice firm, but tinged with a strange desperation. I am not like him. Him, Mark, he knew. Then what is all this? I gestured wildly around the apartment, at the books, the coffee, the plates, the hairpin, the missing person flyer in my hand. My things, my life. You've been doing this to me, have not you? Over and over again. He looked down, his gaze fixed on the floor. I do not know, he whispered. He looked up again, his eyes filled with a raw, agonizing confusion that mirrored my own. I do not know how I have your things. I do not know why you feel so familiar. I just kept finding them. And then you showed up again. My breath hitched. Again. He nodded slowly, his face etched with profound weariness. You always find your way back here. To me. Or I find my way to you. I do not know which it is anymore. Every few weeks, every few months, it is always the same. We meet, we connect, and then you disappear. And then you come back. Sometimes you remember things, sometimes you do not, but you always end up here. He pointed to the calendar on the fridge, the one with the recurring reschedule or research notes. Those are not reset notes for you. Sarah, they are for me. They are when I start feeling that hollow space again. When I start feeling like I have lost something, someone important. And then, like clockwork, I see you again. On an app, at a coffee shop, just somewhere. And it all starts over. He walked over to a small, antique chest in the corner of the room, a piece I had not noticed before. He opened it, revealing a chaotic jumble of items. My eyes fixated on them, and my heart plummeted into a chasm of despair. Inside were dozens of those missing person flyers, all with my face, all dated slightly differently. There were multiple copies of the ceramic coaster, an entire collection of Gourmet Today magazines, each one with a different date, a slightly different cover, a handful of those silver hairpins. And then at the bottom, tucked under a pile of my favorite brand of tea bags, a small, worn leather journal. Alex picked it up, his hands trembling. I started writing things down, he said, his voice cracking. Things I remembered. Things, you said, things that felt too real to be just a dream. I tried to make sense of it, to stop it. He opened the journal to a random page. Entry August 14th. She loves the way the rain smells after a long drought. We talk about it for hours. Entry October 2nd. She found a photo of Lake Serenity. She looked scared. Entry November 28th. We watched that terrible sci-fi movie again. She laughed at all the same parts. He looked at me, his eyes pleading. It is not just you. Sarah, it is me too. I do not remember everything. Not like you seem to now. But I remember pieces. Fragments. The feeling of loss. The feeling of hope. The feeling of watching you fade. And then coming back again. My mind reeled. This was worse. So much worse. Mark had been a handler, a perpetrator. Alex was another victim. A different kind of victim. He was trapped in a loop of losing me, of finding me again, of watching me forget. The primal terror was not just about my erasure anymore. It was about the vast, insidious reach of this experiment. It was not just resetting me. It was affecting others. It was twisting their lives, making them unknowing participants in my endless cycle of amnesia. As I stared at Alex, at the genuine anguish in his eyes, a memory, cold and sharp, pierced through the fog. The dinner at Mark's apartment. The missing person flyer. Mark's calm. Confession. You are part of a loop. An experiment where your memories were reset whenever you got too close to the truth. And then, another fragment. A whisper from Mark as he approached with a syringe. We can't have you disrupting the variables. Sarah, not when we are so close to understanding the full scope of the connection. The connection. My gaze snapped to Alex's face, then to the apartment around us. The familiar layout, the specific items, the scent. This was not just an apartment. This was the apartment. A constant. A nexus. This was where the connection was forged, where the variables were tested. And Alex was the unwitting, recurring variable. The constant that kept pulling me back. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. This was not just my loop. This was our loop. My memories reset, his memories fragmented, always leading us back to this apartment, this experiment, this horrifying dance. A sudden, blinding white light began to bloom at the edges of my vision. It started as a faint shimmer, then intensified, growing rapidly, engulfing the living room. Alex's horrified face, the missing person flyer still clutched in my hand. No, I screamed, a desperate, futile cry against the encroaching oblivion. Not again. Alex, remember me. His face, distorted by the light, was a mask of pure terror, mirroring my own. He reached out, his hand grasping for mine, a desperate final connection. Sarah, do not forget me. Please. But the light was too strong, too overwhelming. It consumed everything, washing away the terror, the memories, the desperate plea, leaving behind only the familiar, chilling emptiness. I woke up to the familiar ache, not in my body, but in the marrow of my bones, a deep, resonant hum of dread that no amount of sleep could ever truly quiet. It was the same feeling that had clung to me for weeks, a persistent whisper in the back of my mind that everything was off, like a song stuck on repeat. But the song itself was just a single, unsettling note. My apartment felt both utterly mine and utterly alien. The worn armchair by the window, the faint coffee stain on the kitchen counter, the way the morning light hit the dust motes dancing in the air, all that was familiar, yet it felt like I was seeing it through a pane of slightly distorted glass. I would try to shake it off, to convince myself it was just the aftermath of a particularly vivid nightmare I could not quite recall. But the terror that had woken me, a raw, throbbing agony in my soul, was not a dream. It was a memory or the ghost of one, a phantom limb of my consciousness, screaming about a trap, a loop, an inescapable cycle. A deep, desperate yearning for connection, for something real, stirred within me. I knew, without knowing how, that I needed to find it. I needed to break free. I picked up my phone. The screen illuminated my reflection. The dating app icon winked at me. Maybe this time. I could find someone who could truly understand. Someone who could help me escape. I clicked on the app, scrolling through profiles, a faint, unsettling sense of anticipation building in my chest. Then I saw him. A kind smile, crinkling eyes behind a pair of wire-rimmed glasses. Alex, the rough-hewn planks of the cabin floor dug into my bare ankles, the ropes biting deep into my wrists. I did not struggle. There was no point. My body felt like a puppet whose strings had been cut, leaving it slumped and useless. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and stale wood, a smell that would forever be seared into my memory as the scent of defeat. Julian stood before me, his silhouette framed by the single grimy window, a pale rectangle of dying light behind him. He did not raise his voice, did not even move, and yet his presence filled a small space with an oppressive weight. His words, when they came, were soft, almost a whisper, but they resonated with a chilling certainty that went straight to my bones. You tried to warn him, he murmured, a faint smile playing on his lips. I knew you would. My head snapped up, a spark of defiance, or perhaps just pure terror, flaring in my eyes. How? He chuckled, a low, guttural sound that seemed to vibrate through floorboards. My dear, you are predictable, in the most fascinating way. Your empathy, your conscience, they are not weaknesses, as you might believe. They are merely variables I account for. Tools, even. He paused, stepping closer, his shadow falling over me like a shroud. And now, they will be honed, sharpened, until they serve my purpose, not your own misguided notions of morality. My gaze darted past him, searching for Michael. I could hear muffled sounds from somewhere deeper in the cabin, a low moan, a scuffling that quickly died down. The horror of it clawed at my throat, a silent scream trapped behind my clenched teeth. I had failed. I had condemned him. And now, I was going to watch his destruction. Julian followed my gaze. Michael is undergoing a necessary adjustment. He is a kind soul, easily swayed. We will simply redirect that kindness, that inherent trust, to more productive channels. He turned back to me, his eyes gleaming in the gloom. And you, my dear, will be front and center for his transformation. You will observe, you will learn, and then you will repeat the process until the river stone in your hand, or rather, the one I place beside you, feels like an extension of your own will. I looked down. There was, glinting dully on the floor beside my bound feet, the smooth, gray river stone. It felt like a gravestone, a cold witness to my ultimate defeat. It was no longer a symbol of new purpose, but a monument to my utter subjugation. The true horror, as Julian had promised, had just begun. The next few days, or perhaps weeks' time, became a meaningless blur in that desolate cabin where a descent into a specific kind of hell. Julian was not a man of crude violence. He was a master of the mind, a puppeteer who understood the delicate strings of human psyche better than anyone I had ever encountered. The reprogramming of Michael was not a spectacle of physical torment. It was far more insidious, far more terrifying. I was forced to watch through a narrow slit in a wooden partition, a peephole into Michael's degradation. He was not beaten. He was broken. Julian, and occasionally his silent men, would engage Michael in endless, circular conversations. They would question his beliefs, his values, his memories. They would present him with evidence that contradicted his own experiences, slowly eroding his trust in himself, in his own perception of reality. They would play recordings of his own voice, distorted and manipulated, making him sound like a raving lunatic, then ask him to identify himself. They would introduce him to carefully crafted scenarios, making him believe he had done things he had not, or seen things that were not there. I remember watching Michael, his kind eyes slowly losing their light, replaced by a hollow, distant stare. He would sit there, head bowed, sometimes muttering to himself, trying to piece together the fragments of his shattered world. He would argue at first, passionately defending his memories, his sanity. But Julian was relentless, patient, methodical. He would weaponize Michael's loneliness, his desire for connection, turning every vulnerability I had learned about him into a tool of his destruction. You say you value kindness. Michael, Julian would say, his voice calm and reasonable, but where has it led you? To isolation, to betrayal. Perhaps your kindness is a weakness that others exploit, a flaw that leaves you vulnerable. He would then offer Michael a new framework, a new way of seeing the world where trust was foolish, empathy a dangerous illusion, and self-preservation the only true virtue. He would present it as a path to strength, to belonging, to purpose. And slowly, agonizingly, Michael began to accept it. His protest grew weaker, his defiance faded. He started to nod, to repeat phrases Julian fed him, his voice devoid of its former warmth. The worst part was Julian's commentary, whispered into my ear from behind me. See how the mind seeks order, even false order. How it grasps at any narrative, however twisted, to make sense of chaos. He will be grateful to us, eventually, for showing him the truth. Every time Michael broke a little more, a piece of me shattered too. It was a mirror reflecting my own captivity, my own forced transformation. Julian was showing me what he intended to do to me, how he intended to make me complicit in this monstrous endeavor. The despair was a physical weight, pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. I yearned for the oblivion of unconsciousness, but even that was denied. Julian ensured I was fed, watered, kept just lucid enough to witness every agonizing detail. When Michael finally emerged from the room, he was a ghost of his former self. His eyes were wide, unblinking, yet oddly focused. He moved with a new, unsettling precision. He spoke in clipped, logical sentences, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. He looked at me, and there was no recognition, no flicker of the kind man who had shared a meal with me, who had laughed at my rehearsed jokes. He simply saw an object, another face. He was no longer Michael. He was a weapon, forged by Julian, aimed at the world. And I was next. My own further conditioning was less about breaking specific memories and more about cementing Julian's ideology into my very core. The river stone, which had rested beside me during Michael's transformation, was now often placed in my hand. Its cold, smooth surface became a constant tactile reminder of my new reality. Julian would sit with me for hours, not speaking, just watching me, his gaze dissecting every flicker of emotion on my face. Then came the lessons. Endless hours of profiles, new ones, old ones, always focusing on vulnerabilities, on the specific levers of manipulation. He would make me rehearse conversations, dissecting every word, every gesture, until I could deliver lines with perfect sincerity, even as my soul screamed in protest. He would explain the psychology of trust, of fear, of desire, stripping away all humanity until people were merely equations to be solved. Empathy, he would repeat, is not feeling with them. It is understanding them, understanding their pain, their hopes, their deepest secrets, and then using that understanding to guide them, to lead them to their inevitable destination. He used sensory deprivation, forcing me into a small, dark room for what felt like days, emerging only for food and more lessons. The silence was absolute, broken only by the frantic drumming of my own heart. In that darkness, my mind played tricks, conjuring phantom voices, distorted images. He used sleep deprivation, blurring the lines between waking and dreaming, making me question what was real and what was imagined. He even administered subtle chemical agents. I suspected, though he never confirmed it. There were times I would feel a strange euphoria, a detachment, as if my body and mind were floating separate from each other, making the horrors I was learning seem distant, almost academic. The goal was complete obedience, and he was achieving it not through brute force, but through a slow, meticulous dismantling of my identity. My conscience still flickered, a dying ember, but it was buried under layers of fear, exhaustion, and a terrifying sense of inevitability. I was becoming a hollow vessel, filled with Julian's purpose. The river stone in my hand felt less like a foreign object and more like a part of me, cold, hard, unyielding. Then came the day for my next mission. Julian presented me with a new profile, a thick dossier filled with the intimate details of another life. This time, the target was a man named Mark. Mark was a software engineer in his late 30s, recently divorced, with a deep-seated desire for connection, a yearning for stability. He was active on several dating apps, searching for the one. He had a specific type, a preference for brunettes with a gentle smile and an intellectual curiosity. He was, in essence, another Michael. Another kind, lonely soul, ripe for the plucking. Julian's instructions were precise. You will meet him at the Bluebird Cafe at 7. You will engage him, build rapport, and by the end of the evening, you will lead him to the Northern Trail just beyond the old mill. The nest will be waiting. My stomach twisted into knots. A familiar, sickening dread. But this time, it was different. There was a strange hollowness, a sense of resignation. The screams of my conscience were fainter, muffled by the layers of Julian's conditioning. I felt like I was watching myself from a distance, a ghost inhabiting a body that was no longer its own. I dressed in the clothes Julian provided, a simple, elegant dress, chosen to appeal to Mark's stated preferences. I looked in the cracked mirror in my small, dank room. The woman staring back had my face, my eyes, but they held a deadness I did not recognize. The river stone was in my pocket, a cold weight against my thigh. The Bluebird Cafe was bustling, alive with the clatter of plates and the hum of conversation. It was a stark contrast to the suffocating silence of the cabin. I found Mark easily. He was sitting at a corner table, nervously adjusting his glasses, a faint blush on his cheeks when he saw me approach. He fit the profile perfectly, slightly awkward, genuinely hopeful. "Mark," I asked, offering the rehearsed, gentle smile. He stood up, fumbling slightly with his chair. "Yes, that is me, and you must be Sarah." "That is right," I said, extending my hand. His grip was warm, almost hesitant. "It is nice to finally meet you." The date began as all the others had, a meticulously choreographed dance of lies and manufactured charm. I asked about his work, his interests, his dreams. I listened intently, feigning genuine interest, nodding at the appropriate moments, offering carefully crafted insights that mirrored his own thoughts. He was easy to talk to, eager to share, his loneliness a palpable thing that made my gut clench. Every word of praise I offered, every shared laugh, was a fresh wound in my soul. We talked about books, about travel, about the simple joys of a quiet evening. He told me about his divorce, the pain still raw, the desire for a fresh start evident in his voice. He was so open, so vulnerable. And I was a predator in a pretty dress, armed with his deepest desires. Then, about halfway through the meal, something shifted. We were talking about a small, independent bookstore he loved, a place he said was one of those hidden gems. "Oh, I know that place," I exclaimed, the words slipping out before I could censor them. "It has that creaky wooden staircase, and the smell of old paper and coffee is just divine. They have the best chai latte." Mark blinked, a faint frown creasing his brow. "You do. I did not think it was that well known. Have you been there recently?" A strange sensation washed over me, a flicker of memory. Not quite a memory, but a strong sense of déjà vu. It was as if I had been there with him. Perhaps. The image was fleeting, blurry, but the feeling was undeniable. The warm glow of the lamps, the murmur of hushed voices, the scent of vanilla and old books. It felt familiar. "Yes," I said, a little too quickly, a little too emphatically. "I think so. I remember you were telling me about this obscure sci-fi author. Something about parallel universes." Mark stared at me, his smile fading. "Parallel universes. I mean, I like sci-fi, but I do not recall ever bringing that up to you. Sarah, and I am pretty sure we have not met before tonight." He chuckled, a nervous sound. "Unless I am losing my mind." My heart pounded. This was not in the script. Julian had not prepared me for this. This was not part of the manipulation. Or was it? Was this his latest psychological torture, making me doubt my own sanity? But I am sure of it. I insisted, the words tumbling out, driven by a conviction I did not understand. We talked for hours. You had a tiny tear in your jacket sleeve. Right here. I gestured vaguely towards his left arm. "And you ordered a decaf espresso, black, and I had the chai." Mark looked down at his jacket, then back at me, his expression a mixture of confusion and growing unease. "Sarah, this is my first time wearing this jacket, and I always drink regular coffee. I am sorry, but I really do not think we have met. Are you sure you are not confusing me with someone else?" His words hit me like a cold splash of water. My mind raced, frantically tried to reconcile the vivid, yet nebulous memory with his absolute denial. The details were so specific, so real in my head. The warmth of the bookstore, the comfortable ease of our conversation, the way he gestured with his hands when he was passionate about something. It was all there, a ghost of an experience. Was Julian implanting false memories? Was this a side effect of the drugs, the sleep deprivation, the endless conditioning? Was my mind simply breaking under the strain? The thought was terrifying, far more so than any physical threat. The idea that my own memories, my own sense of self, could be so easily manufactured and distorted by Julian was a horror I had not anticipated. I forced a laugh, trying to regain control, to push down the rising panic. Oh my goodness. I am so sorry. You are absolutely right. I must be completely mistaken. I had a really vivid dream the other night, and I think I am confusing it with reality. How embarrassing. Mark's expression softened slightly, though a flicker of doubt remained in his eyes. No worries, it happens. You must have a very active imagination. He gave a nervous smile. So, about that sci-fi author. I steered the conversation back to safer ground, forcing myself to focus, to push the unsettling incident to the back of my mind. But it lingered, a cold knot of dread in my stomach. Every subsequent interaction felt tainted by that moment. I found myself scrutinizing his face, searching for a hint of familiarity, for a sign that he was lying, that he remembered too. But his eyes held only polite interest, a cautious optimism. He truly had no recollection. The evening wore on, the facade becoming increasingly difficult to maintain. The internal conflict was a raging war. My programmed self, the compliant weapon, was executing the mission flawlessly. But beneath it, my true self, the one Julian was trying to erase, was screaming. The memory, real or false, had shaken me. It had reminded me of the fragility of my own mind, the extent of Julian's power. As the cafe began to empty, I knew the time was approaching. The nest, the northern trail. My heart hammered against my ribs, a desperate drumbeat against the inevitable. Could I warn him again? Could I defy Julian a second time, knowing the consequences? Knowing what had happened to Michael? The image of Michael's vacant eyes, his broken spirit, flashed in my mind. The fear was paralyzing. Julian had shown me what happened when I resisted. It has been a wonderful evening. Mark, I said, forcing a wistful smile. I really enjoyed our conversation. Me too. Sarah, he replied, his eyes hopeful. I really did. I was starting to think I would never meet anyone who actually listened. His simple, genuine compliment twisted the knife deeper. He was so innocent, so trusting. I know a lovely spot. I began, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. Just a short walk from here. It is a bit secluded, but the stars are incredible tonight. A perfect end to a perfect evening. Do not you think? He hesitated, a faint flicker of caution in his eyes, but his desire for connection, for romance, quickly overshadowed it. Sounds wonderful. Sarah, lead the way. My legs felt heavy, each step a monumental effort, as I led him out of the cafe and towards the edge of town, where the streetlights grew sparse and the darkness of the woods began to press in. The air grew colder, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. The river stone in my pocket felt like a block of ice. It is just up this path, I said, pointing to a narrow, overgrown trail that snaked into the trees. It opens up to a clearing, a perfect spot. Mark followed, his hand brushing mine in the darkness. You really do know all the hidden gems. Do not you, he chuckled. The words echoed the memory of the bookstore, and for a terrifying moment, I felt that phantom conversation again, felt the warmth of the cafe, the scent of old books. Was it a premonition, a trick of a shattered mind? Or had Julian somehow, in some unspeakable way, used me before, in a different form, a different guise, leaving me with a fragment of an experience I could not comprehend. We walked deeper into the woods, the silence growing heavier, punctuated only by the crunch of our footsteps on fallen leaves. My heart was a frantic drum, my breath shallow. This was it, the point of no return. The nest. My throat was raw, my voice trapped. I tried to scream, to warn him, but no sound came out. It was as if Julian had physically severed the connection between my will and my vocal cords. The conditioning was complete. My body was an automaton, moving to his commands, my mind a prisoner in its own skull. Then, just as the path widened slightly, just as I could make out the faint outline of the dilapidated cabin to the trees, the shadows around us stirred. Not a rustle of leaves, but a subtle shift in the darkness, a deepening of the gloom. Julian, silent man, ever watchful, ever present. Mark must have sensed it too. He stopped, a sudden tension in his body. Sarah, did you hear that? Before he could react, before he could even turn, they were there. 3 figures, emerging from the trees like wraiths. Strong hands seized Mark, muffling his startled cry. He struggled, but it was futile. They moved with a practiced efficiency that spoke of countless repetitions. I stood frozen, watching, my eyes wide and unblinking. The screams that were trapped in my throat now felt like a physical agony, tearing at my insides. I had done it again. I had led another lamb to the slaughter. One of Julian's men, the one with the scarred face, approached me. He did not speak, did not touch me. He simply gestured back toward the cabin, a silent command. My body, betraying me, began to move. One step, then another, following a path that led to the desolation, to the place where lives were broken and remade. As I walked, I heard Mark's muffled struggles behind me, growing fainter, swallowed by the oppressive silence of the woods. The river stone, still in my pocket, fell heavier than ever, a cold, unyielding weight. It was not just a symbol of Julian's control anymore. It was a fragment of my shattered soul, a piece of myself that had died with Michael and now with Mark. I entered the cabin, the familiar scent of damp earth and stale wood filling my nostrils. The single grimy window showed only the inky blackness of the night. Julian was waiting, a faint, knowing smile on his lips. He did not need to say anything. His eyes, gleaming in the dim light, spoke volumes. I had failed to warn Mark. I had failed to resist. And the most terrifying realization of all was that the memory of having met him before the bookstore of the sci-fi author was no longer just a terrifying hallucination. It was a new kind of truth. Julian had not just broken me, he had subtly, insidiously rewritten my reality, making me believe his lies, making me doubt my own mind. He had not just made me a weapon, he had made me an accomplice, a willing participant in my own undoing and in the undoing of countless others. The true horror was not just what he did to others, but what he had done to me, turning me into a reflection of his own monstrous design. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that the cycle had just begun anew. The last thing I remembered was a blinding white light, then a terrifying darkness. When I opened my eyes again, it was to a small, bare room. The walls were sterile white, the air cool and still. There was a simple wooden table and a single chair. On the table, a ceramic mug with a distinctive scuff mark near the rim sat like a beacon in the emptiness. I reached for it, my fingers tracing the familiar imperfection, and a chilling dread bloomed in my chest, a whisper of forgotten nightmares I could not quite grasp. Then David walked in, his unervingly gentle smile in place. He looked exactly as I remembered him, or as I thought I remembered him. He confirmed Julian was pleased. The conditioning was not broken, it was reset. My horror had truly, irrevocably just begun, but then it was not. The bare room faded, or perhaps I simply blinked and it was gone. The dread, the whisper of nightmares, they did not vanish completely, but they receded, replaced by a dull ache, a persistent sense of wrongness that settled deep in my bones. It was like a phantom limb pain for a life I could not recall, a memory of a memory. I woke up in a different bed, in a different room. This one was mine, or so I was told. A comfortable, if slightly generic, apartment in a city I recognized. My job was there, my friends were there, or at least the people who called themselves my friends. Everything was normal, except for that persistent hum of unease, like a refrigerator running just a little too loud in the background of my life. Days turned into weeks. I settled into the routine. Work, gym, occasional drinks with friends. It was a life I would always thought I wanted, or at least the one I would always assumed I was living. But every now and then, a flicker, a strange taste in my mouth, a phrase someone used, a certain angle of sunlight through a window, and that ghost of memory would try to surface, only be pushed down by an unseen force, leaving me with nothing but a headache and that nagging sense of dread. One evening, my friend Mark, bless his oblivious heart, convinced me to try a blind date. He swore this woman, Melanie, was perfect for me. Smart, funny, great taste in books, and she has been through some stuff, so she has got depth, he would say, practically winking. I was hesitant. Dating felt like another chore in a life that already felt strangely prescripted. But Mark was persistent, and honestly, a small part of me hoped a new connection might finally shake off that persistent feeling of detachment. So, there I was, sitting in a dimly lit Italian restaurant, trying to look enthusiastic as I waited. The place was bustling, a comforting cacophony of clinking glasses and hushed conversations. I checked my watch. 5 minutes past the agreed time. Typical. I took a sip of water, my gaze drifting around the room. Then I saw her. She was standing just inside the entrance, scanning the room. Her hair was a rich auburn, pulled back in a loose ponytail, and she wore a simple but elegant black dress. She had a kind face, a little tired perhaps, but with eyes that seemed to hold a quiet intensity. When her gaze finally met mine, a small, genuine smile touched her lips, and she started walking towards my table. "You must be Mark's friend," she said, her voice soft but clear as she approached. "I am Melanie." I stood up, offered my hand. "It is great to meet you." "Melanie, I am Alex." She took my hand, her grip surprisingly firm, and her smile widened. "Oh, I know," she said, her eyes twinkling. "It is good to see you again." "Alex," my brow furrowed. Again, I chuckled a little awkwardly. "I think you have got me confused with someone else. This is a blind date, remember. Mark set us up." She did not let go of my hand immediately. Her thumb brushed over my knuckles, a strangely intimate gesture for a first meeting. Her eyes, a striking shade of hazel, seemed to search mine, a hint of something unreadable in their depths. "No, I do not think so," she said, her voice losing a touch of its initial lightness. "We have definitely met before. More than once, actually." My smile faltered. "I am pretty sure I would remember meeting someone like you." "Melanie." I tried to inject some charm into my voice, but a tiny knot of unease had already begun to form in my stomach. Was this some kind of elaborate pickup line? It felt a little too direct, a little too specific. She finally released my hand, pulling out the chair opposite me. "Oh, you always say that," she said, a faint, almost melancholic smile playing on her lips. "Every time, and every time, I have to remind you." My initial amusement evaporated, replaced by a prickle of genuine confusion. "Look, I am sorry. I think there is a misunderstanding," I said, trying to keep my tone polite. "I have never seen you before in my life. I am good with faces. Really good." She leaned forward, slightly, her gaze unwavering. "Do you remember that little coffee shop, the Daily Grind, on Elm Street? The one with the mismatched chairs and the barista who always hummed show tunes?" I paused. "The Daily Grind. Yeah, I know it. I used to go there sometimes." "Why?" We had our first date there, she said, as if stating an indisputable fact. You ordered a black coffee, no sugar, no cream. And you told me about your old dog, Max, and how much you miss him. You said he was a golden retriever, and he had a habit of burying your socks in the backyard. My blood ran cold. I stared at her, utterly speechless. I had never owned a dog named Max. I had never owned a golden retriever. I had never, to my knowledge, discussed a deceased pet with anyone, let alone a blind date. And yet the name Max, the golden retriever, the socks had felt disturbingly real for a moment, like a forgotten dream trying to claw its way back. I do not know what you are talking about. I stammered, my voice sounding strained even to my own ears. I have never had a dog, and I have never had a date at the daily grind. Melanie sighed, a soft, weary sound. See, this is what I mean. They always make you forget the good parts, the little details. She picked up her menu, though her eyes remained fixed on me. It is always the same. You are confused, then you are a little angry, then you start to get scared. My heart began to pound. Her words, so calm and matter-of-fact, chipped away at the carefully constructed normalcy of the evening. Who are they? Melanie. I asked, my voice barely a whisper. What are you talking about? She ignored my question, her eyes scanning the menu. You always order lasagna on our first date. 2, she said, a faint smile returning. Or at least, on the first one that sticks in my memory. I wanted to laugh, to dismiss her as utterly insane, but the laughter would not come. Instead, a cold dread began to spread through me, chilling me to the bone. This was not a prank. This was not a misunderstanding. This was something else entirely. Look, I think you have genuinely mistaken me for someone else. I tried again, my voice firmer now, trying to project an air of confidence I did not feel. Perhaps someone who looks like me. She finally looked up from the menu, her hazel eyes piercing mine. Alex, you have a small scar just above your left eyebrow, barely visible unless the light hits it right. You got it when you were 6, falling off your bike trying to impress a girl named Jenny next door. You still have a slight aversion to bell pepper because of a childhood incident, a particularly pungent casserole your aunt made. And you have a collection of vintage comic books that you keep meticulously organized, even though you tell everyone you are just saving them for a rainy day. Every word was a hammer blow. The scar barely visible. True, but it was there. Jenny next door, a ghost of a name from a childhood I rarely thought about. Bell peppers, she was right. I could not stand them. The comic books, a secret indulgence I would never share with anyone. Not even Mark knew about the extent of my collection. I felt the blood drain from my face. My carefully constructed reality, the one that had been so subtly reinforced over the past few weeks, began to crack. The hum of unease in my life suddenly roared into a deafening static. How do you know all that? I whispered, my voice hoarse. My hands, resting on the table, felt cold and clammy. Melanie's expression softened, a flicker of genuine sadness in her eyes. Because I have known you for a long time. Alex, longer than you can remember right now. We have been through a lot. More than I can even tell you without risking. Well, without risking them noticing. She glanced briefly around the restaurant, a subtle, almost imperceptible movement, but it spoke volumes. My mind raced, grappling with the impossible. Was she a stalker? A highly elaborate con artist? Or was she telling the truth? And if she was, what did it mean for me? The words from that brief, terrifying awakening. David's chilling pronouncement, the conditioning was not broken, it was reset, echoed in my mind. Was this part of it? Was she part of it? Who are they? I pressed, my voice low and urgent. What are you talking about? Melanie, what do you mean? Reset. She leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a near whisper. They wipe you clean. They put you back out there, like a toy on a shelf. But it never quite takes with me. I always remember. Or at least, I remember enough. She paused, her gaze intense. Do you remember a ceramic mug? Alex, with a scuff mark near the rim. My breath hitched. The mug, the one from the bare room, the one that had sparked that first chilling dread, the one that felt so familiar, yet belonged to no memory I currently possessed. Yes, I breathed, the word a ragged gasp. How do you know about that? A small, triumphant flicker across her face, quickly replaced by a desperate urgency. Because it is a trigger. Alex, an anchor. They use it to stabilize the new reality, to make you feel like something is familiar, even when everything else is a lie. She reached into her small purse, pulling out a worn, leather-bound notebook. I have been trying to find you, to warn you. They keep moving you, changing things. But I always find a way. She opened the notebook to a specific page. It was filled with meticulous handwriting, dates, names, fragmented notes. And then a photo, a small, slightly faded Polaroid. It was me, younger, perhaps, but undeniably me. And standing next to me, her arm linked through mine, was Melanie. We were smiling, genuinely happy, standing in front of a quaint little house I did not recognize. But what truly sent a jolt of pure terror through me were the two figures in the background, blurred but unmistakable. Julian, his serene smile chillingly familiar, and David, his gentle eyes fixed on us. They were watching, always watching. My world tilted. The restaurant, the ambient noise, the other diners, everything became a blur, a distant echo. The only thing that was real was Melanie, the photo, and the crushing realization that my entire life, everything I believed to be true, was a carefully constructed lie. This is not real. I whispered, shaking my head, trying to deny the horrifying evidence before my eyes. None of this is real. It is as real as they want to be. Alex, Melanie said, her voice now laced with raw desperation. But we were real. We were happy before they took you, before they started their projects. Her eyes pleaded with mine. You have to remember. You have to fight it this time. A wave of nausea washed over me. I felt like I was drowning, gasping for air in a sea of fabricated memories. Julian, David, the conditioning, the project. It was not a nightmare, it was my life. And this woman, this stranger who knew everything about me, was either a lunatic or the only thread of truth I had left. I need to go, I said, pushing back my chair with a jarring scrape against the floor. I needed to escape, to run, but where? My apartment, my friends, my job, all of it felt tainted. A stage set for an audience I could not see. Melanie grabbed my arm, her grip surprisingly strong. No, you can't just leave. They will just reset you again. Or worse, they will make you disappear completely. Her eyes darted around the room again, more frantically this time. They know I found you. They are watching. I pulled my arm free, my mind in a chaotic spiral of panic and disbelief. Let go of me. Melanie, I do not know who you are. I do not know what you are talking about. I needed to get away from her, away from her terrifying truths, even if it meant retreating back into the comforting lie of my ignorance. As I stumbled past the tables, my eyes frantically scanned the faces of the other diners. Were they all actors? Were they all watching me? I saw a man in a dark suit sitting alone at a corner table, nursing a drink. His back was to me, but something about the stillness of his posture, the way his shoulders were set, sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. It was Julian. I knew it was Julian, even though I could not see his face. A fleeting glimpse, a familiar silhouette that confirmed my deepest, most terrifying fears. I burst out of the restaurant, into the cool night air, gasping. The city lights, usually accompanying glow, now seemed harsh and artificial, like spotlights on a stage. I could hear Melanie calling my name behind me, her voice desperate. But I did not stop. I ran. I ran down the street, blindly, my mind screaming. I did not know where I was going or what I was running from, or even who I was. All I knew was that the world was a lie, and the woman who had just told me the truth was either my savior or another elaborate trap. As I rounded a corner, my breath ragged in my lungs. I risked a glance over my shoulder. Melanie was gone. The street was empty. But then, I saw it, parked subtly down the block, a sleek, dark sedan. The back window was tinted, but I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that behind that dark glass, David was smiling, and Julian was pleased. The conditioning was not broken. It was just evolving, and my horror, far from being over, had just truly irrevocably begun its next terrifying phase. I was still their project, and now I had a ghost of a memory, a flicker of truth that made me even more valuable, even more trapped. The blind date was not just a date, it was a new iteration of my prison, a new layer to my carefully constructed nightmare. And I was already forgetting. The details of Melanie's face, the exact tone of her voice, the specifics of the photo, they were already fading, like smoke in the wind, leaving only the terror, the dread, and profound, soul-crushing certainty that I was utterly, irrevocably alone. My carefully constructed reality had not just shattered, it had dissolved into a grotesque, liquid nightmare that now clung to my skin, seeped into my pores, and filled my lungs with suffocating dread. David, still standing between me and the door, that same unervingly gentle smile etched on his face, was no longer just a man. He was a gatekeeper to a truth far more terrifying than any fiction I could have imagined. The photos on the wall, a mosaic of my stolen life, seemed to mock me now. Each intimate moment, a chilling reminder how thoroughly I had been surveilled, cataloged, and ultimately owned. My lost ceramic mug, the scuff mark on the floor, the view from the window, it was all a cruel illusion. This was not his apartment, it was my apartment. Twisted and merged, a stage for Julian's twisted play. Julian, my rock, my mentor, my supposed friend, the architect of my destruction. The word project echoed in my head, a cold stone in my stomach, weighing me down. And I was the subject, the unsuspecting rat in his maze, my rough patch, and healing nothing more than the initial phases of conditioning. David's words, the conditioning is not broken, it is just evolving for the real work. To begin, were a fresh stab of ice. I stared at David, my breath catching my throat, every instinct screaming at me to fight, to run, to scream until my voice gave out. But I could not move. My limbs felt heavy, unresponsive, as if the very air in this deceitful space had turned to lead. My mind raced, trying to grasp the enormity of the betrayal, to find a single thread of logic in the chaotic tapestry of lies. Julian is pleased, David said, his voice soft, almost soothing, a stark contrast to the terror blooming in my chest. He took a step closer, and I instinctively recoiled, bumping against the edge of a bookshelf that felt too familiar, yet horrifyingly alien. He knew you would start to notice. The subtle changes, the inconsistencies, it is a sign of progress. Progress. My entire life was a lie, and he called it progress. My vision blurred, tears of rage and fear stinging my eyes. What do you mean, progress? My voice came out as a ragged whisper, barely audible even to myself. David sighed, a sound of genuine, almost weary patience. You are beginning to integrate the new reality, the one we have been building for you. The layers of conditioning Julian put around you were very effective, but they were also a cage. Now, you are starting to see beyond them. He gestured vaguely around the room. This space, as you have observed, is designed to help you bridge the gap, to merge the fragmented memories, the false narratives with the emerging truth. My head pounded. False narratives. What truth? The truth of who you are, David said, his eyes locking onto mine, a strange intensity in their depths, and what you are capable of. Julian believes in your potential, you see. He has always believed in it. The words were meant to be reassuring. I think, but they only twisted the knife deeper, believed in my potential to be a subject in his sick experiment. My stomach churned. I wanted to vomit. I wanted to scream. But most of all, I just wanted to wake up. This had to be a dream. A very, very bad dream. This can't be real. I whispered, shaking my head. It can't be. Julian would not he love me. The words felt hollow as they left my lips, a pathetic attempt to cling to a past that was now irrevocably tainted. David's smile softened, a flicker of something almost like pity in his eyes. Love is a complex thing. Julian has a unique way of expressing it. He views this as an act of profound care, a way to help you evolve beyond the limitations of what you thought was your life. He paused, letting that sink in. But we can talk about Julian's philosophy later. For now, we have a schedule to keep. My heart hammered against my ribs. Schedule. What schedule? The next phase. David said, his gaze drifting toward the window, where the familiar cityscape now felt like a painted backdrop. Julian is eager to see how you adapt to a more dynamic environment. The apartment has served its purpose in dissolving the initial barriers. Now, it is time for you to engage with the world outside. A fresh wave of panic washed over me. The world outside. Was that also fake? Was every street, every person, every interaction going to be another layer of this elaborate lie? Engage how? I asked, my voice barely a croak. David turned back to me, his smile broadening slightly. Well, Julian has always been a proponent of immersive experiences. He believes the best way to test your newfound awareness and to further integrate your conditioning is through a scenario that mirrors a common human experience, something you would typically seek out. He paused, and a cold dread began to creep up my spine. Something like a date. A date. The word hung in the air, mocking me. A Tinder date. The memory, or what I thought was a memory, of swiping, matching, the nervous anticipation of meeting someone new, flashed through my mind. Had that been part of it too? Had every first meeting been orchestrated? A date. I repeated, my voice laced with disbelief. With whom? David chuckled softly, a sound that grated on my nerves. With me, of course. My blood ran cold. The man who had just revealed my life was a lie, who was complicit in my psychological torture, wanted to take me on a date. The absurdity of it was almost comical, if it were not so utterly terrifying. You are joking, I said, a hysterical laugh bubbling up in my throat. Julian never jokes about his work. David replied, his expression serious now. And neither do I. This is a crucial step. It allows us to monitor your responses in real time, in a less controlled, yet still carefully managed setting. Think of it as a field trip. My mind raced, desperately searching for an escape route, a loophole, anything. If I refused, what then? Would he force me? Would Julian's conditioning kick in, making me comply against my will? The thought was paralyzing. Where would we go? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady, to project an air of reluctant compliance. Anything to buy myself time, to understand the rules of this new, horrifying game. A charming little restaurant, I know, David said, his eyes sparkling with an unsettling mirth. Very private, very conducive to conversation. And then, perhaps, a drive. A drive. The words hung heavy in the air, the sense of foreboding settling over me. My instincts screamed danger, but my rational mind, or what was left of it, was too overwhelmed, too broken to formulate a coherent plan. This was the next phase. I had to play along, at least for now, if I wanted any hope of understanding, of surviving. All right, I said, the word tasting like ash in my mouth. A date. A flicker of something unreadable crossed David's face, a momentary shift that was gone as quickly as it appeared. Was it triumph, relief, or something else entirely? Excellent, he said, that gentle smile returning. Julian will be very pleased with your cooperation. Now you should get ready. We have reservations. He stepped aside, finally unblocking the door. But it was not an escape. It was just an invitation to the next chamber of my personal hell. I walked past him, my legs feeling like lead, and headed toward the bedroom, every shadow in the apartment now seeming to twist into menacing shapes. The clothes in my closet, the makeup on my vanity, were they also chosen for me? Was everything I owned, everything I was, just a prop in Julian's grand experiment? As I dressed, my hands trembled. I picked out a simple black dress, something I usually felt confident in. But today it felt like a costume, an outfit for a performance I had no script for. I tried to calm my racing heart, to think, to plan. But my mind was a jumbled mess of fear and disbelief. Julian, David, conditioning, merge apartments. It was all too much. When I emerged, David was waiting by the door, holding a bouquet of deep red roses. The gesture, meant to be romantic, felt like a cruel joke. The thorns seemed to glint menacingly in the dim light of the apartment. "For you," he said, extending them. I took them mechanically, the velvety petals feeling strangely alien against my fingers. They had no scent. Or maybe I was just too numb to smell it. "Ready?" he asked, his hand already on the doorknob. I nodded, my throat tight. There was no going back now. We walked out of the apartment, down the familiar hallway, and into the elevator. Every step felt like I was walking into a trap. Deeper into the spider's web, the city outside, when we emerged from the building, seemed to shimmer, slightly out of focus, like a carefully constructed set. The sounds, the smells, the bustling crowd, it all felt artificial, a simulation. Was this real? Or was this just another layer of Julian's twisted game? David led me to a sleek black car parked at the curb, a luxury model I did not recognize. He opened the passenger door for me with an old-world charm that felt utterly disingenuous now. I slid in, the leather seats cool against my skin, and watched as he rounded the car and got into the driver's seat. "So," he said, turning the key in the ignition, the engine purring to life, "tell me about your day. Anything interesting happen?" He glanced at me, a playful glint in his eyes. I stared at him, my mind reeling. Was he mocking me? "You know what happened," I said, my voice flat. He chuckled. "Ah, yes, the big reveal. A pivotal moment, would not you agree? But I am referring to before that. Did you have your usual coffee? Read the news? Did anything strike you as unusual?" I thought back to the morning, before David had shattered my world. I remembered my usual routine, the familiar comfort of it. But now, through the lens of his revelations, every detail seemed tinged with suspicion. Had my coffee tasted different? Had the news article I read been subtly altered? The paranoia was suffocating. "No," I said, shaking my head. Everything seemed normal. "Exactly," David said, pulling away from the curb smoothly. "The conditioning is remarkably robust. It ensures a baseline of normalcy, even as the parameters shift around you." We drove through the city, the familiar landmarks passing by the window. I tried to anchor myself, to find something real, something solid to cling to, but every building, every person, every street sign felt like it could be part of the illusion. The restaurant he mentioned, I tried to recall if I knew it. A charming little restaurant. It did not ring a bell. But then again, Julian had been resetting my memory as we left the familiar downtown core. The buildings began to thin out, replaced by wider streets and then eventually suburban houses. I watched the GPS on David's dashboard, expecting to guide us to some quaint, out-of-the-way eatery. But the route it displayed was increasingly unfamiliar. It led us away from any commercial districts, deeper into residential areas, and then, alarmingly, toward the outskirts of the city. "Where are we going?" I asked, a fresh wave of anxiety washing over me. This does not look like a restaurant district. David glanced at me, his smile unperturbed. It is a very exclusive place. You would not find it on Yelp. Julian owns it, of course. He prefers his facilities to be discreet. Facilities. The word sent a chill down my spine. Not a restaurant. A facility. My heart began to pound again, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. The road became narrower, the houses giving way to stretches of dense trees. The streetlights grew fewer and farther between, casting long, eerie shadows. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. My primal instincts, dulled by the initial shock, began to scream again. This was not a date. This was a trap. David, I said, my voice barely above a whisper, this is not right. We are going into the woods. He chuckled, a low, unsettling sound. Very observant. We are almost there. Panic flared, sharp and cold. I gripped the door handle, my knuckles white. Stop the car. I demanded, my voice trembling. Let me out. David ignored me, his eyes fixed on the road ahead, a road that was now little more than a dirt track winding through an increasingly dense forest. The trees pressing on us from all sides, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching out, grabbing at the fading light. The silence of the woods was broken only by the crunch of gravel on the tires and the frantic thumping of my own heart. You are scared, David observed, his tone almost clinical. That is good. It means your fight or flight response is still intact. Julian will be pleased. Pleased. I choked out, tears stinging my eyes again. You sick bastards. What do you want from me? To help you remember, David said, his voice taking on a strangely distant quality. To strip away the final layers of conditioning, to reveal what Julian calls your true self, the one he saw all along. The car bounced over a particularly rough patch, throwing me against the seat. I looked around desperately, but there was nothing but an impenetrable wall of trees on either side. No houses, no other cars, no sign of civilization. We were truly alone, deep in the heart of the woods, with a man who was an accomplice to my psychological torture. The thought of opening the door and jumping out flashed through my mind, but at this speed, on this uneven terrain, it would be suicidal. I was trapped, utterly, completely trapped. After what felt like an eternity, the car slowed, finally coming to a stop in a small clearing. Before us stood a structure, barely visible in the encroaching twilight. It was not a cabin, not exactly. It was more like a small, nondescript building made of dark, rough-hewn wood, with no windows visible from the front. It looked like something built to blend into the wilderness, to be forgotten. A single, dim light glowed above a heavy metal door. Welcome, David said, turning off the engine. The sudden silence was deafening, amplified by the rustling of leaves in the unseen canopy above. To Phase 3. He got out of the car, and I watched him through the window, my breath held captive in my chest. He walked around my side, opened the door, and extended a hand. I did not take it. I just stared at the ominous building, a cold dread seeping into every fiber of my being. What is this place? I whispered, my voice hoarse. A research facility. David replied, his smile unwavering. One of Julian's older ones. Perfectly isolated. Perfect for our work. I finally pushed myself out of the car, my legs feeling like jelly. The air was thick with the scent of pine and something else, something metallic and faintly chemical that made my stomach clench. The forest pressing on us, a silent, watchful audience. What kind of work? I demanded, my voice gaining a desperate edge. David did not answer directly. He simply gestured toward the building. Julian is waiting. The thought of facing Julian, the man who had orchestrated this entire nightmare, filled me with a mixture of terror and a strange, burning rage. But David's grip on my arm was firm, guiding me forward towards that dimly lit metal door. As we approached, I noticed a faint hum, a low, thrumming sound that seemed to emanate from within the building. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but it was there, a constant vibration that seemed to resonate in my bones. David pushed a button beside the door, and after a moment, a soft click echoed in the silence. The heavy door swung inward, revealing a dimly lit hallway beyond. The air inside was cool, sterile, and the metallic, chemical smell was stronger here. "After you," David said, releasing my arm and gesturing inside. I hesitated, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to bolt back into the woods, to disappear into the darkness. But where would I go? And what if the woods themselves were part of the trap? What if Julian had eyes everywhere? With a deep, shaky breath, I stepped inside. The door swung shut behind me with a heavy thud, sealing us in. The hum was louder now, a constant, low drone. The hallway was narrow, sterile, with bare concrete walls and a single fluorescent light flickering overhead. It felt like a bunker, or a prison. "Julian is in the observation room," David said, leading me down the corridor. "He is very much looking forward to seeing you." My stomach lurched. An observation room. Was he watching me now? Had he been watching me this entire time? The thought was sickening. We passed several doors, all identical, made of reinforced steel, like those in a secure facility. I wondered what horrors lay behind them. Other subjects. Other experiments. Finally, David stopped before a door at the end of the hallway, slightly different from the others. It had a small, darkened window set into it, like a one-way mirror. He pushed it open, and the hum grew significantly louder, accompanied by a faint whirring sound. The room beyond was spacious, filled with an array of electronic equipment. Monitors glowed with intricate graphs and fluctuating waveforms. Wires snaked across the floor, connecting various machines. And there, seated before a large console, his back to us, was Julian. My breath hitched. He was real. This was real. And the man who had been my mentor, my friend, was sitting there, orchestrating my personal hell. He turned slowly, a faint smile playing on his lips. He looked exactly as I remembered him, distinguished, intelligent, his eyes sparkling with a familiar warmth that now felt utterly chilling. "My dear," he said, his voice smooth and calm, devoid of any hint of malice. "You are finally here." I stare at him, unable to speak, a torrent of emotions raging within me: betrayal, fear, rage, confusion. Julian stood up and walked toward me, his gaze unwavering. "I knew you would be. David has informed me of your progress. Remarkable, truly remarkable. You have adapted far quicker than I anticipated." Adapted. I finally managed to choke out, my voice raw. "You call this adapting? You have destroyed my life. You have lied to me, manipulated me, treated me like some kind of experiment." Julian stopped a few feet away, his expression softening, almost as if he were genuinely hurt by my words. "Destroyed? My dear, no. I have liberated you. I have shown you the truth of your own consciousness, the malleability of perception. I have helped you shed the limitations of a mundane existence and embrace your true potential. My true potential." I scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping my lips. "To be your puppet, your subject, to be free," Julian corrected, his eyes fixed on mine with an unnerving intensity. "Free from the constructs you believe were real. Free to build a new reality, one of your own choosing, unburdened by the illusions of the past." Illusions. I cried, my voice rising. My memories, my friends, my life, they were real to me, and they will be again, Julian said, his smile returning, chillingly serene. "But this time, you will understand the mechanism. You will be the architect, not just the inhabitant. We are simply giving you the tools, the knowledge, to truly control your own mind, your own reality." He gestured toward the console behind him, where the monitors glowed with their cryptic data. "This facility, you see, is designed to help with the final integration. The conditioning in the apartment was merely to prepare your mind for this deeper work. Here, we can introduce more targeted stimuli, manipulate the environment with precision, and monitor your neurological responses in real time. My gaze drifted to the monitors. On one screen, a complex brainwave pattern pulsed and shifted. On another, there was a detailed, three-dimensional map of a human brain, with various regions highlighted in different colors. And on a third, a live video feed. My heart leaped into my throat. It was a view of a small, sparsely furnished room. A bed, a table, a single chair, and in the corner, a familiar ceramic mug with a distinct scuff mark. My apartment, or a replica of it. What is that? I whispered, pointing to the screen. That, Julian said, a proud glint in his eyes, is your new living space, designed to be a blank canvas. Once we have completed the final phase of your reintegration, you'll begin to rebuild your reality within that space, with our guidance. Of course. Rebuild. The word felt like a death knell. You mean you are going to erase my memories again? Make me believe another lie. Not a lie, my dear. Julian corrected gently. A truth of your own making. We will simply guide you in construction. You see, the initial conditioning was necessary to break down the rigid structures of your previous perception. Now, we will help you build something stronger, more resilient, more aware. David stepped forward, placing a hand gently on my shoulder. His touch, once comforting, now felt like a brand. Julian believes you have a unique capacity for conscious creation. He thinks you can transcend the limitations of ordinary human experience, literally shape your own reality through sheer will. And if I do not want to, I demanded, my voice trembling with suppressed fury, if I want my old life back, my real life, Julian sighed, a sound of profound disappointment. That life, my dear, was a construct, a fragile illusion built on convenience and societal norms. It was holding you back. This is an opportunity, a gift. It is a prison. I screamed, finally letting the rage burst forth. You have kidnapped me. You have tortured me. You are insane. Julian's expression remained calm, almost serene. Insanity, my dear, is a matter of perspective. I see myself as a pioneer, and you are my greatest discovery. He turned back to the console, his fingers hovering over the controls. Now, I believe it is time to begin the final phase. David, if you would. David moved, his movements fluid and practiced. Before I could react, he was behind me, his arms encircling me in a surprisingly strong grip. I struggled, thrashing against him, but he was far too strong. Let go of me. I screamed, panic rising in my throat. It is for your own good, David murmured, his voice close to my ear, that unnerving gentleness still present. It will be over soon. And then you will truly begin to understand. My eyes darted to Julian, who was now adjusting a dial on the console. A low, rhythmic pulse began to emanate from the machines, a subtle vibration that seemed to penetrate my skull, buzzing behind my eyes. What are you doing? I pleaded, my voice cracking. Julian looked at me over his shoulder, a look of profound, almost paternal affection in his eyes. We are simply helping you remember, my dear, helping you shed the final vestiges of illusion. It might be a little disorienting at first, but trust me, the truth, once revealed, is truly liberating. The rhythmic pulse intensified, growing louder, more insistent. It felt like a drum beating inside my head, rattling my teeth, blurring my vision. The sterile white walls of the observation room seemed to waver, to stretch and distort. The metallic, chemical smell grew stronger, filling my nostrils, making me gag. I tried to scream, but the sound was choked off, lost in the overwhelming hum and pulse. My body felt heavy, my limbs numb, yet my mind was ablaze with 1,000 conflicting sensations. Memories flashed before my eyes, fragmented and chaotic, my childhood home, a forgotten birthday party, a conversation with Julian, my rough patch, David's unervingly gentle smile, the merged apartment, the drive into the woods. They all swirled together, indistinguishable, a maelstrom of fear and confusion. Julian's face, calm and smiling, was the last thing I saw before the world dissolved into a blinding white light, followed by an absolute, terrifying darkness. The hum faded, replaced by a profound, echoing silence. And then, nothing. I woke with a gasp, my body aching, my head throbbing. I was lying on a bed, a simple, firm mattress. The room was small, sparsely furnished: a single bed, a small table, one chair. The walls were bare, painted a dull, neutral gray. I sat up, my mind a blank slate, a profound sense of disorientation washing over me. Where was I? How did I get here? A vague, unsettling feeling gnawed at the edges of my consciousness, a sense of something terribly wrong, just beyond my grasp. I looked around the room, trying to find something, anything familiar. My eyes fell on the table. There, sitting innocently, was a ceramic mug. It was white, with a small, distinct scuff mark near the rim. A wave of nausea washed over me. I felt a cold dread begin to bloom in my chest, an ancient, primal fear that had no name, no memory, yet was utterly overwhelming. It was a fear of the unknown, of a profound emptiness where memories should have been. I reached out, my hand trembling, and picked up the mug. It felt oddly heavy, strangely significant. As my fingers traced a familiar scuff mark, a single, horrifying thought pierced through the fog of my confusion, a whisper of forgotten nightmare, a chilling echo from a shattered past. This mug, I knew this mug. And then the door opened. David stood there, his unervingly gentle smile in place. "Good morning," he said, his voice soft, almost soothing. "Did you sleep well?" My eyes widened in terror. The dread intensified, blooming into a full-blown panic attack. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound came out. My throat was tight, my lungs seized. David stepped into the room, closing the door softly behind him. He looked at me, his smile never wavered, his eyes holding a depth of knowledge that chilled me to the bone. "Julian is very pleased," he said. "The real work can finally begin." And as he spoke, I realized, with a chilling certainty that settled deep in my bones, that I was not just trapped in this room, in this facility, in this twisted experiment. I was trapped within my own mind, a prisoner of a reality meticulously constructed and controlled by Julian. The conditioning was not broken. It had just been reset. And the horror had, truly, irrevocably just begun. I woke up in my bedroom, the same way I always did. The morning sun, a thin, watery imitation of life, bled to the gaps in my blinds, painting weak stripes across the familiar, uninspired wallpaper. My alarm clock, a chirpy, optimistic little box, had not gone off yet, but I was already awake. It was always like this, a quiet, unsettling awareness before the world properly kicked into gear. The specific memories of what happened just before I fell, asleep, were gone, wiped clean, like a blackboard after a particularly messy lesson. I knew that, deep down, it was a feeling, not a thought, a persistent, low hum of wrongness that vibrated just beneath the surface of my consciousness. A dull ache, the kind that does not hurt outright, but whispers of something deeply, fundamentally broken. It was a familiar dullness, yes, but this time it felt heavier, more profound, like a thick, oppressive blanket had been thrown over my soul. My life, as far as I could remember it, was a monotonous blur. Wake up, go to work, come home, stare at the ceiling, repeat. There were friends, sure, and hobbies, but they felt like cardboard cutouts, props and play I was forced to perform. Every conversation felt rehearsed, every laugh hollow. I was trapped in a cycle, a relentless, uninspired loop of existence, and I could not for the life of me figure out why. I would try to shake it off, to find meaning, to inject some vibrancy into my days, but it was like trying to fill a bucket with a hole in the bottom. Everything just drained away. That morning, the ache was particularly insistent. It was not a physical pain, but a deep-seated spiritual malaise that clung to me like a shroud. I got up, went through the motions. Coffee, toast, shower, dress. Each action felt preordained, a script I had been handed and was now dutifully following. The world outside my window looked the same, sounded the same. The distant rumble of traffic, the chirping of birds that sounded more like a recording than actual life. I spent my days working at a small, independent bookstore. It was a place I loved, or at least, a place I should have loved. Surrounded by stories, by knowledge, by the quiet comfort of paper and ink. But even that felt flat. The words blurred on the page. The characters felt distant, their struggles alien. I sold books. I shelved books. I recommended books, but it was all just noise. One Tuesday, a few weeks after that dull ache had settled in, I was behind the counter, trying to find a misplaced order, when the bell above the door chimed. I looked up, expecting another regular, or maybe a student looking for a textbook. Instead, a man stood there, framed by the bright afternoon light. He was tall, with kind eyes that crinkled at the corners when he smiled, and a shock of dark, slightly unruly hair. He had a casual elegance about him, the kind that made him seem effortlessly cool without trying too hard. "Hey," he said, his voice a low, warm baritone that felt like a sudden burst of sunshine on my otherwise overcast day. "I hope I am not interrupting anything important. Just looking for a good recommendation." I felt a strange jolt, a flicker of something I had not felt in a long time. Interest, curiosity. It was fleeting, but it was there. "Not at all," I replied, trying to sound professional, but my voice felt a little breathy. "What kind of books are you usually into?" He leaned against the counter, a casual, relaxed posture that immediately put me at ease. "Honestly, anything that makes me think, makes me feel. Something with a bit of mystery, maybe a touch of the uncanny. You know, the kind of story that sticks with you long after you have turned the last page." As we talked, I found myself genuinely engaged, something that rarely happened anymore. He listened intently when I spoke, his eyes never leaving mine, and he had a way of asking questions that made me feel like my answers truly mattered. We talked about authors, about genres, about the power of storytelling. He mentioned a hidden bookstore he once stumbled upon in Prague, a tiny, dusty place tucked away on a cobbled street, filled with forgotten literary treasures. The detail struck me as odd, not because it was unusual, but because it felt familiar, like I would heard that exact story before, from someone else in a different context. I brushed it off. A coincidence, nothing more. My mind was probably just playing tricks on me. "You know," he said, a charming smile playing on his lips. "I feel like I could talk to you all day about books, but I should probably let you get back to work. Unless you would be willing to continue this conversation over coffee sometime." I hesitated for a split second, the dull ache in my chest giving a faint throb, a whisper of caution. But then, the sheer novelty of the request, the genuine warmth in his eyes, pushed it away. "I would like that," I said, a genuine smile finally breaking through the fog of my usual expression. "I am Sarah, by the way." He extended a hand, his grip firm and warm. "Ethan, it is a pleasure." "Sarah." We exchanged numbers and he left, leaving behind a faint scent of something woodsy and clean, and a strange, unfamiliar lightness in my chest. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, the dull ache receded, replaced by a flicker of hope. Maybe, just maybe, this was it. The change I would have been so desperate for. Our first coffee date was even better than our bookstore conversation. Ethan was an absolute delight. He was witty, intelligent, and possessed an almost unnerving ability to anticipate my thoughts. I would start a sentence, and he would finish it, not in an irritating way, but as if he truly understood the nuances of my mind. He remembered every little detail. I would mention my love for obscure indie bands, my childhood dream of becoming an astronaut, the specific way I took my coffee. It was flattering, of course, but there was a tiny, persistent voice in the back of my head that whispered, how could he know all this? He told me he was a freelance graphic designer, working mostly from home. He traveled a lot, which explained his stories about exotic locales. He was passionate about art, about music, about making a difference in the world. He seemed, in every conceivable way, perfect. Too perfect, perhaps, but the dull ache, which had been a constant companion, was now almost completely silent. I was happy. Genuinely, undeniably happy. It felt like a fresh coat of paint over a crumbling wall, but for the first time, I did not care about the cracks underneath. I just wanted to bask in the new color. We went on a few more dates. Dinner, a movie, a walk in the park. Each time, I found myself falling a little deeper, a little harder. Ethan was everything I never knew I wanted. He challenged me intellectually, made me laugh until my sides hurt, and looked at me with an intensity that made me feel like the most important person in the world. My friends, when I finally told them about him, were ecstatic. He sounds amazing. Sarah, my friend Chloe, gushed. You deserve this. You have been in such a rut. Even Mark, who is usually more reserved, gave his stamp of approval. Good for you, girl. He sounded like a keeper. Their enthusiasm, however, did little to quiet the nagging voice that occasionally resurfaced. It was not about Ethan himself, but about the feeling. The way things felt too easy, too aligned. It was like I was watching a movie where all the pieces fit together a little too neatly. There was an uncanny valley quality to our connection. Not quite human, not quite real. One Saturday evening, after a particularly lovely dinner, Ethan invited me back to his apartment for a nightcap. I have got a surprisingly good collection of obscure documentaries. He said, a playful glint in his eye. Or we could just listen to some records. Whatever you are in the mood for. My heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and nerves. This was a step, a real, tangible step. I agreed, tried to appear nonchalant, but inside, I was buzzing. His apartment was in a trendy, converted loft building downtown. The exterior was all exposed brick and large industrial windows, very chic. Inside, the apartment was exactly as I would picture it, minimalist, tastefully decorated and impeccably clean. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a stunning view of the city lights. There were abstract art, pieces on the walls, a few carefully curated plants, and a sleek, modern record player in the corner. It looked like something out of an architectural magazine. Beautiful, but almost impersonal, like a showroom. Make yourself at home. Ethan said, gesturing towards a plush, gray sofa. I am just going to grab us some drinks. What can I get you? Wine. Whiskey. I've got a great single malt. Whiskey sounds good, I said, settling onto the sofa. Try and take everything in. The place felt empty, despite being so perfectly furnished. No clutter, no personal touches beyond the art. No stacks of books, no random souvenirs from his travels. Just clean lines and muted tones. It was unsettling in a subtle way, like a perfectly painted canvas that lacked a soul. He disappeared into what I assumed was the kitchen, and I took the opportunity to stand up and wander around a bit. I admired the view, ran my hand over the smooth, cool surface of a marble coffee table. I found myself drawn toward a hallway that led to what I presumed were the bedroom and bathroom. There was a faint glow emanating from that direction, a soft, ambient light. Bathroom's just down the hall on the left. Ethan called from the kitchen. Help yourself. Thanks. I called back, my voice feeling strangely small in the spacious apartment. I walked down the hall, my footsteps muffled by the thick carpet. The air grew cooler here, a faint metallic scent lingering. I passed a closed door, presumably his bedroom, and then reached the bathroom. As I pushed the door open, My eyes immediately snagged on something on the wall opposite the sink. It was not a mirror or a painting. It was a corkboard, a large one, nearly filling the wall, covered in what looked like photographs. My breath hitched. I stepped inside, closing the door softly behind me, my heart starting a slow, heavy drumbeat against my ribs. My eyes scanned the board, a cold knot forming in the pit of my stomach. It was a mosaic of images, carefully arranged, each one tacked up with a small silver pin. And every single one of them was me. My blood ran cold. There was a picture of me laughing with Chloe at a coffee shop, taken from across the street, seemingly unaware. There was one of me shelving books at the bookstore, my back to the camera, my hair tied up in a messy bun. A candid shot of me walking my childhood dog, Buster, in the park, a dog that had passed away years ago. A blurry photo of me from college, standing on a stage during a poetry slam, my mouth open in mid-recitation. A picture of me, much younger, sitting on a swing set in my childhood backyard. My hands started to tremble. These were not photos from my social media. These were pictures taken in secret, from a distance, or from archives I did not even know existed. The one of Buster, my beloved golden retriever, hit me hardest. It was a memory so personal, so deeply etched into my heart, and here it was pinned to a stranger's wall. A suffocating wave of nausea washed over me. The dull ache, which had been dormant, roared back to life, amplified 1,000-fold. It was not just an ache now, it was a searing, burning pain, a primal scream of terror from the deepest parts of my subconscious. This was not just coincidence. This was wrong. Deeply, terrifyingly wrong. I stared at my own face, smiling, oblivious, in dozens of different moments, different stages of my life. It was like looking at a meticulously curated timeline of my existence, laid out by someone who had been watching me for years. Decades. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it, but all I could hear was a frantic thumping of my own heart. The Prague bookstore, the uncanny familiarity, the way he knew all my little quirks, my hidden dreams. It was not charming. It was calculated. It was predatory. A memory, fleeting and hazy, flickered at the edge of my awareness. A woman's face. Sarah. No, my name was Sarah. Another woman with intense, desperate eyes. This is not our first date. It is a loop, a fabrication. They reset you. The words were whispers, ghosts of a memory I could not grasp. But the terror they evoked was real and visceral. My hands flew to my mouth, stifling a gasp. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. I needed to get out. Now, I turned, my eyes darting around the bathroom, looking for an escape. The door. It was the only way. I reached for the handle, my fingers fumbling, slick with sweat. Just as my hand closed around a cold metal, the door swung open from the outside. Ethan stood there, a glass of amber liquid in each hand. His smile, which had seemed so warm and inviting just moments ago, now looked like a cruel, painted mask. His eyes, those kind, crinkled eyes, were devoid of all warmth, flat and unreadable. Everything all right in here. Sarah, he asked, his voice still smooth, but with an underlying edge of something cold and clinical. I could not speak. My throat was tight, constricted by fear. I could only stare at him, then back at the wall of my life, then back at him. The whiskey glasses clinked softly in his hands. He followed my gaze to the corkboard, then back to my face. A slow, chilling smile spread across his lips, devoid of any genuine amusement. "Ah," he said, his voice dropping to a low, almost conversational tone. "You found my little project." He stepped into the bathroom, closing the door behind him with a soft click that echoed like a gunshot in the sudden silence. He leaned against the door, effectively blocking my escape. He took a sip of one of the whiskeys, his gaze never leaving mine. "I knew you would eventually," he continued, as if discussing the weather. "You always do. It is part of the design you see, the moment of realization. It is crucial for the data. My mind screamed. Data, design, the hazy memories of the woman, the loop, the fabrication, the handlers, they all slammed into me now, not as clear images, but as an overwhelming, undeniable truth. This was not a stalker. This was something far, far worse. What? What are you talking about? I managed to croak, my voice barely a whisper. Ethan chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. Oh, Sarah, always the same questions. Do not worry. I am not going to hurt you. Not in the way you are thinking, anyway. He took another sip of whiskey. You are a fascinating subject. You know that. Your resilience, your capacity for hope, even after so many resets. It is truly remarkable. Resets. The word tasted like ash in my mouth. Indeed, he said, pushing off the door and taking a step closer. Every time you get too close to the truth, every time you start to piece together the threads of your fabricated existence, we initiate a reset. It is for your own good, of course, to maintain the integrity of the experiment. We can't have our subjects becoming too self-aware. Now can we? He gestured vaguely at the photos on the wall. These are just a few mementos, little triggers, if you will, to see how you react, how quickly you connect the dots. In some loops, you never even make it to my apartment. In others, you find these much sooner. But you always react with the same perfect blend of shock and dawning horror. He paused, a strange, analytical glint in his eyes. It is quite beautiful in its own way. Who are we? I stammered, my back pressed against the cool tile of the wall, desperate to create any distance between us. Oh, the handlers, of course, he replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. The ones running the show. The architects of your reality. And mine, for that matter. My breath hitched. You are a subject too. He smiled, a genuinely sad smile this time, in a manner of speaking. I am an older model, one of the first. I have been through more loops than I can count. I remember them all, every single one. The horror of it, the futility. It is a special kind of hell, knowing the truth and being unable to escape it. He raised his glass in a mock toast. Welcome to the club, Sarah, or rather, welcome back. The revelation hit me like a physical blow. The woman from my fragmented memory. Sarah had warned me. She had said it was a loop, a fabrication, an experiment. And now, here was Ethan, confirming it all, his voice calm, resigned, utterly terrifying. He was not just a stalker. He was a prisoner, just like me, but one who was forced to play a role in my own torment. Why are you telling me this? I whispered, my voice trembling. He shrugged, a world-weary gesture. Because I am tired. So tired. And because it is almost time for the reset anyway. Might as well give you a full picture before everything goes blank again. Maybe, just maybe, a tiny sliver of this will stick. It never has before, but a man can dream, can't he? He took another step closer, and I instinctively flinched. He stopped, holding up a hand. No need to be afraid of me. Sarah, I am just a messenger, a placeholder, a prop in your story, just as you are in mine. He looked at me with an expression that was almost sympathetic. They are very good, you know. The handlers. They have perfected the art of subtle manipulation. The perfect meet-cute, the shared interests, the manufactured connection. All designed to lead you to this exact moment. The grand reveal, the moment of terror, the desperate fight for self-preservation. It is all part of the data. How long until breakdown? How quickly can resilience be reestablished? How many times can a soul be shattered and put back together before it finally just stops? My mind reeled. Everything I thought was real, everything I believed, was nothing but an elaborate stage play. My friends, my job, my past, even the dull ache that plagued me for so long, it was all part of the fabrication. A meticulously crafted prison. I do not believe you, I said, though the words tasted like ash. I wanted to deny it, to scream that he was insane, but the truth resonated with a terrifying clarity that left no room for doubt. The dull ache was not just an ache, it was the echo of countless resets, the ghost of forgotten horrors. Ethan sighed, a sound of profound weariness. You will, eventually, maybe not this loop or the next, but eventually you will remember enough, and then you will understand the true horror of it all. The endless repetition, the futility of trying to escape. He raised his free hand, and in it, glinting faintly under the soft bathroom light, was a small silver syringe. My eyes widened in pure terror. No, I screamed, finally finding my voice. I lunged, not at him, but past him towards the door. If I could just get out, just make it to the hallway, scream for help, but he was faster. His hand shot out, grabbing my arm with surprising strength. The whiskey glasses clattered to the floor, forgotten, as he spun me around, pinning me against the wall. His face was no longer sad or sympathetic. It was utterly blank, a mask of cold efficiency. It is time. Sarah, he said, his voice flat, do not fight it. It is always easier if you do not fight it. I struggled, kicking and thrashing, but his grip was like iron. The dull ache in my chest became a frantic drumbeat, a desperate plea for survival. I saw the syringe glinting closer, the needle sharp and menacing. No, please, I begged, tears streaming down my face. I remember Sarah. She told me, do not do this. I want to remember. His eyes flickered, a momentary spark of something that might have been regret, or perhaps just a twitch in the elaborate machinery of his facade. But it was gone in an instant. Then, a blinding white light erupted, filling my vision, consuming everything. It was so intense, so overwhelming, that it felt like my very being was being stretched, pulled apart, dissolved. And through it all, I felt a sharp, burning prick in my neck, a sensation that lasted only a fraction of a second, but felt like an eternity. I fought to hold on to the images, onto Ethan's face, onto the wall of my life, onto the terror, onto the whisper of loop and fabrication. I fought with every fiber of my being, but it was like trying to grasp smoke. Everything dissolved, unraveling into a blinding, silent void. The fear, the memories, the truth had all slipped away, replaced by an overwhelming sense of nothingness. Then, slowly, agonizingly slowly, the white light faded. I woke up in my bedroom. The morning sun, a thin, watery imitation of life, bleeding through the gaps in my blinds, painting weak stripes across the familiar, uninspired wallpaper. My alarm clock had not gone off yet, but I was already awake. It was always like this. A quiet, unsettling awareness before the world properly kicked into gear. The specific memories of what had happened just before I fell asleep were gone. Wiped clean, like a blackboard after a particularly messy lesson. But this time, the dull ache was not just dull. It was a raw, throbbing emptiness in my chest, a profound sense of loss for something I could not quite grasp. A fleeting image of a man's face, handsome but with eyes that held a chilling emptiness, flashed at the edge of my vision. A whisper, like a breath of cold air, echoed in my mind loop. My life, as far as I could remember it, was a monotonous blur. Wake up, go to work, come home, stare at the ceiling, repeat. But this time, the monotony felt less like a rut and more like a cage. A prison whose bars I could not see, but whose walls pressing on me with an unbearable weight. I got up, went through the motions. Coffee, toast, shower, dress. Each action felt preordained, a script I would have been handed and was now dutifully following. The world outside my window looked the same, sounded the same. The distant rumble of traffic, the chirping of birds that sounded more like a recording than actual life. And the dull ache, it was back. But this time, it was a little sharper, a little more insistent. A silent scream from a place deep within me. A scream for something lost, something vital, something I knew I had to find. But I did not know what it was. Not yet. The cycle continued. And I, unknowingly, was already playing my part. The river stone felt cold and smooth in my palm, a perfect oval gray granite, utterly unremarkable. Yet, in Julian's hand, it had been a symbol of my impending doom, and now, clutched in mine, it was a brand, a promise. The wild bird always returns to the nest, he would whisper, his voice a silken thread of menace, and sometimes it learns to guide others back. My capture was complete now. I was to become part of his flock, a weapon. The days that followed blurred into a new kind of hell. The sterile cell remained my prison, but the silence was broken by Julian's voice, sometimes live, sometimes a recording, echoing through hidden speakers. He did not scream or threaten, he analyzed. He explained. He taught. He showed me more videos, not of operations, but of behavioral psychology experiments, of conditioned responses, of the subtle art of manipulation. He called it empathy as a weapon, the ability to understand another's deepest needs and then twist them into a leash. My meals were still bland, but now they came with a tablet containing profiles. Hundreds of them. Men and women, all ages, all backgrounds. Each profile meticulously detailed, not just their hobbies or interests, but their fears, their vulnerabilities, their loneliness. Their nests. I was forced to study them, to memorize their patterns, to identify the wild birds, those yearning for connection, those whose isolation made them easy prey. Julian called it reconnaissance. I called it soul-crushing. He never hurt me physically, not after the initial capture. His methods were far more insidious. He broke me with knowledge, with complicity. He made me watch footage of David and Sarah again and then again, pausing at every manufactured coincidence, every subtle nudge. He would point out Sarah's nervous smile, David's hopeful gaze. He would make me articulate what I saw, what David was feeling, what Sarah was doing. If I hesitated, if I showed too much emotion, he would simply play the clip of my own capture, the moment the river stone had been placed in my hand, the moment my eyes met his, filled with terror. It was a constant reminder, you are one of them now. You are Tool. The river stone became my constant companion. It lay on my small metal table, a silent sentinel. Sometimes in the dead of night, I would pick it up, its coolness a stark contrast to the burning shame in my gut. I would trace its smooth surface, remembering the last thing I saw before darkness, before Julian. It was a tangible link to my past, a past he had utterly destroyed. But it was also a symbol of my new reality, a token of my enslavement. One morning, the door opened and a different silent man. They all looked the same, like drones let me out. Not to a lecture hall this time, but to a small, comfortable room. It looked like a living room, but something was off. The furniture was too perfect, the lighting too artificial. A phone lay on a coffee table. It was not mine. Julian's voice, live this time, crackled from hidden speakers. Today, we begin your practical application, my wild bird. You will find a profile on the tablet. Your objective is to establish a connection. Lure him. Bring him to the nest. My blood ran cold. Lure him. To where? To the designated location. Julian replied, his voice devoid of any warmth. You will know it when you see it. For now, focus on the connection. You understand what happens if you fail. I understood. Failure meant not just my own suffering, but the suffering of the wild bird I was meant to save, or at least not condemn. It meant Julian would find another way, perhaps a more painful one, to break me. The tablet showed a profile Michael. Mid-30s, divorced, worked in it. His interests included hiking, indie movies, and trying new restaurants. His vulnerability score was high. marked by recent divorce, a desire for genuine connection, and a subtle undercurrent of loneliness. He was a perfect target. A wild bird, indeed. I was given instructions on how to set up the dating profile, what pictures to use, what to say. It was all pre-scripted, of course, designed to perfectly match Michael's interests and exploit his vulnerabilities. I was an actress, playing the part of a woman seeking connection, just like him. The irony was a bitter taste in my mouth. The first few days were agonizing. I sat in that manufactured living room, my fingers hovering over the keyboard, sending messages that were not my own, initiating conversations that felt like a desecration of genuine human interaction. Michael responded quickly, enthusiastically. He seemed kind, a little shy, exactly as his profile suggested. He talked about his dog, his frustrations with online dating, his hopes for finding someone real. Every message he sent twisted a knife in my gut. He was so open, so trusting. Julian monitored every interaction. He would interject, correct my phrasing, remind me to use certain keywords, to reflect Michael's interest back at him. Mirroring, my dear, he would purr. It builds rapport. It builds trust. I was learning to be a predator, to use empathy as a weapon. And the more I learned, the more I hated myself. Eventually, the conversation naturally led to a date. Julian had pre-selected a restaurant, a cozy Italian place Michael had mentioned wanting to try. It was all part of the script. My heart pounded as I typed the confirmation. This was it. My first forced operation. The day of the date. I was given a fresh set of clothes. A simple, elegant dress that Julian's team had chosen. They even did my hair and makeup, making me look approachable, attractive, innocent. I felt like a doll, a marionette on strings. When I walked into the restaurant, Michael was already there, standing awkwardly by the entrance, a nervous but hopeful smile on his face. He was exactly as his pictures depicted: average height, kind eyes, a receding hairline. He was just a regular guy, looking for love, and I was about to ruin his life. Hi, I managed, my voice a little shaky. Michael, I almost said my real name, but Julian had drilled the fake one into me. I am Sarah. The name felt like a slap. Sarah, the wild bird I would watch being captured. The one who had given me the river stone. Michael's smile widened. Sarah, hey, it is great to finally meet you. The date itself was a blur of forced smiles and rehearsed lines. I listened intently as Michael talked about his life, his hopes, his quiet anxieties. He was genuinely sweet, and my internal struggle intensified with every kind word he uttered. How could I do this to him? How could I be this person? Julian's voice was a constant whisper in my ear, a tiny earpiece I could not remove. Engage him. Ask about his dog. Show interest in his hiking stories. Remember his favorite indie director. He was conductor, and I was his unwilling instrument. By the end of the dinner, Michael seemed genuinely smitten. He laughed at my jokes Julian had fed me, and his eyes held a hopeful sparkle. I had a really great time. Sarah, he said, walking me to my car. Julian's team had provided the car, a nondescript sedan. Would you want to do this again sometime? This was my cue. I would love to. Michael, I said, forcing a smile that felt like a grimace. Actually, I was thinking, there's this amazing spot, a little off the beaten path, where you can see the stars so clearly. I know you like hiking and nature. It is not far from here. Would you want to just, take a drive? We could talk more. It was a bold move, pushing for a second location so quickly. But Julian had insisted. Strike while the iron is hot, he would said. His guard is down. His desire for connection is piqued. Michael hesitated for a moment. Then his hopeful smile returned. Wow, really? Yeah, I would love that. Sounds amazing. He was falling right into it. Just like David, just like me. Great. I said, trying to keep my voice light. "Follow me." I got into the sedan, my hands gripping the steering wheel, knuckles white. Julian's voice was calm in my ear. "Excellent, my wild bird. Now, the path to the nest. Remember the route." I drove, Michael's headlights following steadily behind me. The restaurant had been in a suburban area, but soon I was heading out of town, the streetlights growing sparser, then disappearing altogether. The road narrowed, winding through increasingly dense trees. This was not a scenic, overlooked, this was a road to nowhere. This was the woods. My heart hammered against my ribs. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to slam on the brakes, to tell Michael to turn back, to warn him. But Julian's voice was a cold vice around my will. Remember the consequences of failure. Think of David. Think of Sarah. Think of your own release. He had promised me release, eventually, if I complied. A twisted, conditional freedom that felt more like a deeper cage. The car plunged deeper into the darkness. The trees on either side formed a tunnel, their branches reaching like skeletal fingers. The air grew colder. I could see Michael's car in my rearview mirror, a beacon of naive trust following me into the abyss. "You are doing wonderfully. Sarah." Julian's voice purred. "Maintain the speed. We are almost there." There was a small, unpaved turnoff I almost missed in the gloom. I flicked on my blinker and slowly turned onto the gravel path. Michael followed. The trees here were even thicker, ancient sentinels guarding some dark secret. The road was barely a track, overgrown with weeds and brambles. I drove for another few minutes, the car bumping and rattling over uneven ground. There was no light here, only the weak glow of my headlights cutting through the inky blackness. No stars, just a suffocating canopy of leaves. Then, ahead, I saw it, a clearing, and in the center of the clearing, a small, rustic cabin. It looked abandoned, nestled deep in the woods, far from any civilization. It was a nest. But this was not like the meticulously staged apartment. This was far more sinister, far more isolated. This was a place where screams would go unheard. I pulled up to the cabin and parked, turning off the engine. The sudden silence was deafening, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves. Michael's car pulled up behind me, his headlights illuminating the cabin for a moment before he, too, killed his engine. I sat there, frozen, my hand still on the wheel. This was it, the moment of truth. My stomach churned with terror and self-loathing. Michael opened his car door and walked towards mine, a hopeful question forming on his lips. "Wow, this is pretty remote. Are we really going to see stars out here?" He chuckled, a nervous sound. I slowly opened my door, my gaze fixed on the cabin. It looked like something out of a horror movie. Windows dark, paint peeling. "Sarah," Michael asked, approaching me. He looked around, a flicker of unease finally crossing his face. "This is not quite what I expected." "It is a cabin." Julian's voice, sharp and urgent, cut through the earpiece. "Now, get him inside. Tell him you want to show him something." I turned to Michael, my face a mask. I could feel the tears welling up, but I fought them back. I could not break. Not now. Not when his life depended on my performance. "Michael," I said, my voice barely a whisper. I have to show you something." I took a step toward the cabin, my legs feeling like lead. He frowned, his brow furrowing with suspicion. "What is it? What is going on?" "Sarah, you seem upset." He took a step closer to me, his hand reaching out as if to comfort me. His genuine concern was almost unbearable. "Just come inside," I urged, my voice cracking. I knew what was coming. I had seen the videos. The sudden rush, the overwhelming force. "Sarah, I do not think this is a good idea," Michael said, his voice firmer now, a hint of fear creeping in. He looked around the desolate clearing, then back at me, his eyes searching for an explanation. He was starting to get it. The wild bird was sensing the trap. Julian's voice was a roar in my ear. Do it now. He is breaking protocol. I could not. I just could not. My eyes met Michael's, and in that moment, I saw not just a target, but a good man, a lonely man, about to be destroyed. And I was the one leading him to the slaughter. Run. Michael. I screamed, the words tearing from my throat, raw and desperate. Run. It is a trap. The earpiece exploded with static. Julian's furious roar cutting out. Michael's eyes widened in shock and terror. He did not hesitate. He spun around, scrambling back toward his car. He fumbled for his door handle, his movements frantic. But it was too late. From the darkest shadows of the woods, figures emerged. Silent, hulking shapes, moving with terrifying speed. They were Julian's drones, the silent men who had led me to my cells, to the lecture halls, to this very clearing. There were 3 of them, dark silhouettes against the faint moonlight. Michael let out a choked cry as the first man reached him, tackling him to the ground before he could even open his car door. The second man was on him instantly, pinning him down. Michael struggled, grunting a desperate, guttural sound. I stood frozen, watching the horrifying scene unfold, my scream caught in my throat. I had tried. I had warned him. But it had not been enough. Julian's net was too wide, his grasp too strong. The third man, the largest of them, walked past Michael's struggling form and came straight for me. His face was impassive, unreadable. He did not say a word, just grabbed my arm with surprising force. I did not resist. What was the point? I had defied Julian. I had failed, and now I would pay the price. As he dragged me towards a cabin, I heard Michael's muffled cries, his struggles growing weaker. They were efficient, brutal. He was just another wild bird caught in the snare. The cabin door creaked open, revealing a dark, musty interior. It smelled of damp earth and decay. As I was shoved inside, I caught a final glimpse of Michael. He was being lifted, limp, into the back of his own car by 2 of the men. His head lolled to the side, his eyes closed, unconscious, or worse. The large man pushed me deeper into the cabin. It was surprisingly large inside, a single cavernous room. In the center, a single chair sat beneath a bare bulb hanging from the ceiling, and on the chair on the seat was a single, smooth, gray river stone. I was thrown into the chair, my head hitting the wooden back with a dull thud. The man tied my wrists and ankles to the chair, his movements swift and practiced. He did not speak. He did not even look at me. Just another task. Then, from a speaker I had not noticed, Julian's voice filled the cabin. It was cold, hard, devoid of the earlier purr. A noble effort, my dear. A true wild bird. Try and protect her own. But ultimately, futile. A shiver ran down my spine. He had been listening to everything. He had known I would try to warn Michael. This was all part of his twisted game. You see, Julian continued, his voice now taking on a lecturing tone, empathy is a double-edged sword. It makes you an excellent lure, but it also makes you weak. Your attachment to these targets is a liability, but a liability that can be corrected. He paused, and the silence in the cabin was thick with dread. I could hear my own ragged breathing. Michael will be reprogrammed, Julian said, his voice almost clinical. He will learn the true nature of connection. And you, my dear, will learn the true nature of obedience. Your failure to comply has consequences, not just for you, but for the next wild bird you encounter. And there will be a next one. My blood ran cold. He was not going to just punish me. He was going to make me watch, perhaps even participate in Michael's transformation. And then he would force me to do it again and again until I was truly broken, until I became the weapon he intended. The wild bird always returns to the nest. Julian said, his voice now a chilling whisper. And sometimes, when it tries to fly away, its wings are simply clipped. The cabin door creaked shut, plunging the room into darkness save for the bare bulb above my head. I was alone, bound, in the middle of nowhere, with only the cold river stone on the floor beside me, a silent witness to my ultimate defeat. Julian's flock had gained another member, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that my true horror had only just begun. I woke up again in my bedroom, the morning sun, a pale, anemic thing, struggling to pierce through the gap in my curtains. It was the same light, the same room, the same insistent, low hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. Everything was exactly as it had always been, yet nothing was. The dull ache, a constant companion for as long as I could remember, was sharper now. It was not just a dull throb anymore, it was a raw, gnawing emptiness, a void where something should have been a phantom limb of my own mind. A faint whisper, like static on an old radio, echoed in my mind loop. I tried to shake it off, to attribute it to a bad dream I could not recall, or maybe just a general malaise of my unremarkable existence. But the feeling persisted, a cold, metallic taste at the back of my throat. My life, though seemingly normal, felt like an inescapable cage. Every day was a carbon copy of the last, a monotonous reel playing on repeat. The bookstore, the same dusty shelves, the same quiet, polite customers, the same aroma of old paper and stale coffee. I went through the motions, a puppet on invisible strings, my movement stiff, my smile a practiced, empty gesture. The world around me seemed to have a muted quality, like a photograph that had faded over time, leaching out all the vibrant colors. That whisper loop grew a little louder each day, a subconscious warning I could not ignore, even if I could not understand it. It was like living with a ghost, always just out of sight, always just out of reach, but undeniably present. The ache in my head had become a physical manifestation of this unseen presence, a constant pressure behind my eyes, a tightness in my chest that made it hard to take a full breath. I felt a profound sense of exhaustion, not just physical, but so deep, as if I had been running a marathon I did not even remember starting. One particularly gray Tuesday, after another day of selling forgotten stories to forgotten people, I found myself staring at my reflection in the dim light of my bathroom. My eyes, usually a flat, unremarkable brown, held a new depth, a kind of desperate, searching quality I had not noticed before. Who was I really? Beyond the bookstore, beyond the quiet apartment, beyond the uninspired blur of my days. The question hung in the air, heavy and unanswered. It was in that moment, fueled by a desperate, aching need for something different, anything to break the suffocating monotony, that I downloaded Tinder. I would always scoff at online dating, finding the curated profiles and superficial swiping to be a depressing reflection of modern loneliness. But that night, loneliness felt like a warm blanket compared to the cold, creeping dread that had begun to settle in my bones. I needed a distraction, a connection, a reason to believe there was more to life than this endless, muted cycle. My profile was simple, honest enough. A few decent photos, a short bio about loving books and coffee, and quiet evenings. I did not expect much. I definitely did not expect Mark. He was the first profile that truly caught my eye. His photos were natural, not overly posed. A warm, genuine smile. Intelligent eyes. His bio was witty, engaging, and surprisingly specific, mentioning a few niche authors I adored but rarely encountered in conversation. It felt uncanny, almost too tailored. I swiped right, a flicker of something akin to hope, but mostly just curiosity, stirring in my chest. To my surprise, we matched instantly. His first message came within seconds. Well, this is a pleasant surprise. I had a feeling I would find you here eventually. My heart did a strange little flutter. Had a feeling. It was an odd thing to say, but I brushed it off. Maybe he meant he had been on the app a while, hoping to connect with someone who shared his interests. We started chatting, and it was effortless. The conversation flowed like a river, deep and clear. He seemed to understand my sarcastic humor, my quiet observations, my almost pathological need for a good cup of tea on a rainy day. He knew things I had not put in my profile, things I would only mention in passing, or sometimes things I had not even realized about myself until he articulated them. "You have this quiet intensity about you," he messaged one evening, "like you are always observing, always thinking. It is captivating." I felt a blush creep up my neck. No one had ever described me like that. It felt good, undeniably good, to be seen. The dull ache, that constant pressure behind my eyes, actually receded when I was talking to him. It was the first time I would felt genuine relief in what felt like an eternity. We decided to meet for coffee. I was nervous, of course, but also strangely calm. It felt like I already knew him. When he walked into the cafe, my breath hitched. He was even better looking in person, with a confident but gentle demeanor. He spotted me immediately, a wide smile spreading across his face. "There you are," he said, as if confirming something he already knew. Our first date was perfect. We talked for hours, the coffee growing cold between us. He listened intently, his eyes never leaving mine, making me feel like the most fascinating person in the world. He shared stories about his work as a freelance graphic designer, his passion for obscure indie films, his dream of one day owning a cabin in the mountains. Every detail, every shared laugh, every knowing glance felt like a piece of a puzzle I had not known I was trying to solve. He even ordered my coffee exactly how I liked it, a black Americano. No sugar, no milk before I would even open my mouth. I blinked, surprised. "How did you know?" I asked, a faint tremor of unease running through me. He just smiled, a knowing glint in his eyes. Just a lucky guess. Or maybe he leaned in conspiratorially. "I am just really good at reading people." I laughed, a genuine unforced sound that felt foreign and exhilarating. The unease was there, a tiny prickle at the back of my neck, but the sheer relief of having someone to connect with, someone who seemed to get me, overshadowed it. The loop whisper quieted to an almost inaudible hum. For the first time in what felt like a lifetime, I felt truly alive. Our dates became a whirlwind of perfection. He knew my favorite restaurant before I told him, suggested movies I would secretly love since childhood, and even brought me a rare first edition of a book I would mention wanting. A book so obscure I would only ever seen it referenced in an old literary magazine. Each gesture, each perfect moment, chipped away at my lingering doubts, replacing it with a growing sense of wonder and affection. It is like we have known each other forever. I confess one evening, curled up on his couch during our third date, watching a movie I would love but had not thought about in years. He stroked my hair gently. "Maybe we have," he murmured, his voice low and comforting. "Some connections just feel destined." That word, destined, resonated with a strange, almost painful familiarity. It felt like an echo from a dream, a half-remembered phrase. The loop whisper, though still faint, stirred. There were times, fleeting moments, when he would say something or look at me in a certain way, and a jolt of recognition would shoot through me, a sense of déjà vu so intense it made my head spin. I would try to grasp it, to pin down the memory, but it would always slip away, like trying to catch smoke. I tried to bring it up once, hesitantly. Sometimes, I began. "I feel like I have lived this moment before, or like there is something I am supposed to remember, but I just can't." He paused, his eyes searching mine. His smile was still there, but it seemed a little tighter, a little less genuine. "Oh, that is just the magic of our connection," he said, pulling me closer. "When you find someone you click with so perfectly, it can feel like you have known them in another life. It is a beautiful thing, do not you think?" I wanted to believe him, desperately. The thought of this beautiful, intoxicating connection being anything less than real was unbearable. The ache in my head had almost completely vanished when I was with him, replaced by a warm, fuzzy feeling that made me forget everything else. He was my escape, my relief, the vibrant color in my faded world. After a few weeks of this intoxicating romance, he invited me to his place for dinner. "I want to cook for you," he said, his eyes sparkling. A proper, home-cooked meal. My stomach fluttered with a mix of excitement and that familiar, unsettling dread. His apartment was immaculate, just like him. Modern, minimalist, but with touches that felt personal, almost too personal for a single man. There was a small, framed print of an old bookstore on the wall that looked eerily similar to mine. A collection of first edition novels, some of which were my absolute favorites, lined a shelf. It was all so perfect, so tailored, it sent a shiver down my spine. But then he smiled, and the warmth of his presence chased the shiver away. We were in the kitchen, him expertly chopping vegetables while I leaned against the counter, sipping a glass of wine. The aroma of garlic and herbs filled the air. He was telling me a funny story about a disastrous cooking attempt from his college days, and I was laughing, truly laughing, when I noticed it. On the refrigerator, held by a small, magnetic clip shaped like a tiny book, was a piece of paper. It was not a grocery list or a reminder. It was a flyer, a missing person flyer. My laughter died in my throat. My eyes were drawn to it, hypnotized. The paper was slightly creased, a little faded, as if it had been there for a while. And on it, staring back at me, was a photo, my photo. It was an old picture, one I vaguely remember from my college ID. A picture of me with slightly longer hair and a younger, more hopeful smile. Below the photo, in bold, stark letters, were the words "missing person name Anna Reynolds, last seen October 27th. 2023, my breath hitched. The date, it was just over a month ago. The dull ache, which had been dormant for weeks, erupted into a blinding, searing pain behind my eyes. The loop, whisper screamed. My blood ran cold, then boiled with sudden, horrifying clarity. I reached out, my hand trembling, and pulled the flyer from the fridge. The paper felt cold and brittle in my fingers. I stared at the details, my name, my face, the description of my height and weight, the clothes I was supposedly last seen in a blue sweater, jeans, black boots. It was all me, every single detail. Anna. Mark's voice cut through the buzzing in my ears. He had stopped chopping, and the kitchen was suddenly silent, save for the frantic pounding of my own heart. Is everything all right? I turned slowly. The flyer clutched in my hand, my gaze locked on his face. The charming smile he usually wore was gone, replaced by an expression I could not quite read. It was not alarm, not exactly. More like resignation. A subtle shift, like a mask slipping. "What is this?" My voice was a choked whisper, barely audible. "Mark, what is this?" He sighed, a long, weary sound, and put down his knife. The cheerful facade he had maintained for weeks crumbled, revealing something cold and calculating underneath. His eyes, which had always held such warmth, were now flat, devoid of emotion. "I was hoping you would not find that," he said, his voice now calm, almost clinical. "Not this early in the cycle. Anyway, cycle." The word hit me like a physical blow. The loop, the whisper. It was not just a feeling, it was real. "What are you talking about?" I demanded, my voice rising, a frantic edge to it. My mind raced, trying to make sense of the flyer, of his words, of the terrifying implications. What cycle? Why is my picture on a missing person flyer? "I am right here." He walked towards me, slowly, deliberately. I instinctively took a step back, my hand tightening on the flyer. "You are here." "Anna," he said, his voice still unnervingly calm. "But the Anna on that flyer, she is gone. Or rather, her memories are. Just like yours were a little over a month ago. And just like they will be again very, very soon." My stomach dropped. "No," I whispered, shaking my head, a desperate denial. "No, you are lying. This is some kind of sick joke." He shook his head, a faint, almost pitying smile touching his lips. "No joke. Anna, you are part of an experiment. A very complex, Very long-running experiment. You are in a loop. Your memories are reset whenever you get too close to the truth. The words hit me like a barrage of ice-cold water. The specific memories of waking up after the last reset of the previous Ethan, of the corkboard, the syringe, the blinding white light, they rush back. Not as clear, distinct memories, but as a visceral, gut-wrenching feeling of terror and betrayal. It was like trying to recall a nightmare you would try to suppress. The images hazy, but the horror undeniably real. Ethan. I gasped, the name ripping from my throat. You are like him. You are one of them. His smile widened, a chilling, humorless gesture. Ethan was an older model, a bit too attached. I think he made the mistake of trying to tell you the truth. To break the loop, that is a serious breach of protocol. They had to pull him. I am a newer iteration, designed for efficiency. Less emotion, more precision. He paused, studying my horrified face. And I am a handler. My job is to ensure the loop continues, smoothly, until the experiment concludes. My mind reeled. Experiment. Handlers. Older model. Loop. It was all true. The whispers, the ache, the feeling of being trapped was all real. My entire life, every day I would lived, every connection I would made, every memory I cherished, was a fabrication, a carefully constructed illusion. I was a rat in a maze. My life a cruel, endless game. Why? I choked out, tears stinging my eyes. Why are you doing this? What kind of experiment is this? He shrugged, as if discussing the weather. That is above my pay grade. Anna, all I know is that you are the subject, and the parameters are clear. Maintain the illusion. Observe the reactions, reset when necessary. He gestured vaguely around the apartment. This entire setup, the way we met, our perfect dates, it is all meticulously planned. Every detail, every coincidence, every shared interest. It is all designed to make you feel comfortable, to make you fall for me, to make the transition to the next loop as seamless as possible. He took another step towards me. I stumbled back, knocking a cutting board off the counter. It clattered to the floor, the sound jarring in the sudden, terrifying silence. Do not touch me. I screamed, my voice raw with terror. Let me go. I want out. You can't get out. Anna, he said, his voice still unervingly calm, but with underlying steel that sent shivers down my spine. Not yet, anyway. And certainly not on your own. I looked around frantically. The kitchen, which had felt so warm and inviting just moments before, now felt like a sterile operating room, a trap. The windows were too high, too far. The front door was behind him. I will tell someone. I threatened, my voice trembling. I will go to the police. I will expose all of you. He let out a short, humorless laugh. And who would believe you? Anna, a woman with no memory of the last month, claiming to be part of a secret experiment. You think they have not thought of that. We have contingencies for everything, for every deviation, every attempt to break free. He took another step, closing the distance between us. His eyes were cold, utterly devoid of the warmth they had held just minutes ago. Besides, he said, reaching into his back pocket, you won't remember any of this. My eyes widened in horror as he pulled out a syringe. It gleamed under the kitchen lights, filled with a clear, viscous liquid. The same syringe. The same terrifying realization. No, I shrieked, dropping the flyer and turning to run. My legs felt like lead, my lungs burned. I lunged to the doorway, a desperate, animalistic instinct for survival overriding everything else. But he was faster. He moved with an unsettling speed, blocking my path. His hand clamped down on my arm, an iron grip that squeezed breath from my lungs. I struggled, kicking, screaming, clawing at his face, but he was too strong. He held me tightly, his other hand raising the syringe. It is for your own good. Anna, he murmured, a chilling parody of a comforting voice. It is always for your own good. Just relax. It will be over quickly. I felt a sharp prick in my arm, a searing pain that shot through my veins. A wave of dizziness washed over me, a sudden, crushing weight on my chest. My struggles weakened, my vision blurred. Mark's face, once so charming, now a cold, impassive mask, swam before my eyes. Then, the world exploded in a blinding, searing white light. It consumed everything, every color, every sound, every thought. It was all-encompassing, absolute, and terrifyingly final. I woke up again in my bedroom. The morning sun, a pale, anemic thing, struggling to pierce through the gap in my curtains. It was the same light, the same room, the same insistent, low hum of the refrigerator, from the kitchen. Everything was exactly as it had always been, yet nothing was. The dull ache, my constant companion, was no longer dull. It was a raw, throbbing agony, a gaping wound in my mind. The emptiness was a roaring chasm, a profound, unfillable void. The faint whisper of loop was gone, replaced by a frantic, high-pitched buzzing, a constant, unbearable static in my brain. My memories were wiped clean. Again, the perfect dates, the missing person flyer, Mark's chilling confession, the syringe, the blinding light all gone. But the horror, the pure, unadulterated terror, had seeped into my very bones. It was a primal fear, a deep-seated dread that had bypassed my conscious mind and settled into my soul. I stumbled out of bed, my limbs heavy, my head pounding. I looked at my reflection in the bathroom mirror, and I saw a stranger. My eyes, once dull, then desperately searching, now held a haunted, wild look. There were faint, purple smudges under them, and my skin was pale, almost translucent. My life, though seemingly normal, felt like an inescapable cage, its bars now visible only to me. Every moment was permeated by a sense of profound wrongness, a chilling certainty that I was trapped, that I was being watched, that my reality was a meticulously crafted lie. The cycle had begun anew, but this time, I was not unknowingly playing my part. I felt it. I felt the invisible strings, the watchful eyes, the cold, calculating hand of whatever force held me captive. I knew, with a certainty that transcended memory, that I was still an experiment. And the horror was that I also knew, deep down, that I would be again, and again, forever. Julian's conditioning ward with primal. The words felt like a mantra, a broken record skipping in the chaos of my skull. Try and make sense of the scene before me. David, standing there with that unervingly gentle smile, the wall behind him a mosaic of my stolen life. My face, my moments, my vulnerabilities, all captured and cataloged without my knowledge. The clink of ice from the half-finished drink on the table. The lingering scent of the pasta. We were just eating it all felt distant, like a dream I was trying to wake from. But the photos, they were real. Every single one. Me, in that ugly oversized t-shirt I wore to bed, my hair a mess. Me, jogging through the park, headphones on, oblivious. Me, laughing with Sarah, a friend I had not seen in years, a memory so old it felt like it belonged to someone else. He would even capture the way I chewed on my lip when I was deep in thought, a habit I thought only Julian knew about. You do not understand, David had said, his voice soft, almost pleading, as if I was the one being unreasonable. I had to know you, really know you. Julian, he said it was important. Julian, the name was a cold stone in my stomach. Julian was the architect of my life, the man who'd helped me find myself after a particularly rough patch, who'd guided my career choices, even suggested the apartment I lived in. He was my mentor, my confidant, my rock. And he had orchestrated my first meeting with David. David had just described that meeting, down to the awkward coffee spill and the exact words we exchanged. Words I was sure had been spontaneous. But they were not. They were a script, my Julian-approved reality. The carefully constructed world I believed in had just been ripped apart. A choked sound escaped me, a half sob, Half gasp. I took a stumbling step back, my gaze still glued to the wall. It was not just the invasion of privacy, the sheer audacity of it. It was the absolute, total betrayal. Not just David's, but Julian's. My mind, usually so clear, so rational, felt like a shattered mirror, reflecting 1,000 distorted images of myself. Honey, are you okay? David's voice, now laced with manufactured concern, snapped me back. He took a step towards me, his hand reaching out. My primal instincts, the ones Julian had spent years trying to suppress, screamed. Run. Do not touch me. I croaked, my voice barely a whisper. I recoiled, bumping into the edge of the dining table. The half-eaten plate of pasta wobbled. My eyes darted around the room, searching for an exit, for an escape. The front door was behind him, of course. David stopped, his hand dropping. That gentle smile was gone, replaced by a look of hurt, almost childish indignation. Why are you reacting like this? I told you. I had to. Julian said it was the only way for us to truly connect. To break through the conditioning. The word hung in the air, heavy and dark. Conditioning. He would say it so casually, as if it were a common inconvenience like traffic or a bad internet connection. But for me, it was everything. Julian's guidance, his support, his therapy, was it all just conditioning? What conditioning? I demanded, my voice gaining strength, fueled by a terrifying mix of anger and fear. What are you talking about? David sighed, running a hand through his neatly combed hair. He looked almost exasperated, like he was dealing with a difficult child. The walls, honey, the walls you put up. Julian said you had to be eased into it, that you would not understand. But I could not wait forever. Not when I knew so much about you. Not when I felt this connection. He gestured vaguely at the wall, at the hundreds of photos of me, as if they were evidence of a profound, spiritual bond, not a gross violation. My stomach churned. I felt like I was going to throw up the pasta I had just eaten, the food he had prepared, the food that now tasted like ash and betrayal. You have been watching me for years. I stated, the realization hitting me with a fresh wave of nausea. Before we even met. How? How did you even know about me? David finally looked away from me, his gaze sweeping over the photos with a strange reverence. Julian introduced me to your file. He said you were special, a project. He wanted me to observe you, to understand your patterns, your desires, to be ready when the time was right. A project. I felt like a specimen under a microscope, my entire life a carefully curated experiment. Julian, my trusted mentor, had handed me over to this man, like a pet. My file. I whispered, the absurdity of it all almost making me laugh. A hollow, humorless sound. What file? He turned back to me, his eyes wide and earnest. Your psychological profile, your preferences, your vulnerabilities. Everything Julian had gathered. He said it would help me facilitate our bond. And it did. Did not it? We had such a perfect first date. Because I knew exactly what you liked. What would make you laugh. What would make you feel comfortable. The memory of that perfect first date, the one Julian had supposedly set up for me with a lovely, intelligent man, twisted into something grotesque. Every shared laugh, every knowing glance, every moment of genuine connection, I thought we would felt it was all a lie. A calculated performance, orchestrated by a puppet master and executed by his eager marionette. I felt a cold dread seep into my bones, a deeper, more insidious fear than just David stalking. Julian, what kind of person was he? What kind of game was he playing? I need to leave. I said, my voice firmer this time. I started to back away again, towards a small entryway, hoping to circle around him. David took another step forward, blocking my path. No, you can't. Not yet. You have to understand. We are meant to be together. Julian said so. He said you needed someone who truly saw you, past the conditioning. Someone who could break through. Break through what? I snapped, my eyes darting from his face to the door, then to the kitchen, wondering if there was anything I could grab, a knife, a heavy pan. My heart hammered against my ribs. The layers, he said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. The layers he put around you, to protect you, to control you, but I can see past them. I see you. He gestured to the wall again, as if the photos were proof of his profound insight, not his profound sickness. My gaze fell on one particular photo. It was me, sitting on a park bench, reading a book. My hair was tied back in a messy bun, and I was wearing a slightly faded green jacket. It was a cold autumn day. I remembered it vividly. I was reading The Night Circus, utterly engrossed. The photo was taken from a distance, through some foliage, blurring the edges. I remembered feeling a chill that day, a strange sense of being watched, but I would dismiss it as paranoia. And then something else caught my eye. Not in the photo, but in the corner of David's living room. A small, handcrafted ceramic mug, sitting on a bookshelf. It was a pale blue, with a tiny, almost invisible chip on the rim. The kind of chip that happens when you accidentally clink it against a sink faucet. My breath hitched. That mug. I knew that mug. It was my mug. Or it had been my mug. I would bought it at a craft fair years ago, and it was my favorite for tea. I would lost it about 6 months ago. I remembered tearing my apartment apart looking for it, convinced I would left it at Sarah's place, but she swore I had not. I would have been so disappointed. Now, here it was in David's apartment. A cold, icy finger traced its way down my spine. This was not just David stalking me. This was something else. Something far more unsettling. That mug, I said, pointing a trembling finger. Where did you get that mug? David followed my gaze, a flicker of surprise, then a knowing smile playing on his lips. It is lovely, is not it? I found it. Thought it was perfect for my chamomile tea. Why, it is mine. I whispered, the words catching my throat. I lost it 6 months ago. His smile widened, but it did not reach his eyes. His eyes held a strange, almost triumphant glint. Is it? What a coincidence. Perhaps it was meant to be here. Another sign of our connection. No, not a coincidence. This was impossible. He had not just found it. He must have taken it, snatched it from my apartment. But that did not make sense. He watched me from afar. How would he get inside? Unless a new, terrifying thought began to form, a crack in the carefully constructed facade of my memory. How did you get into my apartment? I asked, my voice barely audible. David chuckled, a low, unsettling sound. Oh, honey, I do not need to get into your apartment. I have everything I need right here. He gestured around his living room, a room that was suddenly starting to feel disturbingly familiar. My gaze swept over the room again, but this time, I was not looking for an escape. I was looking for clues. The way the couch was positioned, facing the large flat-screen TV. The stack of art books on the coffee table, one of them open to a page with a Van Gogh painting I loved. The small, slightly worn Persian rug by the fireplace. And then I saw it. A faint, almost imperceptible scuff mark on the hardwood floor, near the threshold of the kitchen. It was shaped like a crescent moon. I knew that mark. I had made that mark. Months ago, I would have been moving a heavy bookshelf, try to rearrange my living room, and I would accidentally dragged it, leaving that exact mark. I remembered being annoyed, then just accepting it as part of my apartment's character. But this was not my apartment. This was David's. My mind reeled. Julian's conditioning ward with primal. The primal instinct was screaming, a high-pitched, desperate wail. You have been here before. No. I breathed, shaking my head. No, this is not possible. David watched me, his expression unreadable, a flicker of something almost like pity in his eyes. What is not possible? Honey, this room. I stammered, pointing a shaky finger at the scuff mark. That mark. I made that mark. In my apartment. But it is here. In your apartment. He simply smiled. Is it? Perhaps you are mistaken. Or perhaps you remember more than you think. My head began to throb. The air felt thick, heavy, pressing down on me. I felt a wave of dizziness, the kind that precedes a blackout. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to clear my head, trying to make sense of the impossible. When I opened them, my gaze landed on the window. It overlooked a small park, with a distinctive oak tree whose branches reached out like gnarled fingers. I knew that tree. I looked at that tree every morning from my own living room window. But this was not my window. This was David's. Unless this was my apartment, or a replica of it. Or, my eyes widened in horror. This was not just a mug. This was not just a scuff mark. This apartment, David's apartment, was almost identical to mine. The layout, the furniture, the decor, even the placement of the small, framed print of a Paris street scene above the fireplace. My print, the one I would bought on a whim during a trip abroad. This is my apartment. I whispered, the words tasting like ash. This is my apartment. Is not it? David's smile finally broke into a wide, triumphant grin. Not exactly. Honey, it is a little bit of both. A merging, if you will. Julian thought it would be therapeutic for us to share a space that felt like home to you, to help you feel comfortable, to help you remember. The world tilted. My knees buckled, and I grabbed onto the edge of the dining table to steady myself. Remember what? Everything, David said, his voice dropping to a low, soothing tone, as if he were talking to a frightened animal. Everything Julian wants you to remember. Everything he has been preparing you for. He walked over to a bookshelf, pulling out a thick, leather-bound journal. It looked old, worn. He opened it, flipping through pages filled with neat, precise handwriting. You see, Julian has been working on a very special project, a study in human consciousness, memory, and influence. And you, my dear, are his most exceptional subject. My breath hitched. Subject, not project. Subject. He created a baseline for you. David continued, his eyes scanning the journal. A reality. Your Julian-approved reality. He carefully curated your experiences, your memories, even your personality to a certain extent, to see how resilient the human mind truly is. And then he introduced variables. He looked up, his gaze locking onto mine, filled with an unsettling intensity. I am one of those variables. This apartment is another. What are you saying? I choked out, my voice trembling. This apartment is not just a replica of yours, he explained, as if he were patiently explaining a complex equation to a child. It is yours. Or it was, and it is also mine. Julian acquired the building, you see. He owns all the units. He has been moving you between them, slowly, subtly over time, changing minor details, observing your reactions, testing your conditioning. My head swam. I remember the feeling of unease, the subtle shifts I would sometimes notice in my apartment. A painting slightly off-center, a book on a shelf that I did not remember buying, a faint smell of something unfamiliar. I would always dismiss them as my imagination or just my own forgetfulness. Julian had always reassured me, told me I was just overthinking things, that I needed to relax and trust my perceptions. So, you are saying, I have been living in different versions of my apartment. I asked, the absurdity of it all battling with the horrifying possibility. Precisely, David confirmed, nodding. And you have been here, in this version, many times. Without knowing it, Julian would bring you here, sometimes for a few hours, sometimes for a whole day. He would observe you, see how you interacted with the space, how you reacted to subtle changes. And then he would reset you, wipe the memory, send you back to your baseline apartment, the ceramic mug, the scuff mark, the Paris print, the view from the window. It was not just that David had been watching me from afar. It was that I had been unknowingly living in his world, a carefully constructed illusion, for months, maybe even years. My life was not just being observed, it was being meticulously controlled and manipulated. Julian's conditioning warred with primal. The primal part of me was screaming, not just about David, but about Julian. He was not a mentor. He was a monster. You have been inside my apartment before, David said, his voice now a low purr, echoing the prompt's core idea, but twisting it into something far more sinister. Many times. You just do not remember it. Until now. He walked over the wall of photos again, his fingers tracing the edges of a picture of me sleeping. Julian wanted to see how long it would take for you to notice, for the conditioning to break. He was so proud of your resilience. You are truly a marvel. The sheer audacity, the cold, clinical detachment in his voice made my blood run cold. They were not seeing me as a person. I was an object, a subject, a marvel of their twisted experiment. I thought back to the rough patch Julian had helped me through, the period of intense confusion, memory gaps, and profound sense of dissociation after a traumatic event I barely remembered. He would tell me it was post-traumatic stress, and he would help me heal. But what if that healing was just a deeper level of conditioning? What if the rough patch was the beginning of his experiments, not the aftermath of some random trauma? My eyes landed on another photo. Me, in a hospital gown, looking pale and disoriented. It was a photo I did not recognize, a memory that was completely blank. Julian had told me I would have a minor surgery, nothing to worry about. But what if it was more? What if it was when the conditioning truly began? A new wave of terror washed over me. I was not just trapped in David's apartment. I was trapped in Julian's experiment. My own mind was a prison, its walls built by someone I had trusted implicitly. Why? I asked the word a desperate plea. Why are you doing this? Why is Julian doing this? David finally turned from the wall, his expression softening again, but felt even more menacing now. For knowledge, honey, for understanding, to unlock the true potential of the human mind. And for you, for us, to achieve a perfect connection, unburdened by the flaws of ordinary reality. He took another step towards me, his eyes shining with an almost manic zeal. Now that you are remembering, now that the conditioning is starting to break, we can truly begin. Julian will be so pleased. He has been waiting for this moment. I instinctively took a step back, my hand still gripping the table, my knuckles white. The horror of the situation was no longer just about David stalking. It was about the complete, utter dismantling of my identity, my past, my very sense of self. I was a puppet, and Julian was pulling the strings, not just with David, but with my own mind. What do you mean, truly begin? I whispered, my voice barely holding together. David's smile returned, that chilling, gentle smile. He reached out, slowly, deliberately, towards my face. Julian has more plans for us, my dear. So many more. Now that you are aware, the real work can start. We can build a new reality, together. One where you are truly free. Free from the lies you did not even know you were living. His fingers brushed my cheek, cold and clinical. I flinched, but I could not move. My feet felt rooted to the spot, my body frozen by a terror so profound it paralyzed me. The photos on the wall seemed to mock me, 1,000 versions of myself, all oblivious, all controlled. The apartment, once a place of comfort and shared laughter, now felt like a cage, a meticulously designed trap. The familiar objects, the ones that had just triggered my terrifying realization, now felt like tools of my imprisonment. I was in David's apartment. I had been in David's apartment before. David was Julian's pawn, and I was Julian's subject. The horror was not just what they had done to me, but what they were going to do. The conditioning was not broken, it was just evolving. And I was right where Julian wanted me to be, ready for the next phase of his experiment. My reality had shattered, and in its place, a new, far more terrifying one was beginning to form. And I had no idea how to escape it. The clink of ice in David's glass, the scent of garlic and herbs from the pasta he had made, the low hum of his refrigerator, all with background noise, a meaningless soundtrack to the silent scream erupting inside my head. My eyes were fixed on the wall, on the horrifying mosaic that had just ripped a gaping hole in my carefully constructed, Julian-approved reality. Dozens, maybe 100, candid photos of me, not just me from the coffee shop or walking down the street. These were pictures from months ago, years even. Me laughing with friends I could not quite remember. Me buying groceries. Me jogging in a park I recognized but felt no connection to. Me looking out a window in an apartment that felt vaguely familiar, but was not my apartment. Not the one Julian had given me. There was even one of me sleeping, a blurry, intimate shot taken from an unsettlingly close vantage point. My breath hitched. The air felt thick, heavy, suffocating. Julian's conditioning, the implanted memories, the fabricated past that all roared with a primal, visceral terror that was breaking to the layers of control. This is not real. It is part of the plan. Stay, calm. He is just obsessed. Use it. But the voice, Julian's voice, was a whisper against a roar. My hands, him behind my back, were shaking uncontrollably, fingers digging into my palms. A cold sweat prickled my skin, and my heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. David's footsteps sounded from the kitchen, drawing closer. My head snapped away from the wall, my gaze darting to the half-eaten plate of pasta on the table. I forced my features into a neutral, slightly bored expression, as if I would merely been contemplating the tasteful art. But the image was seared into my retinas, the sheer violation of it, the chilling implication. He re-entered, carrying a bottle of red wine, a pleasant, easy smile on his face. "Refill?" he asked, holding up the bottle. His eyes, warm and inviting just moments ago, seemed to linger on my face for a fraction too long, as if searching for something. Or perhaps confirming something. I managed a faint smile, my voice coming out a little too strained. "Oh, no thanks. I am good. Just admiring your eclectic taste in decor." I gestured vaguely toward the wall. Try and make it sound like a compliment, like an amused observation. He chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that now sent shivers down my spine. "Ah, my little passion project. You noticed." He set the wine down and walked over to the wall, his back to me, his gaze sweeping over collage. He picked up one of the photos, a shot of me bundled in a winter coat, my hair a mess, laughing at something unseen. "I suppose it is a bit unusual." "A bit." I agreed, trying to keep my voice light, casual, as if we were discussing the weather. "Are you a photographer?" "David, these are incredibly detailed." He turned, leaning against the wall, the photo still in his hand. His smile softened, becoming almost tender, but in a way that curdled my blood. "Not professionally, no. Just an admirer of beauty. And you, well, you are quite captivating." My stomach churned. Me, I tried to sound flattered, a blush rising to my cheeks that felt entirely genuine, but for all the wrong reasons. "I do not remember you taking any of these." "Oh, I assure you, you would not have," he said, his eyes twinkling. "They were all candid, spontaneous, capturing you in your natural element. You know, unaware, that is when true beauty shines through." He took a step towards me, his gaze unwavering. "I first saw you at the Daily Grind a while back. Months ago, actually. You were reading a book, a paperback with a rather worn cover. You had a coffee, black, I think, and you just caught my eye. There was something about you, a certain light. He was describing our first official meeting, the one Julian had orchestrated. But he was saying it happened months ago. My mind raced, trying to reconcile the timelines. Julian's carefully constructed narrative was crumbling. And then, David continued, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. I started seeing you everywhere. At the grocery store, in the park, walking past my apartment building. It felt like fate, like the universe was just putting you in my path. I just had to document it. Had to capture those moments. I knew, somehow, that we were meant to meet properly. He finally put the photo back, his hand brushing against my arm as he did so. His touch felt like ice, despite the warmth of his skin. My mind was screaming. He saw me before Julian sent me. He was watching me. He knew who I was, or who I used to be. Julian had told me David was a mark, a new target for infiltration. He would give me a fabricated past, a new name, a new identity. But David was talking about me to me he would have been watching, the me he would have been stalking, long before Julian's elaborate charade. That is quite a story. I managed, my voice barely a whisper. I forced myself to laugh, a brittle, fake sound. I guess I should be flattered. It is a bit intense, though, would not you say? He smiled a wide, open smile that did not quite reach his eyes. Perhaps. But then, true connections often are not they? I just knew, from the moment I saw you, that you were special. And when you finally walked into the daily grind that day and sat down at that very table where I first saw you, it felt like the stars had aligned. My blood ran cold. He was talking about the table Julian had told me to sit at for our arranged first meeting. He was not just a stalker. He was a player in this game, a player who seemed to know Julian's script, or perhaps even had a hand in writing it. Julian's voice, once a commanding force, now sounded desperate, like a fading echo in my mind. Stay calm. He is obsessed. Good. Use it. But the primal part of my brain, the part that had not been completely reprogrammed, was screaming a single urgent word run. I glanced at my watch, feigning a sudden realization. Oh, my goodness. Look at the time. I had no idea it was so late. I really should be getting home. I have an early start tomorrow. It was a clumsy lie, but it was the best I could do. Every fiber of my being was screaming for escape. David's smile faltered just for a second. A flicker of something dark, possessive, crossed his face before he smoothed it away. Already, but we were just getting to know each other. I was going to offer you some dessert. I made a fantastic chocolate lava cake. It sounds delicious, truly, I said, already moving toward the door, my heart pounding so hard I thought he must hear it. But I really do have to go. I am feeling a bit under the weather, actually. A sudden headache. I pressed a hand to my temple, hoping to look convincing. He followed me, his footsteps silent on the plush carpet. Of course. I understand. He reached the door before me, opening it with a flourish. His hand brushed against my lower back as I stepped past him, a touch that felt less like a gentle farewell and more like a brand. Thank you for coming, though I had a wonderful evening, and I hope your headache clears up quickly. His eyes held mine, unwavering, intense. I will text you. We should definitely do this again very soon. Yes, absolutely. I mumbled, already halfway out the door, desperate for the cool night air. Good night, David. Good night, darling, he replied, his voice a soft caress that made my skin crawl. I practically sprinted to my car, fumbled with the keys, my hand shaking so violently I could barely insert the key into the ignition. The moment the engine roared to life, I slammed the doors shut, locked them, and sped away from his apartment building, not daring to look back. The tears started flowing before I would even made it out of his neighborhood. Hot, angry tears that blurred my vision. My breath came in ragged gasps, and I had to pull over, my body racked with tremors. The conditioning. Julian's voice. It was all breaking down under the weight of sheer, unadulterated terror. I was not just a puppet anymore. I was a puppet whose strings had just been revealed to a second, unknown master. Or worse, to a master who had been watching me, waiting for me, long before Julian had even entered the picture. The idea that Julian had known about David's obsession, that he'd used it, was a horrifying possibility that made my stomach clench. My phone vibrated on the passenger seat. It was Julian. I stared at the caller ID, my heart still racing. I did not want to answer, but I knew I had no choice. Julian did not tolerate insubordination. He would not care about my fear, only about the mission. I took a deep, shaky breath, wiping the tears from my face, and answered. Julian. My voice was barely a whisper. Report, he commanded, his voice devoid of emotion, a cold, sharp blade. I recounted the evening, my voice trembling as I described the collage. David's unsettling explanation, the way he would known about Julian's carefully constructed meeting point. I waited for his surprise, his anger, his concern. Instead, there was a beat of silence, then a low chuckle. Excellent, Julian said, his voice laced with a chilling satisfaction. He is even more obsessed than I anticipated. This changes nothing, darling. It merely makes your job easier. Easier. I choked out, disbelief warring with terror. Julian, he has been stalking me. For months, years, even. He has pictures of me from before I met you. The words hung in the air, an unspoken question. Before you took me. A minor detail. Julian dismissed, his tone dismissive. His prior interest merely confirms his suitability. He is already primed, already invested. You do not have to work as hard to earn his trust, do you? He already believes in a destiny, a connection. But you knew, did not you? The accusation was out before I could stop it. You knew he was watching me. You put me in his path, knowing he was already fixated. Another beat of silence, a pregnant pause that stretched for an eternity. Let us just say, David was always a target. Julian finally replied, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl. And your unique circumstances made you the perfect instrument. He was ready for you, and you, my dear, were ready for him. It was a beautiful synergy. Now, you will continue. You will respond to his texts. You will accept his invitations. You will become his everything, just as planned. Do you understand? The cold, hard truth slammed into me. Julian had not just given me a new identity, he had found me, perhaps even taken me, and then molded me into the perfect bait for David. I was not infiltrating David's life. I was being delivered to him. What about Mark? I whispered, a desperate attempt to cling to the original narrative, to the nightmare I thought I understood. What about my role in his disappearance? Julian's voice hardened. Mark is irrelevant to this. Assignment. Focus on David. Failure is not an option. Remember the consequences. His voice held a chilling finality. I will be in touch. He hung up, leaving me alone in the dark, the horrifying truth sinking its teeth into me. The next few days were a living hell. David's texts and calls came in a relentless stream. They were charming, solicitous, but beneath the veneer politeness. I could feel the possessive grip tightening. Hope you had a good run this morning. One text read, sent just an hour after I would return from a jog I had not mentioned to him. Another saw you stop by the daily grind earlier. Hope you got your usual black coffee. He was still watching me. He knew my routine, my habits, my movements. My apartment, the one Julian had given me, no longer felt safe. The blinds were always drawn, the doors always locked, but I still felt his eyes on me, an invisible, suffocating presence. Julian, true to his word, called frequently, not to offer comfort or guidance, but to reinforce his orders. He monitored my interactions with David, demanding transcripts of our conversations. analyzing every text. He reminded me of Mark, of the fabricated guilt of the Phantom family I was supposedly protecting. He threatened me with consequences so vague, yet so terrifying, that my conditioned mind recoiled at the thought. The conditioning was fighting back against my rising panic, trying to reassert control, to drown out the screams of my own intuition. You will respond. Julian's voice echoed in my head, a constant, insidious drone. You will continue. You will make him yours. And so, I did. I forced myself to reply to David's text, to accept his invitations for coffee, for lunch, for another dinner. Each interaction was an exercise in terror. I felt like a lamb being led to slaughter, playing along with my executioner, while Julian watched, pulling my strings. One evening, Julian ordered me to go back to David's apartment. He wants to show you his new telescope. Julian had said, his voice flat. He is quite proud of it. Humor him. Get closer. Find out what else he is hiding. My blood ran cold. Go back to that apartment, to that wall, to that man. The thought made me want to vomit. But Julian's was absolute. I walked into David's apartment that night, my heart a lead weight in my chest. The air was thick with the scent of his cologne, a cloying sweetness that made me nauseous. He greeted me with a warm smile, his eyes shining with an unsettling eagerness. He led me to his balcony, where a large, gleaming telescope stood, pointed at the night sky. He talked about constellations, about distant galaxies, his voice a soothing murmur that belied the predator I knew him to be. I nodded, feigned interest, my mind racing for an excuse, an escape. As he adjusted the telescope, his back turned. I decided to risk it. I need to use the restroom. I said, my voice surprisingly steady. Of course, he replied, not looking away from the eyepiece. Down the hall, first door on the left. I walked down the hallway, my eyes darting around, searching for anything, any clue, any piece of my stolen past. The bathroom door was open, revealing a pristine, sterile space. But next to it, tucked away in a small alcove, was a stack of old magazines and newspapers haphazardly piled. My gaze snagged on a faded headline, a local paper from years ago. Curiosity, a desperate, reckless impulse, overwhelmed me. I reached for the top newspaper, my fingers trembling as I pulled it free. It was an old edition, dated almost 3 years ago. The headline was about a local charity drive, mundane, unremarkable. But then, my eyes drifted to a small, boxed ad on the side column. Missing person. The words hit me like a physical blow. My breath caught in my throat. My eyes scanned the blurry photograph next to the text. It was me. Younger, a little different, but undeniably me. My hair was longer, my smile more genuine, less guarded. It was a picture of me from before. Before Julian. Before the conditioning. Before the fabricated past. My hand shook so violently that the newspaper rattled. I read the text, my vision blurring, the words swimming before my eyes. Missing my real name. Last seen leaving her apartment on address. Described as 5 feet 6 inches. Brown hair, hazel eyes the address. It was not the one Julian had given me. It was an address I felt a vague, haunting familiarity with, a ghost of a memory. And the name, it was not the name Julian had given me. It was my name, my real name, the one I would have forgotten, the one that had been stolen from me. The date on the flyer, 3 years ago, the same time Mark had disappeared, the time my life had become a blank slate, a canvas for Julian's twisted art. The truth, raw and brutal, crashed down on me, shattering every remaining shard of Julian's carefully constructed lies. I was not just a puppet. I was a victim. I was not just assigned to David. I had been found by Julian, taken by him, and then used as bait for David, who had already been watching me. I had been missing for 3 years. Julian had not just given me a new life, he had erased my old one. He had not just conditioned me, he had abducted me. The pieces clicked into place with horrifying clarity. Julian was not just my handler, he was my captor. And David was not just an obsessed mark. He was connected to this. He was part of it. He had known I was missing. He had known Julian was involved. Perhaps he had even been involved in my disappearance. A soft click echoed down the hallway. David. He was coming. I stared at the flyer, my real name staring back at me, a phantom limb that had suddenly reappeared. The contact number on the flyer. Not Julian's. Not mine. Someone else's. Someone who had been looking for me. The sound of David's footsteps grew closer. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs. The fear was no longer a tremor. It was a seismic quake, ripping through me, tearing away the last vestiges of Julian's control. The conditioning was broken. The puppet string snapped. All that remained was raw, animal terror. He appeared in the hallway, a casual smile on his face, a glass of wine in his hand. His gaze drifted to the newspaper in my trembling hands, then to my face. The smile vanished. His eyes, once so warm and inviting, hardened, becoming cold, predatory. The mask had finally slipped. "Something catch your eye, darling," he asked, his voice low, no longer charming, but laced with a chilling possessiveness. He took a step towards me, then another. His eyes, fixed on mine, held a gleam of triumph, of ownership. He knew. He knew I knew. I clutched the faded newspaper, my real name staring up at me, a testament to the life that had been stolen. David reached out, his hand slowly extending towards me, towards the flyer, towards my face. The world spun, a dizzying vortex of fear and realization. I was truly lost, truly a puppet, not in one game, but in a labyrinth of nightmares, with no escape. My world dissolved into blinding white. It was not a flash, not a sudden explosion of light that then faded. It was more like an entire reality being bleached, erased, until there was nothing left but a blank canvas, stretched taut and infinite. Then, slowly, agonizingly, color began to seep back in. Not like paint, but like a photograph developing in acid, images forming from a chaotic swirl. I blinked. The ceiling above me was white, textured, familiar in a way that felt both comforting and profoundly unsettling. My head throbbed, a dull ache behind my eyes. I sat up, pushing myself onto my elbows. I was in my bed. My apartment. The one bedroom I would lived in for how long? A year. 2. The details were fuzzy, like trying to recall a dream that had already begun to evaporate. A sense of profound exhaustion weighed on me, as if I would just run a marathon I could not remember starting. My throat was dry. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, the carpet soft beneath my bare feet. Everything looked normal. The stack of books on my nightstand, the half-finished cup of water, the discarded clothes draped over a chair. Yet, a cold knot of anxiety tightened in my stomach. It was a feeling I knew intimately, though I could not place its origin. A deep, primal fear that whispered, something is not right. I stumbled to the kitchen, poured myself a glass of water, and gulped it down. The cold liquid soothed my throat, but not the unease. I looked at my reflection in the dark window. My face stared back, pale, eyes wide and a little too bright. Above my left eyebrow, a faint scar, a thin white line, stood out against my skin. I traced it with my finger. I would have it forever, or so I thought. A childhood accident, a fall from a bike. But the memory of that fall was as indistinct as the rest of my past. Just a vague impression, not a concrete recollection. Days turned into weeks. The anxiety never completely faded, but it dulled, pushed down by the mundane rhythm of life. Work, groceries. Netflix, repeat. I was a graphic designer, working from home, which meant my social interactions were limited. Loneliness began to creep in, a quiet companion that hummed beneath the surface of my days. My friends felt distant, their lives full and vibrant, while mine felt stagnant. Or maybe it was me who was distant. I could not shake the feeling that I was watching my own life unfold from behind a pane of glass. One evening, after staring at my reflection for a little too long, the scar above my eyebrow seeming to mock my solitude, I decided I needed a change. I needed connection. I downloaded Tinder. I would been on it before, of course. Had a few dates, mostly forgettable. But this time it felt different. A desperate hope mingled with that persistent sense of dread. I swiped through faces, a parade of smiles and selfies, until I saw him. Mark. His profile picture showed him hiking a mountain trail, a genuine, easy smile on his face, eyes crinkling at the corners. Another picture showed him laughing with a dog, another volunteering at a local animal shelter. His bio was witty, charming, and exactly my type. He loved indie films, obscure jazz, and long walks in nature. He even mentioned a fondness for old sci-fi novels, a niche interest I rarely found shared. I swiped right, almost instantly. "It is a match," flashed across my screen. My heart gave a little jump. His first message was perfect. Not a cheesy pickup line, not a bland hey. It was a thoughtful comment about one of my profile pictures, showing genuine interest. We started chatting, and it was effortless. Hours melted away as we exchanged messages, finding common ground on seemingly everything. It was almost uncanny. He liked the same obscure bands, had the same favorite authors, even shared my pet peeves. After a few days of non-stop texting, he suggested a video call. I was nervous, but the moment his face appeared on my screen, all my anxieties seemed to dissipate. He was even more handsome in person, his laugh warm and infectious. We talked for 2 hours, drifting from topic to topic, never a lull in the conversation. It felt like I would known him forever. He listened intently when I spoke, his eyes never leaving mine. He even remembered a minor detail I would mention in passing from one of our earlier texts. So, he said, a playful glint in his eyes, after this stellar performance, "I think it is only fair you let me take you out to dinner." I laughed, a genuine unforced sound that surprised me. "I think I can arrange that." Mark. Our first date was at a cozy Italian place downtown. I wore my favorite dress, feeling a flutter of excitement I had not experienced in a long time. Mark was already there when I arrived, standing to greet me with a warm smile and a gentle hand on my arm. He pulled out my chair, ordered my favorite wine, which I would mention once vaguely in a text, and kept the conversation flowing effortlessly. He talked about his job as an architect, his passion for sustainable design, his love for his family. He asked about my work, my dreams, my fears. He seemed genuinely interested in every word I said. He even made a subtle, reassuring comment when I mentioned my occasional bouts of anxiety, as if he understood exactly what I was talking about. It was like he was reading my mind, anticipating my thoughts before I even fully formed them. By the end of the night, I was floating. I had not felt this seen, this understood, I could not remember feeling this way, ever. As he walked me to my door, he leaned in, his breath warm against my ear. I had an incredible time, he whispered, his voice a low rumble. "I feel like I have known you my whole life." A shiver ran down my spine, but it was not from cold. It was a mix of exhilaration and a tiny, almost imperceptible prickle of something else. Something too familiar. But I pushed it away. This was good. This was real. I wanted this. Over the next few weeks, Mark became an integral part of my life. He was everything I would ever want in a partner, and then some. He would send me thoughtful texts throughout the day, bring me flowers for no reason, cook me dinner at his place, a delicious meal I would once mention I loved, prepared perfectly. He remembered every detail, every preference, every little thing I said. He was attentive, supportive, incredibly kind. He would show up at my door with coffee when he knew I had a big deadline, or suggest a movie night exactly when I was feeling overwhelmed. He seemed to know my moods, my needs, my desires, before I even consciously recognized myself. It was almost magical. My friends, when I finally introduced him, were charmed. "He is perfect for you," they all said, a hint of envy in their voices. "Where did you find him?" I just smiled a little too brightly and said, "Tinder." But the too perfect aspect, while initially enchanting, slowly began to gnaw at the edges of my contentment. There were moments, fleeting and unsettling, when I felt like an actress in a play, and Mark was a director, always anticipating my next line. His eyes sometimes would hold a depth of knowing that felt unnatural, as if he was not just observing me, but studying me. One afternoon, we were at a park, sitting on a bench, and I was talking about a childhood memory of vague, fragmented recollection of falling off my bike and scraping my knee. I pointed to the scar above my eyebrow. "That is where I hit my head," I said, a small laugh escaping me. I was a clumsy kid. Mark reached out, his finger gently tracing the line of the scar. His touch was cold, clinical, not the warm, loving touch I had grown used to. "Ah, yes," he murmured, his eyes distant, almost analytical. "The bike incident." He paused, a strange, almost imperceptible shift in his expression. "It is a persistent one, is not it?" My blood ran cold. The way he said it, the detachment in his voice, the subtle emphasis on persistent. It was not a normal reaction. It was as if he was referring to a recurring data point, not a personal memory. I pulled my head back slightly. "What do you mean?" He blinked, his warm smile instantly returning, a flicker of something I could not quite place disappearing from his eyes. "Oh, nothing. Just that some scars really stick with you. You know, a permanent reminder." He squeezed my hand, his warmth returning. "But it just adds to your charm. You know that." I forced a smile, but the unsettling feeling lingered, a tiny, sharp shard in my gut. He was so good at shifting back to the charming boyfriend. It was almost terrifying. A few weeks later, Mark invited me to stay over at his place for the weekend. I would been there many times for dinner, but never spent the night. His apartment was always meticulously clean, tastefully decorated, almost like a showroom. Everything was in its place, no clutter, no personal mess. It was beautiful, but sometimes I felt a strange emptiness there, like it was not truly lived in. "I thought it would be nice to wake up together," he said, his arm around my waist, pulling me close. "Make us breakfast." I agreed, trying to ignore the prickle of unease that resurfaced. It was probably just nerves. I told myself. Moving to the next stage of a relationship. That Friday night, after a lovely dinner he had prepared, we settled in to watch a movie. His couch was incredibly comfortable, perfectly positioned for optimal viewing. Everything in his apartment was perfect. Too perfect. I excused myself to use the bathroom. His bathroom was as immaculate as the rest of his place. White tiles, gleaming chrome, a single, perfectly folded hand towel on the counter. I splashed water on my face, looking at my reflection. The scar above my eyebrow seemed to stand out more tonight, a beacon of my lingering unease. As I reached for the hand towel, my gaze drifted to the small corkboard tacked to the wall beside the mirror. It was sparsely decorated, a couple of framed photos of landscapes, a postcard from a national park, and then my breath hitched. Pinned to the corkboard, right in the center, was a flyer. It was a missing person flyer. My eyes widened, heart beginning to hammer against my ribs. It was a picture of a woman with my hair, my eyes, my exact facial structure. A woman who looked exactly like me. My hands started to tremble. I reached out, my fingers brushing against the slick paper. The details printed below the photo swam before my eyes, but I forced myself to focus. Missing person. Name Eleanor Vance. Age 29. Last seen date a few months ago, roughly when I started this new life. Height 5 feet 6 inches. Hair brown. Shoulder length. Eyes green. Distinguishing mark, small scar above left eyebrow, my name. Eleanor Vance. That was my name. The scar, the date, it was all there. Every detail. My own face stared back at me, wide-eyed and terrified, from a missing person flyer, pinned to the wall in my perfect boyfriend's perfect bathroom. The blood drained from my face. My knees felt weak. A wave of nausea washed over me. This was not a coincidence. This was not some strange resemblance. This was me. Memories, fragmented and terrifying, began to flash in my mind. Not clear images, but raw feelings. The blinding white, Melanie's frantic warning, Julian's unsmiling face, Alex, the kind stranger who turned out to be one of them, his cold touch on my scar, his words your entire life is a lie, constructed by them, an endless cyclical experiment, new parameters. The words echoed in my head, a chilling symphony of dread. Alex, Mark, they were the same. Different faces, different roles, but the same cold, calculating eyes beneath the facade. This was not a life. This was a loop. I was trapped, a rat in a maze, being observed, reset, and reobserved. Panic, cold and sharp, seized me. I had to get out. Now, I tore the flyer from the corkboard, crumpling it in my trembling hand. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. I stumbled out of the bathroom, my eyes darting around the pristine apartment. Every perfect detail now seemed sinister, a carefully constructed stage. Mark was still on the couch, watching the movie. He looked so normal, so handsome, so utterly composed. The sight of him, so calm, while my world was shattering, made my stomach churn. Mark, I managed, my voice a strained whisper. He paused the movie, turning to me with that familiar, warm smile. Everything okay, sweetheart? You look a little pale. His eyes, though, they were not warm anymore. There was a flicker of something, a knowing, predatory gleam that sent a fresh wave of terror through me. Who is this? I held out the crumpled flyer, my hand shaking so violently I could barely keep it steady. His smile did not falter, but a subtle change came over his face. The warmth in his eyes receded, replaced by a chilling blankness. It was like watching a mask melt away, revealing something cold and inhuman beneath. Ah, he said, his voice still soft, but devoid of all emotion. You found that, did you? He stood up, slowly, deliberately. He moved with a grace that was no longer charming, but menacing. I suppose it was only a matter of time. I instinctively backed away, my eyes wide with terror. What is this? Mark, what is going on? He took another step towards me, and another. I could feel the wall behind me. Trapped. It is just as it seems. Eleanor, he said, his voice now a low, even monotone. You are missing. Or, rather, you were missing. We found you. Or, more accurately, we retrieved you. I choked out, my mind reeling. Who are we? He stopped just a few feet from me, his gaze intense, dissecting. Julian's network. You know, Julian, do not you... Or perhaps you have forgotten him again. He chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. It is always fascinating, the way the mind tries to suppress the truth. But some things like that little scar, he gestured to my eyebrow, they always remain. He reached out, slowly, his hand moving toward my face. I flinched, but I was frozen in place, my body screaming to run, but my feet refusing to obey. His fingers, cold and long, touched the scar above my eyebrow. A persistent reminder, he repeated, his voice now a chilling echo of Alex's, of your last attempt to break free. You were quite resourceful, then almost made it, but we always bring you back. Always. Tears streamed down my face, hot and stinging. Why? I sobbed. Why are you doing this to me? His eyes, devoid of any empathy, stared into mine. For observation. Eleanor, for data, You are a fascinating subject. Your resilience, your adaptability. Every reset, every new set of parameters yields invaluable insights. Parameters, the word so clinical, so dehumanizing, struck me with a fresh wave of horror. This was not love. This was not a relationship. It was a carefully crafted experiment. Indeed, he said, his fingers still tracing the scar, a sensation that made my skin crawl. This particular loop was designed to test your capacity for emotional attachment, your susceptibility to a perfect partner. And you, my dear, performed admirably. You always do. My mind screamed. He had been watching me, studying me, manipulating me, from the moment I woke up in that bed after the last reset. Every kind word, every thoughtful gesture, every shared interest, it was all lie, a script he was following. I want to go home. I whispered, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. He smiled, a cold, empty gesture. You are home. Eleanor, this is your home. For now. He leaned closer, his breath chilling my skin. But it is time for the next phase. The parameters are changing once more. His touch on my scar became firmer, almost a pressure point. The world around me started to blur, the edges of Mark's perfect apartment wavering, dissolving. His face, once so handsome, now seemed to stretch and distort, his eyes widening into bottomless pits. The overwhelming sense of nausea returned, stronger than before. His voice, distant now, echoed in the receding reality. Do not worry. Eleanor, you will forget all about this. You always do. We will see you again, soon. The blinding white returned, washing over me, consuming everything. It swallowed the fear, the anger, the shattering realization. It swallowed Mark, his cold smile, the crumpled flyer in my hand. It swallowed my very identity, leaving nothing but a blank, terrifying void. The last thing I saw was the glint of the river stone, a cold, hard promise of inescapable fate. Then darkness. Not the soft, velvet black of sleep, but a sudden, violent eclipse, like a heavy blanket thrown over a struggling flame. My screams, cut short, echoed in the hollow space of my own skull, a sound only I could hear. I had returned to the nest. Waking was not a gentle transition. It was a jarring, physical lurch into a world that felt both alien and horribly familiar. My head throbbed, a dull, insistent drumbeat behind my eyes. My mouth was dry, tasting of ash and fear. When I tried to move, I found my wrists and ankles bound, not with rope, but with thick, padded restraints that chafed even through my clothes. The material felt industrial, cold against my skin. I lay on something firm and unyielding, a cot of some kind, covered by a thin, rough blanket. The air was sterile, smelling faintly of disinfectant and something else, something metallic and clinical, like a hospital. Slowly, my eyes adjusted to the dim light filtering through a single, narrow slit high on the wall. The room was small, stark. White walls, pristine and unforgiving, stretched up to a low ceiling. No windows, no personal touches. Just a cot, a small, bolted-down toilet in one corner, and a heavy, steel door. A cell, panicked, cold and sharp, pierced through the lingering fog in my brain. This was not Mark's house. This was not the cabin. This was something new, something worse. This was Julian's true domain, stripped bare of any pretense of normalcy or comfort. This was a cage. Hours bled into days, or perhaps just one long, agonizing day. Time became a fluid, meaningless concept in that sterile box. I tried to shout, to kick, to plead, but my voice was hoarse, my strength quickly depleted. The door remained a silent, impassive sentinel. Food, bland and tasteless, was delivered through a slot at the bottom of the door at irregular intervals. Water, too. No human contact. Just a relentless, crushing silence, broken only by the sound of my own ragged breathing and the frantic beat of my heart. My mind, however, refused to be silenced. It spun, cycling through every horror, every betrayal. Mark's vacant blue eyes, just like Alex's. His perfect manufactured kindness. The insidious way he had preyed on my loneliness. A vulnerability Julian had always known was my greatest weakness. The lobster ravioli. The coffee order. The missing person flyer. My old face staring back at me from the corkboard. A ghost from a past I would desperately try to bury. He had not just found me. He had created the circumstances for me to be found. He would build a more insidious cage, one designed to look like freedom. And now here I was, the wild bird, finally trapped, its wings clipped, returned to the deepest part of the nest. Then one day, the steel door hissed open. My heart leaped into my throat. The figure standing in the doorway was tall, broad-shouldered, and featureless in the harsh light of the corridor behind him. He did not speak. He simply entered, his movements economical, precise. He wore dark, simple clothes, a uniform of sorts. His face was unremarkable, forgettable, the kind of face you would never pick out a crowd. But his eyes held that same unsettling emptiness I would seen in Alex and Mark. A deep, unsettling blue, devoid of warmth or empathy. He unfastened my restraints with practiced ease, the clicks of the buckles echoing loudly in the small room. My muscles, stiff and aching, protested as I slowly sat up. I watched him, my breath catching in my chest, waiting for the inevitable, for Julian, for the questions, the threats, but he did not speak. He simply gestured toward the door with a tilt of his head. My legs felt like jelly, but I forced myself to stand, swaying slightly. He did not touch me, did not push me, just waited. The silent command was absolute. I followed him out of the cell, my eyes darting around. The corridor was long, sterile, lit by recessed lights that cast no shadows. Other doors, identical to mine, lined the walls. Was I the only one here? Or were there others, other wild birds, caged just like me? The thought sent a fresh wave of despair through me. We walked in silence, our footsteps muffled by the polished concrete floor. The air grew colder, the scent of disinfectant stronger. We passed through several more doors, each one heavy and electronically secured, until we reached a larger room. This room was different. It was not a cell, but it was not comfortable either. It was a lecture hall of sorts, but small and intimate. A single, large screen dominated one wall. Several rows of ergonomic chairs faced it. In the center of the front row, a figure sat, silhouetted against the screen's faint glow. Julian. My blood ran cold. He had not changed. The same impeccable suit, the same air of detached intellectualism. He turned his head slightly as I entered. His gaze, as always, unnervingly calm, utterly devoid of judgment or malice, which somehow made it all the more terrifying. He was not angry. He was merely observing. "Welcome back," he said, his voice soft, almost warm, yet utterly devoid of genuine emotion. "We have missed you." The man who had led me here gestured to the empty chair beside Julian. I hesitated, but the silent command in his eyes was clear. I sat, my body rigid, every muscle tense. Julian did not acknowledge my presence directly, merely resumed watching the screen. The silent man took a seat a few rows back, a silent guardian. The screen flickered to life, displaying a series of images. They were abstract at first diagrams of neural pathways, psychological profiles, charts depicting human behavior. Then they shifted to more concrete examples. Videos. I watched, horrified, as Julian's operations unfolded before my eyes. Not just my own, but countless others. Stories of loneliness exploited, vulnerabilities targeted, people lured into false senses of security, their lives meticulously mapped out, their weaknesses cataloged. I saw Alex, his face younger, more eager in some of the early footage. I saw Mark, his charming smile a mask with the predator beneath. I saw myself, a ghost in the footage, running from the cabin. Then later, laughing with Mark on our first date, utterly oblivious. Julian did not speak as the videos played. He did not need to. The message was clear. There was no escape. His network was vast, his reach limitless. Every escape attempt, every new identity, every desperate plea for connection was just another data point, another opportunity for him to refine his methods. "You see," Julian finally said, his voice a low hum in the quiet room, as a video of me trying to change my appearance played on the screen. "The wild bird, in its nature, seeks connection. It seeks a flock, a sense of belonging. Even when it flees the nest, it will eventually crave the comfort of others. And that, my dear, is its most profound vulnerability." He turned his head to look at me, and for the first time, I saw the river stone in his hand. He was not idly turning it, he was polishing it with a soft cloth. His movements slow, deliberate, almost ritualistic. It gleamed under the room's artificial light. Smooth and dark, a silent promise. "Your nature," he continued, emphasizing the word with a subtle sneer, "is to be compliant, to seek order, even as you rebel against it. We simply provide the framework, the illusion of choice, until the inevitable return to the flock. Days or weeks, blurred into a monotonous cycle of observation and indoctrination. I was taken back to my cell, fed, and then brought back to the lecture room. The videos continued case studies, successes, failures. Failures, he explained, were simply opportunities to learn. The faces of the victims, their hopes, their eventual despair, became a relentless, horrifying slideshow. I was being shown the machine in its full, terrifying glory. I was being broken, not with physical torture, but with a slow, agonizing erosion of my will, my hope, my very sense of self. One afternoon, the routine changed. Instead of the lecture hall, I was led down a different corridor, towards a section of the facility I had not seen before. The air here was even colder, the silence deeper. We stopped before another heavy, steel door, this one unmarked. My silent escort opened it, and this time he led me into a small, dark room. It was an observation chamber. The room was bare save for a single, high back chair and a control panel covered in an array of screens and buttons. But what immediately drew my eye was a wall directly opposite me. It was a one-way mirror, a vast, dark expanse that looked into another room. Today, Julian's voice came from behind me, startling me. He had entered silently, his presence always unervingly sudden. "You will observe a new operation, a fresh bird, a new nest, and you will understand the elegance of our methods, the inevitability of our success." He gestured to the chair. I sat, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Julian moved the control panel, his fingers dancing over the buttons. The large mirror wall shimmered, and the room beyond it became visible, bathed in warm, inviting light. It was an apartment, a modern, tastefully furnished apartment. A living room, decorated with neutral tones, plush sofas, and a scattering of carefully chosen art. A small dining area. A kitchen, gleaming with stainless steel appliances. It looked utterly normal, utterly safe, which, I knew, made it the most dangerous place on earth. Julian pressed another button, and a small, almost imperceptible microphone symbol appeared on one of the screens. Sound filled the room, the soft hum of an air conditioner, the distant murmur of city traffic. "This," Julian said, his voice a low, instructional tone, "is David. He is a software engineer. 32. Lives alone. Recently ended a long-term relationship. Vulnerable to loneliness. Seeking connection. A prime candidate." On one of the smaller screens, a man's profile picture appeared. He looked kind, slightly awkward, with intelligent eyes behind glasses. My stomach twisted. He looked so much like the men I might have dated, the men I had dated before Mark, before Julian. "And this," Julian continued, pressing another button, "is Sarah. She is an artist, 29, new to the city. Also seeking connection. Another profile. A woman with soft brown hair, a gentle smile. She looked sweet, innocent. My heart ached for her, a sharp, sudden pain that cut through my own despair. She had no idea. They met online, of course. Julian explained, almost casually. A carefully curated match. Shared interests, common values. All designed to bypass the initial barriers of distrust. Much like your own introduction to Mark. I flinched, but Julian did not seem to notice or care. He was entirely focused on the screens, on the apartment beyond the glass. Tonight, he said, is their third date. She has invited him to her new apartment for dinner. A significant step in building intimacy. Do not you agree? My eyes were fixed on the apartment. Something about it nagged at me, a faint echo in the back of my mind. The layout, the specific placement of a large, abstract painting, the type of coffee maker on the kitchen counter. It felt familiar. But from where? I had not been here before. Or had I? Julian's conditioning had been so thorough, so insidious. I sometimes doubted my own memories. Then, a chime sounded from the apartment's intercom. David had arrived. I watched, mesmerized and horrified, as the scene unfolded. David entered, holding a bottle of wine. Sarah greeted him with a warm, shy smile. They exchanged pleasantries, their conversation light and natural. The dinner was pasta, a simple dish, but cooked with care. They talked about their jobs, their hobbies, their hopes for the future. They laughed. It was all so perfectly normal. And that was the horror of it. As the evening progressed, the small, unsettling coincidences began to surface, just as they had with Mark. Sarah casually mentioned David's favorite band, a niche indie group he would only ever talk about in passing online. She knew his preferred coffee, order a specific blend, a precise amount of sugar. She even brought up a childhood anecdote he would once share in a private chat, something you would thought was long forgotten. David, charming and slightly flushed with wine, seemed utterly oblivious to the carefully orchestrated nature of their conversation. He was falling for it, just as I had. He saw these coincidences as signs of a deep, natural connection, evidence of a soulmate. His guard, weakened by loneliness, was dropping rapidly. My gaze drifted back to the apartment itself. The familiarity grew stronger, a persistent whisper in my mind. It was not a memory of my being there. It was something else. Then, it clicked. During my re-education, Julian had shown me countless videos of his operations. He had detailed the various Ness's network-utilized safe houses, trap houses, apartments meticulously staged to create the perfect illusion. This apartment, with its specific layout, its generic yet comforting decor, its subtle technological integrations, I now noticed the tiny, almost invisible cameras tucked into light fixtures, was one of them. It was a standard Julian network trap house. But then a new, more chilling realization dawned on me. Sarah, the innocent artist new to the city. She had invited David to her apartment. But if this was a Julian trap house, then it was not her apartment. Not truly. Unless she had been here before. Not as an owner, but as a victim. Or, even worse, as an agent. The thought sent a shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with the cold air of the observation room. It was Sarah, another wild bird, captured, broken, and then repurposed. Was this her new role, to lure other lonely souls into the nest, just as Mark had lured me? Was she unaware of her own past, her memories wiped clean and replaced with a new identity, a new mission? I looked at Sarah's face on the screen, her gentle smile, her seemingly genuine laughter. Could she be so utterly devoid of her own history? Could Julian's methods be so complete? Julian, beside me, watched my face intently. He seemed to read my thoughts, a faint, knowing smile playing on his lips. "You see the elegance," he murmured, his voice barely audible above the soft hum of the equipment. The layers of control. The beauty of true compliance. On the screen, David and Sarah were moving from the dining table to the sofa, their bodies closer now. He put an arm around her, and she leaned into his touch. The intimacy felt sickeningly false, a performance orchestrated for a hidden audience. Then, Sarah reached for a small, decorative box on the coffee table. It was a simple, polished wooden box, the kind that might hold jewelry or keepsakes. She opened it, and from inside, she pulled out a single, smooth, dark river stone. My breath hitched. My eyes snapped at Julian. He was watching the screen, his smile widening. Sarah held the stone for a moment, turning it in her fingers, a faint, almost imperceptible tremor in her hand. "I found this," she said, her voice a little softer now, a little more distant, "on a trip a long time ago. It reminds me of home. I guess." David, oblivious, took it from her, admiring its smoothness. "It is beautiful," he said, "but I knew what it meant. It was not a memento of home for Sarah. It was a symbol of her capture, her conditioning. It was Julian's mark, his insidious calling card. And she was presenting it to David, unknowingly, a silent invitation to his own doom. The horror of it was overwhelming. Sarah, the seemingly innocent artist, was a tool, a beautiful, tragic weapon wielded by Julian, and she was unaware of her own complicity, unaware that she had been inside this apartment before, not as its host, but as its prisoner and perhaps its next victim. The prompt: a man invites his date home, unaware she's been inside his apartment before, was twisted into something far more sinister. David was unaware of Sarah's true past with the apartment, and Sarah herself was unaware of it. Julian placed a hand on my shoulder, a touch that felt like ice. "The wild bird always returns to the nest," he whispered, his voice resonating with cold triumph. "And sometimes it learns to guide others back as well." My eyes were glued to Sarah, to the river stone now resting on the coffee table. She was me, stripped of my memories, reprogrammed, and put back into the field. This was not just an operation I was observing, it was a glimpse into my own terrifying future. Suddenly, the apartment's front door burst open. Two men, built like my silent escort, rushed in. David cried out in surprise, then fear. Sarah screamed, a raw, genuine sound that tore through the artificial calm of the apartment. She was reacting as any normal person would, as I had reacted when Mark had revealed himself. Her programming, however complete, could not erase basic human instinct. Or perhaps that was part of the show too. The men moved swiftly, efficiently. David was overpowered, silenced, his struggles quickly quelled. Sarah, still screaming, was also grabbed. Her eyes, wide with terror, met the one-way mirror, met my eyes for a fleeting moment. In that instant, I saw not the blankness of a programmed agent, but the raw, unadulterated fear of a victim. A wild bird, realizing it had been caught again. Julian pressed a button on the panel. The sound cut out. The image froze on the screen, David unconscious on the floor. Sarah, struggling in the grip of one of the men, her face contorted in a silent scream. And on the coffee table, gleaming darkly, the river stone. Another successful operation. Julian said, his voice imbued with satisfaction that made my skin crawl. He turned from the panel, his gaze settling on me. "Now, my dear, it is time for your reintegration. You have seen how effective our methods are. You understand the nature of a nest. It is time for you to truly become part of the flock." He reached into his pocket and pulled out another river stone, identical to the one on the screen, to the one Mark had shown me, to the one Alex had carried. He placed it in my hand. It was cold, smooth, heavy, a symbol of my inescapable fate. The wild bird had returned to the nest. And now, I knew it was being prepared to help build new ones. The horror was not just my capture, it was a chilling realization that my own loneliness had been weaponized. And soon, I would be too. There was no escape. Only compliance. Only the flock. The image of Mark, eyes wide with confusion that mirror my own, was a brand seared into my eyelids. I would lead him to the nest, watch the shadows swallow him whole, and then, in the suffocating silence that followed, I would stood there, a statue carved from complicity. The memory of the bookstore, the sci-fi author, it still flickered. A phantom limb of a life that was not mine. Julian had not just broken me, he would stitch a new reality onto my bones, and I was wearing it, suffocating. Back in the cabin, the air felt thicker, heavier than before. It was not just a familiar scent of pine and damp earth, it was a stench of my own participation. Michael, the hollow man, was a ghost in the corner of my vision, a silent testament to Julian's craft. Mark was gone, another erased life, and I was the instrument. Julian was there, as always, an immovable shadow in the low light. He did not need to speak. His presence was a language of absolute control, a quiet hum that vibrated through the very floorboards. He watched me, not with anger, but with a cold, assessing satisfaction. It was a look of an artist admiring a particularly intricate piece, a creator observing his creation. And I was his creation. Report, he said, his voice a low, even murmur that seemed to absorb all other sounds. I recited the details, the script I had been given, the precise sequence of events. The Bluebird Cafe, the coffee, the fabricated conversation about Mark's love for obscure sci-fi, the casual suggestion of a better spot, the walk, the waiting shadows. Each word felt like a fresh cut, a confession of a crime I would have been forced to commit. When I finished, he merely nodded. Good, he said, and that single word was more terrifying than any reprimand. It meant I had performed. It meant I was adapting. It meant the conditioning was taking root, deeper than I could possibly fathom. The days that followed blurred into a monotonous cycle of dread. The river stone, smooth and cold, was a constant weight in my palm, a physical anchor to my mental subjugation. The lessons continued. Endless drills of observation, manipulation, and the meticulous crafting of false narratives. Sensory deprivation became a perverse comfort, a temporary escape from reality I could not bear. Sleep was a treacherous landscape of fractured images and whispers. Julian's voice echoing in the dark, reminding me of my purpose, my new identity. He started feeding me new memories, not just for specific missions, but to weave into the fabric of my own past. Childhood recollections, friendships, mundane events, all meticulously constructed, layered over the genuine fragments of my old life until I could not tell which was which. It was like living in a house where the walls kept shifting, the furniture rearranging itself while I slept. I would wake up with a sudden, vivid memory of a summer camp I would never attended, a pet I would never owned, a conversation with a person who did not exist. My sanity felt like a rope fraying strand by strand, each false memory a new cut. One evening, Julian sat across from me, his face illuminated by the flickering oil lamp. His eyes, dark and unblinking, seemed to peer directly into a fractured landscape of my mind. It is time for the next step, he said, his voice devoid of emotion. A new project, a deeper connection. He slid a photo across the rough wooden table. It was a man, probably in his late 20s or early 30s. He had kind eyes, a warm smile, and a scattering of freckles across his nose. He looked normal, disarmingly so. His name is David. Julian continued. David Miller, software developer, lives alone in an apartment complex downtown. He is a creature of habit. Coffee at the Daily Grind every morning, same time. Works late. Spends his weekends volunteering at an animal shelter. A good man, by most standards. My stomach clenched. What do you want me to do? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Julian leaned forward, his shadow stretching long and distorted behind him. I want you to meet him. Not just a quick delivery. I want you to build a rapport, to become someone he trusts, someone he confides in. He paused, letting his words sink in, each one a stone dropped into the abyss of my fear. I want you to become his friend. his confidant, his everything. A chill snaked down my spine. This was not just about leading someone to the nest. This was about infiltration, about burrowing deep into a person's life, dismantling them from the inside out. This was a new level of insidious. He is lonely, Julian supplied, as if reading my thoughts. He craves connection. You will be that connection. He handed me a small, folded piece of paper. This is your new identity, your new history. You have just moved to the city. A new job, a fresh start. You are an aspiring graphic designer, specializing in web interfaces. You frequent the daily grind because it reminds you of a cafe back home. You are looking for a friendly face, a sense of community. He then began to weave a new tapestry of false memories, specifically designed for David. A shared love for obscure indie films, a mutual admiration for a certain author, a chance encounter at a book signing a few months ago where they would exchange a fleeting glance. He painted a picture of a destiny waiting to unfold, a connection that was meant to be. As he spoke, a strange sense of familiarity began to bloom in my mind, a warm, comforting sensation that was utterly terrifying. I found myself thinking, oh, David. Yes, I remember him. The book signing. We almost bumped into each other, did not we? The false memories were already taking hold, blurring the lines of my own identity, making me feel a genuine, fabricated anticipation for meeting this stranger. Julian was not just giving me a script, he was giving me a new personality, a new past, a new set of emotions. The next morning, I was at the daily grind, precisely at the time Julian had specified. The scent of roasted coffee beans and warm pastries filled the air, a stark contrast to the sterile, damp cabin. I wore clothes Julian had provided, a simple, stylish dress, a light jacket. I looked normal. I felt anything but. I ordered a latte and found a small table by the window, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. Julian's instructions replayed in my mind, casual, approachable, curious, open. I was a blank canvas, ready to be painted with the identity he would craft it for me. Then he walked in, David Miller. He looked exactly like his photo, perhaps even kinder in person. He had a slight, nervous energy about him, a genuine smile that reached his eyes. He ordered as usual a black coffee, no sugar. Our chance encounter was orchestrated with chilling precision. As he turned from the counter, I accidentally dropped my sketchbook. It was filled with Julian's meticulously drawn designs, showcasing my talent as a graphic designer. Oh, I am so sorry, I exclaimed, bending down to gather the scattered pages. David was immediately there, helping me. His hand brushed mine as he picked up a stray page, and a jolt went through me not of attraction, but of the sheer, horrifying reality of what I was doing. No, it is my fault, he said, his voice soft and apologetic. Clumsy of me. These are beautiful. By the way, he gestured to the sketches. Thank you. I managed, looking up at him, forcing a shy smile. I am still getting settled in the city. Try to find my footing. And just like that, the script began. We talked for what felt like hours, though it was probably only 20 minutes before he had to leave for work. He was genuinely charming, easy to talk to, and seemed utterly captivated by my fabricated stories of moving, of my passion for design. I found myself drawn into the conversation, the false memories Julian had implanted now feeling disturbingly real. We laughed about the chance encounter at the book signing, both of us recalling the same vague details, the same fleeting glance. It was as if we had indeed met before, a connection waiting to be rediscovered. It was a testament to Julian's terrifying power that he could make me believe a lie so completely. I would love to hear more about your work sometime, David said, a genuine eagerness in his eyes. And maybe compare notes on that author we both like. I would like that. I replied, the words feeling alien on my tongue, yet sounding perfectly natural. We exchanged numbers. and he left with a warm smile and a promise of text. As I watched him go, a wave of self-loathing washed over me, so potent it almost buckled my knees. I had done it. I had reeled him in. I had performed my part perfectly. And the worst part, a part of me, the broken, rewritten part, actually felt a flicker of something akin to genuine connection. It was a terrifying realization Julian was not just controlling my actions, he was corrupting my very capacity for human emotion. The next few days were a strange limbo. David texted. We exchanged messages, talked about mundane things, shared recommendations for local cafes and art exhibits. He seemed genuinely interested, and I found myself responding, not just with the script Julian had given me, but with a strange, almost automatic sincerity. The false memories of our shared past solidified, making him feel less like a stranger and more like a familiar acquaintance. It was a horrifying illusion, and I was its primary victim. Julian observed me as always. He did not offer praise, just the same cold, assessing gaze. He knew the conditioning was working. He knew the lines between my true self and the persona he would create were blurring, dissolving. Then came the next instruction. He has invited you over for dinner tonight. Julian stated, his voice flat. A casual meal. He wants to show you some of his own coding projects. You will accept. My heart hammered. This was it. The next step. The deeper infiltration. What do I do there? I asked, my voice trembling slightly. Julian's lips curved into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Observe, learn, and find what you need to find. He did not elaborate. He rarely did. His instructions were always precise enough to guide, vague enough to instill a creeping sense of dread. David's apartment was in a modern building, sleek and anonymous. He greeted me at the door with that same warm, slightly nervous smile. The aroma of something savory wafted from the kitchen. Come in, he said, usher me inside. Sorry if it is a bit of a mess. I was not expecting company until you, he chuckled, a genuine, endearing sound. The apartment was tastefully decorated, minimalist, but with personal touches, a stack of books on a coffee table, a framed print of an abstract painting, a guitar leaning against the wall. It felt lived in normal. Too normal, given my mission. We sat down to eat. He had made pasta, and it was surprisingly good. We talked about our day, about his work, about my aspiring career. He was a good listener, asking thoughtful questions, making eye contact. He seemed so harmless, and that made the horror of my purpose even more profound. I was a wolf in sheep's clothing, about to devour a sheep who thought I was another sheep. After dinner, he offered to show me his coding projects. We moved to a small home office, a neat space dominated by a large monitor and a powerful computer. He was enthusiastic, explaining algorithms and user interfaces with a passion that was infectious. I pretended to understand, nodding and interjecting with appropriate oohs and ahs, all while my mind raced, searching for Julian's unspoken objective. As he got up to grab a charger from a shelf, my eyes drifted around the room. It was then that I saw it. On the wall, above a small bookshelf filled with tech manuals and fantasy novels, was a collage. Not a neatly framed piece of art, but a haphazard arrangement of photos, tacked up with pushpins. My breath hitched in my throat. They were photos of me. My blood ran cold. My heart slammed against my ribs. A frantic bird trapped in a cage. There were dozens of them. Candid shots. Photos of me walking down the street, my head down, lost in thought. Photos of me at the Bluebird Cafe, sipping coffee, just days before I met Mark. Photos of me browsing the shelves of a grocery store, my back to the camera. Photos of me leaving the cabin on Julian's rare errands, my face obscured by shadow, but unmistakably me. They were not just recent photos. There were older ones too. Photos from weeks ago, months. Photos I did not even remember being taken. Photos of me in places I would only been once or twice. Photos of me from before I was Julian's captive, from a fragment of my old life that still clung to the edges of my memory. Me, laughing with a friend I could barely recall. Me, walking into a bookstore, a bag slung over my shoulder. Me, sitting alone on a park bench, sketching in a notebook. The sheer volume of them, the meticulous detail, the insidious nature of their existence sent a wave of nausea through me. This was not a coincidence. This was not a casual collection. This was a stalker's shrine. And it was my shrine. My gaze snapped to David, who was still rummaging for the charger, his back to me. He was humming a soft tune. He seemed so normal, so innocent. Yet here on his wall was undeniable proof of a dark, obsessive fixation. A horrifying realization dawned on me, chilling me to the bone. Julian knew. He must have known. He did not just pick David at random. He picked David because David was already compromised. David was already a predator, or at least a deeply disturbed individual with an unhealthy obsession. Was I the target of David's obsession or Julian's? Or both? Was David another one of Julian's projects? Another victim being manipulated, just like me? Was Julian using me to expose him? Or was he using David's obsession with me as another layer of psychological torment? Another way to break me down, to show me that even in my forced isolation, I was never truly safe, never truly unseen. My mind raced, grappling with the implications. The memory of the book's signing, the chance encounter, were those real for David? Or had Julian somehow manipulated him? 2. Planting similar false memories in his mind, making him believe in a destiny that was meticulously engineered. I felt a cold, metallic taste in my mouth. I was a weapon, yes, but I was also bait. I was a pawn in a game I still did not fully comprehend, a game with multiple players, all of them controlled by Julian. David turned, the charger in his hand, a smile on his face. Found it, he said, oblivious of the terror that had just seized me. Now, where were we? I forced a smile, a shaky, brittle thing that felt like it would shatter at any moment. Just admiring your decor. I said, my voice barely a whisper. My eyes flickered back to the wall, to my face, staring out from dozens of photos, each one a tiny knife twisting in my gut. I spent the rest of the evening in a fog, my mind screaming, my body rigid with suppressed panic. I feigned interest in his projects, made polite conversation, all while the images on the wall burned into my retina. I felt exposed, violated, seen in a way that stripped me bare. When I finally made my excuses and left, David walked me to the door, his smile unwavering, his eyes kind. I had a really wonderful time tonight, he said. We should do it again soon. Yes, I managed, the word catching in my throat. Definitely. I practically ran from his apartment, down the silent hallway, into the elevator, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The photos, my face, my life, meticulously cataloged by a stranger, orchestrated by my captor. Back in the cabin, the darkness felt like a shroud. Julian was waiting. He always was. His eyes, in the dim light, seemed to glint with an unholy satisfaction. Report, he commanded, his voice as smooth and unyielding as polished stone. I recounted the evening, every detail, every forced smile, every feigned interest. And then I told him about the wall, about the photos, about my photos. My voice was tight, strained, laced with fear I could not hide. Julian listened, his expression unreadable. Not a flicker of surprise, not a hint of shock. He merely absorbed my words, like a sponge soaking up water. When I finished, the silence stretched, thick and suffocating. And what do you make of it? He finally asked, his voice low, almost a whisper. He was stalking me. I stammered, the words tasting like ash. Before we even met, he had pictures of me. From weeks ago, months. Julian nodded slowly. Indeed. Did you know? I asked, my voice rising, a desperate plea for an answer, for some shred of understanding. His lips curved into that faint, chilling smile. Of course. I knew. My blood ran cold. Then why? Why send me to him? He leaned forward, his eyes boring into mine, and in that moment, I felt like he was not just looking at me, but through me into the deepest recesses of my shattered psyche. Because, my dear, he said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial murmur, David is also a project, a different kind of project. He has a predisposition, a certain obsessive nature, a need to control, to possess. Just like you. He paused, letting his words hang in the air, each one a poison dart. I observed him. I saw his patterns, his interests, and then I simply provided him with a new focus, a new obsession. You. The world tilted. My breath caught in my throat. He had fed me to David. He had used David's existing pathology, his dark tendencies, and redirected them towards me. He believes in destiny, you see. Julian continued, his voice almost musing. He believes your meeting was fated. He believes you are the one he has been searching for. I merely reinforced that belief, provided the context, the coincidences, the memories of having met before. My head swam. Julian had not just rewritten my mind, he would rewritten David's too. He was a puppeteer, pulling strings on both sides, creating an elaborate, horrifying dance of false connection and manufactured obsession. But why? I whispered, my voice raw with despair. What is the point of all this? Julian's smile widened, revealing a sliver of cold, predatory satisfaction. The point, my dear, is control. Absolute control. Over you. Over him. Over the narrative. You see, when you deliver someone to Nest, it is a simple transaction. But when you dismantle them from the inside, when you become their very reason for being, their friend, their confidant, their obsession that is true artistry. He stood up, his tall frame casting along, menacing shadow over me. And for you, it is a lesson, a very important lesson. You are not just a weapon. You are also a target. Always. You are seen. You are observed. You are never truly alone, never truly safe. Just like David. Just like Michael. Just like Mark. He walked towards the door, leaving me alone in the flickering lamplight, surrounded by the ghosts of his creations, and the chilling reality of my own. Now, he said, pausing at the threshold, his voice a final, chilling pronouncement, let's talk about David's next visit. He is quite eager to see you again. And you, my dear, are going to be very, very eager to see him too. The cycle had not just begun anew, it had spiraled into an abyss of psychological horror I had not imagined possible. I was trapped, a weapon, a pawn, and now a victim in a game where my own identity, my own sanity was the ultimate prize. And Julian, the monstrous architect, was just getting started. Hey everyone, so I have a story for you today. And honestly, it is one I never thought I would be telling. Or rather, one I never thought I would remember telling. Because it feels like I have lived it 1,000 times, each time a little different, each time ending the same way. But this time a piece of it stuck. A shard of glass from a shattered mirror, reflecting a truth I was never meant to see. It started, as it always seems to, with waking up, not with a blinding white light this time, but with familiar, dull ache behind my eyes, a phantom pressure that always seemed to hover just out of reach of full consciousness. My body felt heavy, like I would have been sleeping for weeks. The air in my apartment was stale, and there was no comforting scent of lavender, just a lingering, almost metallic tang of something synthetic. I ran a hand over my left eyebrow, tracing the faint, almost invisible scar that was a permanent fixture, a constant in a world that felt like it shifted around me. It was a small thing, barely noticeable, but it felt like a brand, a secret mark I carried. My life, as I remembered it, was a quiet hum of stagnation. An empty glass box, perfectly clean, perfectly useless. Days bled into weeks, weeks into months, each one a carbon copy of the last. Work, errands, Netflix, repeat. There was no joy, no real sorrow, just a profound, echoing emptiness. The kind that makes you scroll mindlessly through social media, watching other people live their vibrant, messy lives, and wonder if you're doing something wrong. If you are missing a piece of the human experience. That is where Tinder came in. Again, it was a desperate reach for connection, a pathetic attempt to fill the gaping void in my chest. I hated it, hated the forced smiles and curated profiles, but the loneliness of loneliness was a persistent, gnawing beast. Then I found Alex. His profile was, well, impossible. It was like someone had taken a meticulous inventory of every obscure interest I would ever harbor: my love for forgotten 80s synth pop, my fascination with quantum physics, my secret passion for experimental baking, and woven them into a perfect tapestry of a human being. He was handsome, of course, with kind eyes and a smile that seemed to understand the world's deepest secrets. We matched instantly. Our connection was immediate, effortless. Our conversations flowed like water, never a lull, never an awkward pause. He remembered every trivial detail I mentioned, anticipated my every thought, my every question. It was exhilarating, intoxicating. My friends, when I cautiously told them about him, called him a rom-com dream, the kind of man you only read about in books or see in movies. And for a while, I let myself believe it. I let myself bask in the warmth of his attention, the sheer perfection of it all. But even then, a cold knot of anxiety began to form deep in my stomach. It was a subtle thing at first, a whisper of unease. His perfection felt algorithmic. Too precise, too tailored. Like he was not a person, but meticulously programmed response. We had been talking for about 2 weeks when he suggested dinner. A new Italian place downtown, he said, known for its handmade pasta. I agreed, a flutter of excitement battling with that familiar, indefinable dread. I told myself it was just first date nerves. Everyone gets them, right? I spent an hour getting ready, trying on 3 different outfits before settling on a simple black dress. My hands trembled slightly as I applied my eyeliner, and I caught myself tracing the scar above my eyebrow again. A habit, I guess, a nervous tic. When Alex pulled up, he was exactly as I would pictured him, impeccably dressed, his smile radiating an almost unnatural warmth. His car was sleek, dark, expensive, a luxury sedan, the kind that whispers success without shouting it. As I slid into the passenger seat, the leather felt cool and smooth beneath my fingers. He leaned over, brushing my cheek with his lips, and a shiver ran down my spine. It was not a romantic shiver. It was something else. A premonition, perhaps. You look beautiful. Eleanor, he said, his voice a low, soothing murmur that somehow managed to feel like a siren's call. Thanks. Alex, you too. My voice felt a little breathless. The initial drive was pleasant. We talked easily, effortlessly, just like our texts. He asked about my day, listened intently, and offered insightful comments that made me feel truly seen. He mentioned a detail from a conversation we would have had a week ago, a passing comment about my favorite obscure author. I thought you might like to know, he said, that I found a first edition of that novel you mentioned, the one about the time-traveling librarian. I picked it up for you. A little surprise. My heart did a strange flip-flop. It was incredibly thoughtful, almost overwhelmingly so. But it also felt too much. Too fast. Too perfect. I noticed then that we were not going the usual way downtown. The familiar landmarks, the bustling streets, were slowly giving way to quieter avenues, then residential areas I did not recognize. Is this a shortcut? I asked, trying to sound casual, but my voice had a slight tremor. He chuckled, a rich, warm sound. Something like that. I thought we could take the scenic route. There's a beautiful spot, I know, perfect for watching the sunset before dinner. A little surprise. My stomach tightened. 2 surprises in one night. The knot of anxiety twisted tighter. "Oh," I said, trying to force a smile. "Okay." He glanced at me, his eyes briefly flicking to my scar. It was a quick, almost imperceptible movement, but it sent a fresh jolt of unease through me. It was not the first time he had done it. He would mention it once, early on, asking if it had a story. I would shrug it off, saying I could not remember. He would just nodded, a strange, knowing look in his eyes. Now that look was back. The roads grew narrower, less maintained. The streetlights disappeared, replaced by the occasional, lonely glow of a porch light from a house set far back from a road. Then those houses vanished too. We were on a winding, unpaved track, framed by increasingly dense trees. The scent of pine and damp earth filled the air, replacing the faint, clean smell of his car. "Alex," I said, my voice firmer this time. "Where exactly are we going?" "The restaurant is definitely not this way." He smiled, but it did not reach his eyes. "Patience. Eleanor, we are almost there. This place, it is very special to me. I wanted to share it with you. A more intimate setting." My heart hammered against my ribs. Intimate setting. In the middle of nowhere. With a man I would only known for 2 weeks, whose perfection was starting to feel deeply, profoundly wrong. "I am not comfortable with this," I said, my voice rising. "Please, just take me to the restaurant. Or back home." His smile did not falter, but a subtle shift occurred in his eyes. The warmth receded, replaced by something cold, analytical. "Now, Eleanor, do not be like that. You are going to love it. Trust me." He pressed a button on the dashboard, and a soft click echoed through the car. I tried the door handle. Locked. My breath caught in my throat. "Alex, let me out." I yelled, my voice cracking. I fumbled for my phone, but the screen showed no service. "Of course." He chuckled, a low, humorless sound that sent a chill straight to my bones. "No need to panic. Eleanor, everything is fine. You are exactly where you are meant to be." The car came to a slow stop. We were deep, deep in the woods. Total darkness swallowed us, save for the twin beams of the headlights cutting through the inky black, illuminating a small, overgrown clearing. The air was thick with the smell of wet leaves and decay. The only sounds are the chirping of crickets, the rustling of leaves and a barely their breeze, and the frantic thumping of my own heart. He turned off the engine, plunging us into absolute silence and near total darkness. The sudden quiet was deafening. I could barely see his face in the dim ambient light, filtering through the trees. "Alex," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "What do you want?" He turned to me, his profile silhouetted against the faint moonlight. His voice was no longer soft and charming. It was flat, clinical, devoid of any warmth. "I want to observe. Eleanor, to understand, to gather data." My blood ran cold. "Data? What was he talking about?" "You are a fascinating subject. Eleanor Vance," he continued, his gaze unwavering. "Your resilience is truly remarkable. The way you adapt, the way you reset. It is unprecedented." My mind reeled. Subject. Resilience. Eleanor Vance. Those words, they felt familiar, like echoes from a dream I could not quite grasp. The phantom pressure behind my eyes intensified, a dull throb that threatened to split my skull. "I do not know what you are talking about." I stammered, frantically trying the door handle again, then the window, both unyielding. He sighed, a sound of mild disappointment. "Oh, you will. Eventually. You always do. But then the reset. It is quite elegant, really. A clean slate every time. Except for those little constants. Of course." He reached out, his finger brushing the scar above my left eyebrow. His touch was cold, clinical, profoundly wrong. "These little anchors. They are fascinating. Panic, pure and unadulterated, surged through me. This was not a bad date. This was not a crazy guy. This was something else entirely. Something terrifyingly familiar. Suddenly, he opened his own door. The interior light flickered on, briefly illuminating his face. It was no longer the charming Alex from Tinder. This Alex was hard, sharp, his eyes devoid of emotion. He got out of the car, leaving his door ajar. This was my chance. Without thinking, I lunged, fumbling with the lock. It clicked open. I threw the door open and scrambled out, tripping over my own feet, hitting the damp earth hard. A sharp pain shot through my knee, but I ignored it. Adrenaline coursed through my veins, screaming at me to run. Eleanor, his voice, calm and even, cut through the night. Do not make this difficult. I did not look back. I just ran, deeper into the woods, away from the car, away from him. Branches whipped at my face. Leaves rustled loudly under my desperate footsteps. The darkness was absolute, broken only by the faint, shifting light from the distant car headlights, which seemed to follow me, a mocking beacon. I could hear him behind me, not running, not frantic, but walking with a steady, unhurried pace. His footsteps were unerringly close, despite how fast I was moving. It was like he knew exactly where I was, exactly where I was going. Eleanor, there is no point in running. He called out, his voice still calm, still unhurried. You can't escape. You never do. Never do. The words echoed in my mind, triggering a cascade of fragmented images. A blinding white light, a sterile room, folders labeled with my name, Eleanor Vance. Different dates, different locations, different handlers. Mark, Alex, the word subject, multi-loop experiment. My head pounded. This was not déjà vu. This was memory, or something close to it. The phantom pressure behind my eyes intensified, becoming a searing pain. I could almost hear his voice from another time, another loop, promising I would forget, that the cycle would begin anew. No, this can't be happening again. I stumbled, falling into a thicket of thorny bushes. The thorns tore at my skin, but I barely registered the pain. I crawled deeper, trying to burrow myself into the undergrowth, to become one with the earth. My breath hitched in my throat, ragged and loud in the terrifying silence. His footsteps stopped. Close by. Too close. Eleanor, his voice was a whisper now, right beside me. You are making excellent progress. The data on your fight or flight response, your cognitive recall under extreme duress is invaluable. I clamped my hands over my mouth, trying to stifle a sob. I could feel his presence, a cold weight in the air. I squeezed my eyes shut, wishing I could disappear. Do not you remember? Eleanor, he continued, his voice softer, almost coaxing. The apartment, the hidden compartment, the folders. Your life, it is all a fabrication. Every connection, every memory. A cruel experiment. The words hit me like a physical blow. The apartment, the meticulously perfect apartment. The hidden compartment in the bathroom, the folders, the photos, my scar, it all flooded back. Not as a dream, not as a whisper, but as a terrifying, undeniable reality. My entire life, an endless, multi-loop experiment. And Alex, this calm, clinical monster, was one of my handlers. I whimpered, the sound escaping through my fingers. There you are, he said, and I felt a hand on my shoulder. His grip was firm, unyielding. I thrashed, screaming, fighting with every ounce of strength I had left. But he was too strong. He pulled me out of the bushes, his grip like iron. I kicked, bit, scratched, but it was useless. He held me easily, his face impassive, almost bored. Such predictable resistance, he murmured, almost himself, but consistent. That is what we are looking for. He pulled something from his pocket, a syringe. My eyes widened in horror. No, I screamed a raw, guttural sound that tore from my throat. Please, no. He ignored me, twisting my arm, exposing the vein. The needle glinted in the faint moonlight. I felt a sharp prick, then a burning sensation spreading rapidly through my arm, followed by a dizzying wave of weakness. My struggles faltered. My vision blurred. You will forget. Eleanor, his voice, already beginning to sound distant, echoed in my ears. The terror will fade. The memories will be wiped clean. And the cycle will begin anew. My knees buckled. He held me upright for a moment, his face a blur above mine. I could feel the cold, damp earth beneath my bare feet, the scratch of thorns on my skin, the lingering scent of pine. These sensations, so real, so vivid, began to recede, like a tide pulling away from the shore. Then, the blinding white light returned. It was not a gentle fade this time. It was a violent, consuming flash that swallowed everything. The trees, Alex's impassive face, the dark woods, the pain in my knee, the burning in my arm, the terror in my heart, all of it was consumed by the overwhelming, all-encompassing brilliance. His voice, now a whisper from an impossible distance, seemed to reverberate through the pure light. Your resilience. Eleanor, it is truly remarkable. We are almost there. Just a few more loops. I tried to hold on. To the memory of the folders, to the knowledge of the experiment, to the chilling realization that my life was a lie. I fought against the encroaching oblivion, against the erasure, but it was futile. The memories, the terror, the understanding, they slipped away like sand in my fingers, dissolving into blinding white. A single, desperate thought formed in the rapidly fading landscape of my mind. The terror would always find its way back, even if the memories did not. And then there was nothing, just the white and the promise of another awakening. Another empty glass box. Another Alex. Another loop. Hey everyone. So I have a story for you today. And trust me, it is one of those that still keeps me up at night, even though I can't quite put my finger on why. It is like a phantom limb ache, a memory that is not quite there, but the feeling of it is. My life, up until this point, had been pretty vanilla. Not bad, not great, just normal. I worked a decent office job, lived in a decent apartment, had a few decent friends. I was in my late 20s, single, and honestly, a little tired of the dating apps. You know the drill, endless swiping, awkward first messages, coffee dates that went nowhere. It was a grind, and I was starting to feel that familiar dull ache of stagnation creeping in. My days felt like carbon copies, each one blurring into the next, leaving me with a sort of gnawing emptiness. I was desperate for something, anything, to break the monotony. So, when my friend Mark, bless his well-meaning but often misguided heart, suggested a blind date, I actually said yes. He swore up and down that Sarah was perfect for me. She's got all your obscure interests. Dude, you guys are going to hit it off. I swear, he would practically yell into phone, his enthusiasm almost infectious. Almost. I was skeptical, but also, honestly, a little intrigued. What did I have to lose? Another boring night staying in. We agreed to meet at this cozy little Italian place downtown. Low lighting, red checkered tablecloths, the whole 9 yards. Classic first date spot. I got there a few minutes early, nervous energy buzzing in my chest. I scanned the room, smoothing down my shirt, trying to look casual but approachable. And then she walked in, and wow, Sarah was stunning. Dark, wavy hair that framed a face with high cheekbones and eyes that were a startling shade of green. She was wearing a simple black dress that somehow managed to be elegant and understated all at once. She carried herself with this quiet confidence that immediately drew my eye. She spotted me, a small smile playing on her lips, and started walking towards my table. As she got closer, those green eyes met mine and something shifted. It was not just a recognition. It was like a spark, a jolt, a feeling of intense familiarity that hit me like a physical blow. It was strange, because I knew I would never seen her before in my life. But my gut was screaming otherwise. Mark, she said, her voice soft, but with a surprising depth. No, sorry. John, right? That is me. I managed, standing up, feeling a little flustered. And you must be Sarah. It is great to finally meet you. She sat down opposite me, her smile widening slightly. But those green eyes held something I could not quite decipher. A hint of amusement, or something else entirely. Finally meet me, she echoed, a faint, almost imperceptible chuckle escaping her lips. Yes, finally. Okay, that was a little odd, but I brushed it off. First date nerves, maybe. Or maybe she just had a dry sense of humor. We started with the usual small talk, where we worked what we liked to do for fun. She was charming, witty, and incredibly easy to talk to. She laughed at my jokes, and her insights into some of my niche hobbies were genuinely impressive. Mark had not been wrong about that part. It felt like we were instantly on the same wavelength. It was exhilarating, making me feel truly seen, almost like a rom-com dream. But then, the strange comments started. We were talking about our favorite travel destinations, and I mentioned this tiny, obscure little bookstore I would stumble upon in Prague years ago. It was tucked away down a cobblestone alley, easy to miss. I loved it because it felt like a secret, a place only a few people knew about. Sarah leaned forward, her eyes twinkling. Ah, the one with the dusty first editions and the grumpy old man who always has a cat on his lap. And you bought that rare copy of The Shadow over in his mouth there, did not you? The one with the slightly torn cover. I actually froze, my fork halfway to my mouth. My heart gave a little lurch. How did you know that? I asked, a sudden chill running down my spine. I mean, I do not think I have ever told anyone about that exact detail. Not even Mark. She just smiled, a knowing, almost pitying smile. You told me, John, you told me all about it. Last time, my blood ran cold. Last time, I laughed, a little too loudly, trying to inject some levity into the conversation. Sarah, I am pretty sure this is our first time meeting. As far as I know, anyway. Her gaze was steady, unwavering. Is it? John, are you sure? The conversation shifted, but the unease did not. It coiled in my stomach, a cold, hard knot. I tried to convince myself she was just messing with me. Maybe a mutual friend had spilled some obscure details about my life. But the way she said it, the absolute certainty in her eyes, it was unnerving. She continued to drop these little bombshells. She mentioned my childhood dog, a scruffy terrier mix named Buster, who I had not thought about in years. She knew about my weird habit of organizing my spice rack alphabetically. She even brought up a specific, embarrassing anecdote from my college days that only two other people in the world knew about, and neither of them were friends with Mark. You really do not remember, do you? She said softly, her voice laced with strange sorrow. We were halfway through our pasta, the romantic ambience of the restaurant now feeling suffocating. It is always the same. We meet, we talk, you start to feel that connection, that sense of deja vu. And then I start to push, and you get that look in your eyes. She gestured vaguely at my face. That mix of confusion and fear. My heart was hammering against my ribs. Sarah, this is not funny. I said, my voice tighter than I intended. Are you a stalker? Is this some kind of elaborate prank? She shook her head slowly. No, John, I am not a stalker. And this is certainly not a prank. This is our reality. Or at least, your reality. This is how it always goes. What are you talking about? I demanded my patience with her. This was beyond unsettling. This was making my skin crawl. We have been on this date before. John, she said, her voice dropping to a near whisper, but every word was crystal clear. Dozens of times. Maybe hundreds. It always starts the same. Mark sets us up. We meet here at this restaurant. You order the lasagna. I get the carbonara. We talk about Prague, about Buster, about your spice rack. I stared at her, utterly speechless. My mind was racing, trying to find any logical explanation. Had I hit my head? Was I dreaming? Was she insane? You always wear that blue shirt, she continued, her eyes scanning my clothes. And you always have that faint scar just above your left eyebrow. It is from when you fell off your bike when you were 7, trying to impress a girl named Brenda. My hand instinctively flew to my forehead. The scar was there, a thin, almost invisible line that I rarely even notice anymore. The Brenda story was something I had not thought about in decades. It was too specific, too impossible. No, I whispered, shaking my head. No, that is impossible. I would remember. That is the point. John, she said, her voice gentle, almost compassionate. You do not remember. That is part of the design. Every time you forget, every time, the cycle begins anew for you. A cold dread seeped into my bones, colder than anything I would ever felt. It was not just fear, it was a profound sense of existential terror. The idea that my memories, my life, could be so easily erased, so easily manipulated. It felt like the ground was crumbling beneath me. What do you mean, cycle? I managed to choke out. Who is doing this? She looked around the restaurant, her eyes lingering on various patrons for a moment too long, a subtle shift in her expression. It was like she was checking for something or someone. They are always watching, she murmured almost to herself. The handlers, as they call themselves, they are observing, gathering data. The words hit me like a physical blow. Handlers, observing, gathering data. Fragmented images flashed through my mind a sterile room. Folders labeled with names I could not quite grasp. A blinding white light. It was all so vague, so fleeting, but the feeling associated with them was one of profound terror and helplessness. My scar, the one she just pointed out, suddenly felt like a constant, terrifying anchor to something I could not access. My entire life, the dull ache, the stagnation, the feeling of an empty glass box, was it all just an experiment? I pushed my chair back, the screech echoing loudly in the suddenly silent restaurant. Or maybe it just sounded silent to me, the world around me blurring. I need to go, I said, my voice barely a whisper. I stood up, fumbling for my wallet, desperate to escape. Sarah did not try to stop me physically. She just reached across the table, her hand resting lightly on mine. Her touch was warm, but it sent shivers down my spine. It won't do any good. John, she said, her voice filled with a desperate urgency now. You can't escape the loop. Not yet. They won't let you. I yanked my hand away, the warmth of her touch replaced by a burning sensation of fear. What do you mean? They won't let me? I demanded, my voice rising. People at other tables were starting to look over, their conversations dying down. Every time you try to break free, they reset you, she explained, her eyes wide with a frantic energy. Sometimes it is subtle. You will just wake up the next morning with a blank spot in your memory. Other times, it is more direct. Her gaze drifted to my neck, and I felt a prickling sensation of phantom pain. I do not understand. I stammered, my mind reeling. Why me? What do they want? You are a subject, she said, the word dripping with venom. A fascinating subject, they call you. They are studying human resilience, the effects of fabricated realities, how quickly we adapt, how easily we forget. Your life, John, it is a fabrication, a carefully constructed illusion. The words echoed in my head, mirroring those fragmented images of sterile rooms and labels. It felt like she was pulling back a curtain, revealing a horrifying, elaborate stage behind my ordinary life. The dull ache, the feeling of stagnation, it was not just my personal ennui. It was a symptom of this prison. How do you know all this? I asked, my voice barely audible. Are you one of them? A flicker of pain crossed her face. No, she said, her voice trembling. No, I am like you. Or I was. I started remembering. The resets are not as effective on me anymore. I can hold on to bits and pieces. Enough to know what is happening. Enough to try and warn you. She leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. They are testing how far you can be pushed. How many times you can experience the same traumas, the same joys, before the cracks show, before you break entirely. You have died in a dozen different ways in these loops. John, car accidents, strange illnesses, even just fading away. And then you wake up and it all starts again. The air in the restaurant suddenly felt thin, suffocating. I felt lightheaded, my vision blurring at the edges. The sounds of the restaurant, the clinking of glasses, the murmur of voices receded into a distant hum. All I could focus on was Sarah's face, her green eyes wide with a desperate plea. We have to try to get out, she urged, her hand reaching for mine again. This time, maybe we can break the cycle together. If we can just remember, truly remember what happened last time, what happened before that. But her voice was fading, becoming muffled. My head swam. A wave of nausea washed over me. It felt like the world was spinning, faster and faster, blurring into streaks of color. I clutched the edge of the table, trying to steady myself, but my legs felt like jelly. What is happening? I gasped, the words barely forming. Sarah's face was etched with sorrow. They know, she whispered, her eyes darting toward the entrance of the restaurant, then back to me. They always know when someone is close to remembering too much. This is it. John. The reset. My vision tunneled. The colors of the restaurant became impossibly bright, then bled into a blinding, painful white. I felt a sharp prick in my neck, a sudden, cold intrusion, but I could not even lift my hand to swat it away. My muscles were seizing up, my body no longer obeying my commands. Through the blinding light, I could just make out Sarah's face, her mouth moving, but no sound reaching my ears. Her expression was one of profound despair, a silent scream. And then, everything dissolved. The white light consumed me, burning away my thoughts, my memories, my very sense of self. I fought against it, desperately, trying to hold on to Sarah's words, to the terror, to the horrifying truth she had revealed. I clung to the image of her green eyes, the feeling of her hand on mine, the impossible details she knew about my life. I fought to remember the sterile room, the folders, the handlers, the concept of my life being a fabrication. But it was like trying to grasp smoke. The truth slipped through my fingers, dissolving into the overwhelming brightness. The terror was still there, a raw, primal feeling, but the context, the reason for it, was gone. All that remained was a chilling. Inchoate thought the terror would always find its way back, even if the specific memories did not. It would manifest as a dull ache, a feeling of stagnation, a gnawing emptiness. It would always be there, just beneath the surface, waiting for the next loop. And then another awakening, another loop. I opened my eyes to the familiar sight of my bedroom ceiling. The morning light filtered through the blinds, casting stripes across the carpet. I stretched, a dull ache in my shoulders, and felt a profound sense of stagnation. My life, an empty glass box, each day a carbon copy of the last, leaving me with a gnawing emptiness. I felt an inexplicable urge for connection. Maybe I should check out those dating apps again. Mark did say he knew someone perfect for me had happened again. The blinding white, that consuming, absolute nothingness had finally faded. I woke in my bed, the familiar scent of lavender and old books filling my nostrils, but the familiarity was a lie. My body was heavy, sluggish, as if I would just run a marathon in my sleep, or maybe, more accurately, as if my very soul had been stretched and snapped back into place. Disoriented, I blinked at the ceiling, trying to piece together the fragments of a dream that felt more like a memory, a terrible, visceral echo of something I could not quite grasp. There was profound unease, a cold, hollow ache behind my eyes, right behind my forehead. It was not a headache, not exactly, but a phantom pressure, like my brain was trying to remember something that had been deliberately erased. I reached up, my fingers automatically tracing the faint, thin line above my left eyebrow. The scar. It was always there, a tiny, almost imperceptible detail, but its origin felt vague, like a story I had been told but never truly lived. A persistent whisper of something important, just out of reach. Days blurred into weeks. My life felt stagnant. I went through the motions, working from home, ordering the same takeout, watching the same comfort shows. It was like living inside a glass box, observing the world without truly being a part of it. The emptiness was suffocating. I craved connection, anything to break the monotonous cycle of my existence. That desperation, that gnawing loneliness, eventually led me to do what so many people do when they are feeling adrift. I downloaded Tinder. The app was a minefield of awkward bios and questionable selfies. I swiped left more often than right, feeling a familiar wave of cynicism wash over me. Was there anyone out there who truly understood my weird, niche interests? My love for obscure indie films, my obsession with forgotten literary classics, my strange fascination with urban legends and cryptids. It felt unlikely. Then I saw him. Alex. His profile picture was unassuming enough, a genuine, easy smile, eyes that crinkled at the corners, a slightly messy head of dark hair. But it was his bio that stopped me cold. He listed almost all of my own obscure interests, not just touching on them, but describing them with an enthusiasm that mirrored my own. He even referenced a particularly obscure quote from my favorite cult film. It felt impossible, too good to be true. I swiped right, almost on instinct. A match. My phone buzzed, and I stared at the screen, a strange mix of excitement and apprehension churning in my gut. His first message was charming, witty, and perfectly tailored to my profile. He immediately picked up on a subtle detail I would include it in my bio, something most people would overlook. Our conversation flowed effortlessly, a seamless dance of shared jokes and genuine curiosity. It was like we would known each other for years, picking up right where we left off. Every message, every emoji, felt perfectly calibrated to my sense of humor, my intellectual leanings. Our first date was at a small, cozy cafe I loved. I would mention it once, casually in a message, and he would remember. He was even more captivating in person. His eyes held a warmth that instantly put me at ease, and his laugh was infectious. He anticipated my every need, ordering my usual coffee before I even had to say it, knowing exactly how I liked my scone. He remembered every detail I would shared, no matter how small or insignificant. He talked about his own life, his passions, and they mirrored mine with an eerie precision. My friends were envious. Of course. He is perfect. Eleanor, they would gush over our weekly brunch. Where did you find him? He is like something out of a rom-com. And he truly was. He planned surprise dates to places I would always wanted to visit but never mentioned, brought me obscure books from my favorite authors, left me thoughtful notes that always seemed to perfectly articulate my unspoken feelings. He was attentive, supportive, intelligent, funny, and incredibly handsome. Yet, despite all of this, a cold knot of anxiety persisted in the pit of my stomach. It was a whisper, a faint hum beneath the surface of my perfect new reality. Alex was too perfect. His thoughtfulness bordered on prescience. His understanding of me felt less like a deep connection and more like a precise algorithm. The unease sharpened during one of our dates. We were at a quiet bar, the low lights casting soft shadows. He was telling a story, his hand lightly resting on mine, when his gaze drifted to my forehead. He paused, his thumb gently brushing the skin just above my left eyebrow. He said, his voice soft, almost clinical, that little line there. It is always there, is knotted, a unique detail, almost like a signature. My breath caught in my throat, always there. The phrasing, the way his eyes seemed to study it, not with concern, but with detached observation, sent a shiver down my spine. It was the same unease I had felt before, a memory of a similar comment, a similar touch, but I could not place it. It was like trying to recall a dream that vanishes the moment you try to focus on it. I just knew it felt wrong. Deeply, profoundly wrong. Despite the growing dread, I found myself increasingly drawn into his orbit. He was a gravitational force, pulling me closer, filling the void in my life with such precision that it was hard to resist. A few weeks later, after another impossibly perfect date, he invited me back to his apartment. "I would love for you to see my place," he said, his smile warm and inviting. "I think you will like it. I have got a pretty decent collection of first editions I think you would appreciate." My heart hammered in my chest. This was it. The next step. The logical progression of our perfect relationship. Part of me screamed to run, to invent an excuse, to get out. But another part, the lonely, desperate part, yearned for the comfort and connection he offered, no matter how artificial it felt. I nodded, a faint smile on my face that felt more like a grimace. His apartment was exactly, as I would imagine, meticulously perfect. Every book on his shelves was arranged by genre, then alphabetically by author, spines aligned with military precision. The furniture was modern, tasteful, and expensive, chosen with an eye for both comfort and aesthetics. There was not a single misplaced cushion, a single speck of dust. It was an interior decorator's dream, a showroom of impeccable taste. As I stepped inside, a strange sensation washed over me. Not déjà vu, not exactly, but a profound sense of recognition. It was fleeting, like a scent you can't quite place, or a tune you almost know. The way the light hit the polished hardwood floors, the subtle hum of the air conditioning, the faint, almost imperceptible scent of cedar, and something vaguely sterile, it all felt familiar. Too familiar. He led me to the living room, offered me a glass of wine. "Make yourself comfortable," he said, indicating a plush sofa. "I will just be a minute. Need to check on something in the kitchen." I sat, my hand clasped tightly in my lap, trying to shake off the unsettling feeling. My eyes scanned the room, picking out details that seemed to reinforce the familiarity. A small, abstract painting on the wall, its colors muted greens and blues, was exactly the kind of art I admired. A vintage record player sat on a minimalist stand, a stack of vinyl beside it, all artists I loved. It was like he would design the place specifically for me. Or, rather, like it had been designed for me. A sudden, overwhelming urge to use the bathroom hit me. It was not just physical, it was an excuse, a way to move, to explore, to test the boundaries of this unsettling perfection. "Excuse me." I called out, "I just need to use the restroom." "Of course," he replied, his voice coming from the kitchen. "Down the hall, first door on the left." I walked down the gleaming hallway, my steps echoing faintly on the polished floor. First door on the left. I pushed it open. The bathroom was just as pristine as the rest of the apartment. White subway tiles, gleaming chrome fixtures, a single, perfectly folded hand towel on the counter. My reflection stared back at me from the large mirror above the sink, my eyes wide, a flicker of fear in their depths. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to clear my head, to rationalize the growing panic. As I reached for the hand towel, my gaze fell on the small, built-in medicine cabinet. It was recessed into the wall, a seamless part of the tile work. But something was off. The edge of the cabinet door was not flush with the wall. It was almost imperceptibly ajar, a tiny hairline crack, revealing a sliver of darkness behind it. My heart hammered against my ribs. Curiosity, or perhaps a desperate need to confirm my fears, compelled me. I reached out, my fingers trembling, and gently pulled the cabinet door open. It was not a medicine cabinet. Behind the false front, there was a shallow, hidden compartment. Inside, neatly stacked and meticulously organized, were several thin folders. Each one was labeled in a precise, almost clinical script. My breath hitched. The top folder had a name on it. Eleanor Vance. My name. My hand shook as I pulled it out. My fingers fumbled with the clasp, and the folder sprang open. Inside, on the very first page, was a photograph. It was me. My face, my scar, my eyes wide and a little too innocent. Below the photo, in the same neat script, with a word subject Eleanor Vance. Primary identifier scar, left supraorbital. Last seen date. Missing from location. Handler Mark, my world tilted. Mark. The name hit me like a physical blow. A blinding white flash of memory. So quick, it was almost gone. Of another apartment, another perfect partner, another missing person flyer with my face on it. The name Mark, the chilling comment about my scar, the cold, blank stare all rushed back, a torrent of terror I would have been forced to forget. My eyes darted to the next page. Another photo of me, slightly different angle, different clothing. Subject Eleanor Vance. Primary identifier scar, left supraorbital. Last seen, different date. Missing from different location. Handler Alex. This Alex, the man currently in the kitchen, making us wine. I flipped through the other folders, my mind reeling. There were more. So many more. Each one labeled Eleanor Vance. Each one with my face, my scar, but slightly different dates. Different locations, different handlers. Some of the handlers' names were familiar, echoing in the forgotten corners of my mind like half-remembered nightmares. Others were completely new. It was not just Mark or Alex. It was an entire network, an endless, cyclical experiment. I was a subject, not just a subject, but the subject. The primary identifier, the scar, was the constant. Everything else was a variable. A cold dread, far deeper than any anxiety I had felt before, settled over me. This was not just a loop. This was a multi-loop, a multiverse of my own suffering. Each iteration meticulously documented, each perfect partner a handler, each memory a lie. A sound from behind me, a soft click. I spun around, the folder still clutched in my trembling hands. Alex stood in the doorway, a wine glass in each hand. His smile, once so warm and inviting, was gone. His eyes, once so full of genuine affection, were now chillingly blank. The perfect facade had vanished, replaced by a cold, calculating emptiness that made my blood run cold. Eleanor, he said, his voice devoid of any warmth. I see you have found my little collection. My voice was a strangled whisper. What is this? What are you? He set the wine glasses down on the counter, his movement slow and deliberate. As you can see, Eleanor, you are a subject, an important one. He gestured to the folder in my hand. Julian's network. We have been studying you for a very long time. Julian. The name echoed the one Mark had used. What do you mean? Studying me? What experiment? He stepped closer, his presence suddenly overwhelming, menacing. Your resilience. Eleanor, your capacity for connection, for finding meaning, for building a life, even when everything is stripped away. Every reset, every perfect partner, every shared memory, it is all a parameter, a variable in our ongoing study of your psychological endurance. My mind raced, tried to process the enormity of his words. So Mark, he was a handler too. And all those dates, all those memories, they were all fake. Alex gave a slow, chilling nod. Precisely. Mark was a previous handler, as were several others you have encountered and forgotten, each one tailored to your current psychological profile, designed to create the optimal environment for our observations. And each time, we learn a little more about how you adapt, how you rebuild, how long it takes for the cracks to show. My eyes darted to the binder, to the multiple Eleanor Vance profiles. And all of these, they are all me. Different versions, different iterations. He corrected. Each reset is a new iteration of the experiment. A clean slate for you, for us, a new dataset. He reached out, his fingers brushing the scar above my eyebrow. The touch was cold, clinical, devoid of any human warmth. This, he murmured, his eyes fixed on the scar, is the anchor, the consistent marker. It is what allows us to track your progress, even when your memories are wiped clean. My stomach churned. The world felt like it was spinning out of control. My entire life, every moment I thought was real, every emotion I would felt, every connection I would made was a fabrication. A cruel, elaborate stage play designed for observation. Why? I choked out, tears stinging my eyes. Why me? What have I done? He pulled his hand away, a flicker of something almost like pity in his blank eyes, quickly replaced by a detached professionalism. It is not about what you've done, Eleanor. It is about what you are, a unique psychological specimen. Your particular blend of intelligence, empathy, and resilience makes you an invaluable subject. He took another step back, surveying me with the same detached gaze one might give a lab specimen. And now, it is time for the next phase. This iteration has reached its conclusion. A sudden, blinding white light began to bloom around him, emanating from him, from the very air in the bathroom. It pulsed, growing brighter, consuming the edges of my vision. The sterile white tiles, the gleaming chrome, Alex's chillingly blank face, they all began to dissolve into the overwhelming luminescence. His voice, distant now, distorted by the encroaching brilliance, was the last thing I heard. You will forget, Eleanor, as you always do, and the cycle will begin anew. We will be waiting for you. The white consumed everything. Every thought, every memory, every shred of my identity. It was a terrifying, absolute obliteration. I was trapped, destined to repeat this loop forever. A puppet on an invisible string, dancing to the tune of an unseen master. My life nothing more than an endless, cyclical experiment. And the worst part, each time, a part of me would remember, deep down, a cold, not a dread that no amount of white light could truly erase. The feeling would persist, even if the memories did not. The terror would always find its way back. Not every story ends with closure. Some people never get the answers they were looking for. Maybe that is what makes these moments linger, the what-ifs, the unanswered questions. This has been Daily Story. Take care of yourself and trust your instincts.